The Tory party in the Commons then returned to their prosecutions of the late Whig ministers. But the day of strange things seemed to have arrived. One day Harley, the Speaker of the Commons, received a packet from the hands of a poor woman as he entered the House. Such an incident could not take place now, the Commons having protected themselves from such irregular missives by making it necessary that all petitions should have the names of the places, as well as the persons whence they came, clearly stated, and be confided to the care of a member in good time for him to note its character and contents. This, however, turned out 526 to be no petition, but a command. The enclosed memorial, it was stated in a letter accompanying, "You are charged with in behalf of many thousands of the good people of England. There is neither popish, Jacobite, seditious, court, or party, interest concerned in it, but honesty and truth. You are commanded by 200,000 Englishmen to deliver it to the House of Commons, and to inform them that it is no banter, but serious truth, and a serious regard to it is expected. Nothing but justice and their duty is required, and it is required by them who have both a right to require and power to compel it, namely, the people of England. We could have come to the house strong enough to oblige you to hear us, but we have avoided any tumults, not desiring to embroil, but to serve our native country. If you refuse to communicate it to them, you will find cause in a short time to repent it." This strange memorial, which is known to have been written by Defoe, was signed Legion, and charged the House with unwarrantable practices under 15 heads. A new claim of right was arranged under 7 heads. Amongst the reprehensible proceedings of the Commons were stated to be the voting of the partition treaty fatal to Europe, because it gave too much of the Spanish dominions to France, and not concerning themselves to prevent them from taking possession of them all. Deserting of the Dutch when the French were almost at their doors, until it was almost too late to help them. It declared to be unjust to our treaties, unkind to our confederates, dishonorable to the English nation, and negligent of the safety of both our neighbors and ourselves. Addressing the king to displace his friends on base surmises, before the legal trial or any article proven, was pronounced illegal, contrary to the course of law, and putting execution before judgment. It also declared the delaying of proceedings on impeachments to blast the reputations of the accused without proving the charges, to be illegal, oppressive, destructive of the liberties of Englishmen, and a reproach to parliaments. In the same strain, it criticized the attacks on the king's person, especially those of that impudent rascal John Howe, who had said openly that his majesty had made a felonious treaty, insinuating that the partition treaty was a combination to rob the king of Spain, when it was quite as just as to blow up one man's house to save that of his neighbor. The Commons were admonished to mend their ways, as shown to them in the memorial, on pain of incurring the resentment of an injured nation, and the document concluded thus: "For Englishmen are no more to be slaves to Parliament than to kings. Our name is Legion, and we are many." No sooner was this paper read than the blustering Commons were filled with consternation. They summoned all the members of the House by the sergeant-at-arms, anticipations of sedition and tumult were expressed, and an address to his majesty was drawn up in haste, calling on him to take measures for the public peace. Howe, one of the noisiest men in the House, and accustomed to say very bold things, and other Tory members declared their lives in danger. Others got away into the country, believing that Legion was on the point of attacking the Parliament. A committee was appointed to sit permanently in the Speaker's chamber, to take every means for averting a catastrophe, with power to call before them all persons necessary for throwing light on the danger, and to examine papers. At length, however, as Legion did not appear, and all remained quiet, the House began to recover its senses. It began at the same time to dawn upon their apprehensions that they had been hoaxed by some clever wag. This wag, as we have said, was none other than the inimitable author of Robinson Crusoe, one of the shrewdest political writers of the time. The Lords now demanded that the trial of Somers and the other noblemen should proceed without any further delay, but the Commons proposed that it should be conducted before a committee of both houses. This they did to bar the way of the trial, for they appeared rather to desire to destroy the characters of the accused than to proceed to extremities. They were aware that the accused nobles had a majority in their favor in their own house, and that to impeach them there was to fail. They therefore passed an unjustifiable address to the king, praying him to dismiss the 5 peers from his council, even before the impeachments were heard. For the same reasons, the Lords refused to admit the Commons to a share in the trial, because in their house there was a majority the other way. They replied, therefore, that such committees were contrary to custom in cases of impeachment for misdemeanor, that the only exception was that, in the case of the Earl of Danby and the 5 popish lords, and that the fate of it was sufficient warning to avoid such a precedent, for the committee could not proceed for altercations, and the affair could only be got rid of by dissolving Parliament. The Commons still argued for it. The Lords persisted in their 527 refusal, and at this moment the dispute was interrupted by the King calling on both houses to attend to the ratification of the new succession bill. After this, the contest regarding the mode of trial of the impeached nobles was renewed with unabated acrimony. In one of the conferences on the subject, Lord Haversham declared his opinion that the Commons themselves really believed the accused lords innocent. For there are, he said, various other lords implicated in the very same business, and yet the Commons make no charge against them, but leave them at the head of affairs, near the King's person, to do any mischief they are inclined to, and impeach others when they are all alike guilty, and concerned in the same facts. This was a hard hit, for it was the simple truth, and the delegates of the Commons, as they could not deny it, could only affect to take violent offense at it. There was fresh correspondence, but the Lords cut the matter short by deciding that there should be no committee of both houses for regulating the trials of the impeached nobles. The Commons, however, on the 14th of June, sent up their charges against the Earl of Halifax, declining to proceed against Portland, as they said, out of respect to his majesty. The Lords now gave notice that they would proceed with the trials of the accused nobles, beginning with that of Lord Somers first, as the Commons had proposed, and called on the Commons to make good their charge. On the other hand, the Commons, still insisting on their right to have a voice in regulating the trials, made an order that no member of their house should appear at the pretended trial of the Lord Somers. Notwithstanding, the Lords gave notice that they would proceed on the 17th of June to the trial of Somers in Westminster Hall. The Commons refused to attend, declaring that they were the only judges and that the evidence was not yet prepared. This produced a violent debate in the Lords, where the Tory ministers supported their party in the Commons, but the order for the trial was carried, followed by strong protests against it. On the day of the trial, the Lords sent a message to the Commons to inform them that they were going to the hall, and the Commons not appearing there, the Lords again returned to their own house and settled the question to be put. And again returning to Westminster Hall, the question was then put that John Lord Somers be acquitted of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Commons, and all things therein contained, and that the impeachment be dismissed. This was carried by a majority of 35. A similar course was taken with regard to the other accused. It had been a miserable session to the king. His health continued to fail, and amid his endeavors to conceal the decay of his constitution, that his allies might not be discouraged, he had found his favorite minister violently attacked, himself by no means spared, and the session almost wholly wasted in party feud. It had, however, passed the succession bill, and now, to his agreeable surprise, voted him unexpectedly liberal supplies and sanctioned his forming alliances against France. He now lost no time in appointing a regency, and gave the command of the 10,000 troops sent to Holland to Marlborough, an appointment, however despicable the man, the very best he could have made in a military point of view. At the commencement of July he sailed for Holland, accompanied by the Earls of Carlisle, Romney, Albemarle, General Overkirk, and others, and landed on the 3rd of the month. The Scottish troops voted had arrived in Holland before him, and the 10,000 men from England and Ireland were just arriving, so that William appeared again amongst his countrymen at the head of a respectable army of his new subjects. When he presented himself, however, before the States General the day after his arrival, his appearance was such as to create great alarm in all that saw him. In his energies they put the almost sole trust of effectual resistance to France, and he was clearly fast sinking. He was wasted, pale, and haggard. The last session of Parliament, and the fierce dissensions which had been carried on between the factions of Whig and Tory, neither of which looked to anything but the indulgence of their own malice, had done more to wear him out than a dozen campaigns. He might well declare that that had been the most miserable year of his existence. What strength he had left, however, he devoted unshrinkingly to the grand object of his existence, the war for the balance of power. He expressed his great joy to be once more amongst his faithful countrymen, and in truth, he must have felt it like a cordial, for around him in England he saw nothing but unprincipled strife of parties. William told the States that he had hoped, after the Peace of Ryswick, to have been able to pass his remaining days in 528 repose, but that the changes which had taken place in Europe were such as no man could see the end of. He was still resolved, he said, notwithstanding this, to pursue the great object of the peace of Europe with unremitting zeal, whether it was to be achieved by negotiation or war, and he assured them of the active support of his English subjects. The states, in their reply, took care to express how much they depended on the courage and power of the English, and to compliment them on the splendid fame for valor which they had acquired in the late struggle. William then set out to survey the defenses of the frontiers and the state of the garrisons, and having visited Bergen-op-Zoom, Sluys, and other places, and taken such measures as appeared necessary, he returned to The Hague, where the news met him that Louis had recalled his ambassador, Davox, who left a memorial in a very insolent tone, asserting that his royal master was convinced that no good could come of the negotiations, but still declaring that it depended on themselves whether there should be peace or war. This event by no means surprised William, for both he and Marlborough had felt from the first that there was no sincerity in the professions of Davox, and that they were meant only to gain time. The treaty between England, Holland, and the Emperor was, therefore, urged forward, and was signed on the 7th of September, being styled the Second Grand Alliance. By this treaty, it was contracted that the three allies should mutually exert themselves to procure satisfaction for the emperor for the Spanish succession, and security for the peace and trade of the allies. 2 months were yet to be allowed for obtaining the objects by negotiation. If this failed, war was to be made to recover the Spanish Flanders, the kingdoms of Sicily, Naples, and the other Spanish territories in Italy. Moreover, the states and England might seize and keep for themselves whatever they could of the colonial possessions of Spain. No peace was to be made by any one of the allies until they had obtained security for the absolute separation of France and Spain, and that France should not hold the Spanish Indies. All kings, princes, and states were invited to enter the alliance, and tempting offers of advantages were made to induce them to do so. William had already secured the interest of Denmark and the promises of Sweden, but the young King of Sweden, Charles Roman XII, was too busily pursuing the war with Russia and Poland to lend any real service to this cause. At the very moment that the Allies were canvassing for confederates, this madman of the North, as he was called, gave the Tsar Peter a most terrible overthrow at Narva on the 30th of November, 1700, killing 30,000 of his men. Holstein and the Palatinate came into the treaty, and the news from Italy soon induced the German petty princes to profess their adhesion, especially the electors of Bavaria and Cologne, who had received subsidies from France and raised troops, with which they would have declared for Louis had not the victories of Prince Eugene swayed their mercenary minds the other way. Several months before the signing of the treaty at The Hague, Eugene, at the head of the emperor's troops in Italy, had opened the war. He had entered Italy at Vicenza and passed the Adige near Carpi, where, being opposed by Catinat and the Duke of Savoy, he defeated them with considerable slaughter and forced them to retire into Mantuan territory. Catinat and the French had excited the hatred of the peasantry by their insolence and oppressions, and they flew to arms and assisted Eugene, who was very popular with them, by harassing the outposts of the French, cutting off their foragers, and obstructing their supplies. Marshal Villeroy being sent to their aid, Catinat retired in disgust. Villeroy marched towards Chieri and attacked Eugene in his camp, but was repulsed with the loss of 5,000 men. By the end of the campaign, the prince had reduced all the Mantuan territory except Mantua itself and Goito, which he blockaded. He reduced all the places on the Oglio and continued in the field all the winter, displaying a genius for war which greatly alarmed the King of France. He dispatched fresh reinforcements to Piedmont under Marshal Vendôme, but he found the Duke of Savoy now cold and backward in assisting him. The Duke had got all that he could look for from France. His second daughter was married to the new King of Spain, and satisfied with that, he was by no means ambitious of French domination in his own territories. On the other hand, France endeavored to distract Austria by sowing insurrection in Hungary, and Louis's emissaries were busy all over Europe. He managed to make an alliance with Portugal, though the king himself was attached to the House of Austria, but was a weak prince and was betrayed by his ministers, who were 529 corrupted by France. Meanwhile, the English and Dutch fleets sailed in strong force along the coasts of Spain to overawe the French, and another fleet was dispatched to the West Indies to be ready in case of hostilities. In Spain itself, both people and nobles began to repent bitterly of their subjection to France. They felt greatly annoyed at the insolence of the king's French ministers and attendants, who treated the highest grandees with very little consideration. The French dress was introduced into the court, and French manners also, and a formal edict was issued, putting the French nobles on the same level with the proud hidalgos of Spain. The finances of Spain were at the lowest ebb, the spirit of the nation was thoroughly demoralized, and the condition of France was very little better. These circumstances, being universally known, encouraged the Allies in their projects. Yet the emperor, for whose cause the alliance was ostensibly created, was almost equally poor. He had engaged to bring 90,000 troops into the field, 66,000 infantry and 24,000 horse, yet he was compelled to negotiate a loan with Holland for 500,000 crowns. William, on his part, was to furnish 33,000 infantry and 7,000 horse, and the States General 32,000 infantry and 20,000 horse. The pretender proclaimed King of England by order of Louis Roman XIV, CP 529. See larger version. At this juncture James Roman II lay on his deathbed. Louis Roman XIV made 3 successive visits to the dying king, and this strange monarch, who had no feeling for human misery in the gross, who let loose his legions to lay waste happy human homes in all the countries round him, to ravage, massacre, and destroy the unoffending people by barbarities which must have instructed the very devils in cruelty, shed tears over the departure of this poor old man, whose life had been one vast, miserable blunder, and whose death was the best thing that could happen to him. He promised the dying man that he would maintain the right of his son to the English crown as he had maintained his, though he had sworn at the Treaty of Ryswick to do nothing to disturb the throne of William. And September 16, 1701, as soon as the breath was out of James's body, he proclaimed the Prince King of England by the title of James Roman III. 530, this title was acknowledged by the King of Spain, the Duke of Savoy, and the Pope. The moment William received the news of Louis having proclaimed James's son King of England, he dispatched a messenger to inform the King of Sweden, who was guarantee of the Peace of Ryswick, of this flagrant breach of it. He ordered the Earl of Manchester immediately to retire from Paris without taking leave, and Poussin, the Secretary of Tallard, to quit London. Louis pretended that his acknowledgement of the Prince of Wales was mere form, that he meant no infraction of the treaty, and might justly complain of William's declarations and preparations in favor of the emperor. In fact, kings never want pleas when they have a purpose, however unwarrantable it may be. The people of England hastened to express their abhorrence of the perfidy of the French king. Addresses of resentment were poured in from London and from all parts of the kingdom, with declarations of a strong determination to defend the king and his crown against all pretenders or invaders. William was impatient to be in London to make the necessary arrangements for a new ministry and a new parliament, and also for the war which was now inevitable. But he was detained by a severe illness. In fact, he was fast succumbing to the weakness of his constitution and the ravages made on it by his stupendous exertions in the wars he had been constantly engaged in, and, still more, by the eternal war and harass of the unprincipled factions which raged around his island throne. He arrived in England on the 4th of November, where he found the 2 factions raging against each other with unabated rancor, and the public in a ferment of indignation at the proclamation of the King of the French acknowledging the pretender, and still more at an edict which Louis had published on the 16th of September, prohibiting all trade with England, except in beer, cider, glass bottles, and wool, and the wearing of any article of English manufacture after the 1st of November next. William closeted himself with some of his ministry who, he still hoped, might be disposed to different measures, but finding them still as determined as ever to pursue their former course and to insist on their impeachments, he dissolved Parliament on the 4th of November and called a new one for the 31st of December. The 2 parties went to the election for the new Parliament with the same fierce bitterness with which they had fought through the last session. The bribery, corruption, and intimidation were of the most open and shameless kind. But the Whigs, having the moneyed interest in their favor, carried the day, having no doubt with them at the same time the sentiment of the better part of the nation. The new ministry was immediately arranged. On the 24th of December, Charles Howard, the Earl of Carlisle, was appointed First Lord of the Treasury, in place of Lord Godolphin. On the 4th of January, 1702, Charles Montague, Earl of Manchester, who had been ambassador at Paris, was made Secretary of State in place of Sir Charles Hedges. On the 18th, the Earl of Pembroke was transferred from the presidency of the Council and made Lord High Admiral, and Charles Seymour, Duke of Somerset, took the presidency. Henry Boyle, afterwards Earl of Carleton, was appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer. The Privy Seal, having been in commission since the death of the Earl of Tankerville, remained so. The cabinet thus consisted of the personal friends of the king, and the Whigs had strengthened their party, having carried the elections in most of the counties and chief boroughs. Yet they found themselves so far from a commanding majority that they were immediately defeated in the election of the Speaker. The king was desirous of seeing Sir Thomas Littleton in the chair, but the Tories managed to elect Harley, Henry St. John, afterwards Lord Bolingbroke, who was sent up from Wootton Bassett, seconding the motion for Harley. The speech, which was drawn up by Somers according to Sunderland's advice, was then read by William. In this speech, which was greatly admired, the king said that he trusted that they had met together with a full sense of the common danger of Europe, and of that resentment of the conduct of the French king which had been so strongly and universally expressed in the loyal addresses of the people, that in setting up the pretended Prince of Wales as King of England they had offered to him and to the nation the highest indignity, and put in jeopardy the Protestant religion, and the peace and security of the realm, and he was sure they would take every means to secure the crown in the Protestant line, and to extinguish the hopes of all pretenders and their abettors, that the French king, by placing his grandson on the throne of Spain, had put himself in a condition to oppress the rest of Europe, and under the pretense of maintaining it as a separate monarchy, had yet made himself master of the dominions of Spain 531, placed it entirely under his control, and so surrounded his neighbors that, though the name of peace continued, they were put to the expense and inconvenience of war, that this endangered the whole of our trade, and even our peace and safety at home, and deprived us of that position which we ought to maintain for the preservation of the liberties of Europe, that to obviate these calamities, he had entered into several alliances according to the encouragement given him by both houses of Parliament, and was still forming others. And he then said emphatically, "It is fit I should tell you that the eyes of all Europe are upon this Parliament. All matters are at a stand till your resolutions are known, therefore no time ought to be lost. You have yet an opportunity, by God's blessing, to secure to you and your posterity the quiet enjoyment of your religion and liberties if you are not wanting to yourselves, but will exert the ancient vigor of the English nation. But I tell you plainly my opinion is, if you do not lay hold on this occasion, you have no reason to hope for another." He then recommended the Commons to take measures for the discharge of the debt, and for preserving public credit, by the sacred maxim that they shall never be losers who trust to a parliamentary security. In asking them for the necessary aids, he was only urging that they should care for their safety and honor at a critical time. He reminded them that in the late war, he ordered yearly accounts of the expenditure to be laid before them, and passed several bills for securing a proper examination of accounts. He was quite willing that any further measures should be adopted for that end, so that it might appear whether the debts had arisen from misapplication or mere deficiency of the funds. He then finally touched on the sore point of the dissensions, trusting that both houses were determined to avoid all manner of disputes and differences, and resolved to act with a general and hearty concurrence for promoting the common cause, which alone could ensure a happy session. He should think it as great a blessing as could befall England, if he could perceive them inclined to lay aside those unhappy feuds which divided and weakened them, for that he himself was disposed to make all his subjects easy as to even the highest offenses committed against him. He conjured them to disappoint the hopes of their enemies, and let there be no other distinction amongst them for the future, but of those who were for the Protestant religion and the present establishment, and those who were for a popish prince and a French government. For his part, he desired to be the common father of his people, and if they desired to see England placed at the head of the Protestant interest and hold the balance of Europe, they had only to improve the present opportunity. The effect of this speech was wonderful. It flew through the nation, which was already worked up into a war fever, with the rapidity of lightning, and was everywhere received with enthusiasm. The zealous supporters of the principles of the Revolution had it printed in ornamental style, in English, Dutch, and French, and it was soon translated into other languages and disseminated all over Europe. It was the announcement of a determined war against the grasping ambition of France, and the eyes of the whole world were truly fixed on England, which volunteered to take the lead in this serious enterprise. As for the supporters of William and the Protestant government, they framed his speech and hung it in their houses as the last legacy of the Protestant king to his people. The Lords immediately drew up a zealous address, in which they echoed his resentment of the conduct of the French king in acknowledging the pretended Prince of Wales, and declared that they would not only support and defend him against the pretended Prince of Wales and all other pretenders, but, should they be deprived of his Majesty's protection, they would still defend the crown of England, by virtue of the Acts of Parliament, against all but the recognized successors. On the 5th of January, the Commons presented a similar address, and assured the king that they would enable him to make good the alliances he had made, and such as he should yet make for the peace of Europe. The Lords, not to be behind the Commons, presented a second and more explicit address, in which they not only engaged to support the king in his alliances, but declared that Europe could never be safe till the emperor was restored to all his rights, and the invaders of Spain should be expelled. And they, too, declared their full approbation of the king's new alliances and their full determination to support him in them. William, warned by the resentment of the last House of Commons at the concealment of the partition treaties, now laid his present treaties at once before the new Parliament. On the 6th of January, Secretary Vernon laid before both houses copies of the treaty with the King of Denmark and the States General, the secret articles attached to this treaty, the treaty between the King of Sweden, the States General, and William, and the 532 separate treaty between William and the States General, signed in the month of November. The Commons were as prompt in expressing their approbation of them, and on the 9th of January they proposed, by an address to His Majesty, to take care that an article should be introduced into the several treaties of alliance, binding the Allies never to make peace with France until reparation was made for the indignity offered by the French king in declaring the pretended Prince of Wales King of England. They also resolved that a bill should be brought in for the abjuration of the pretended Prince of Wales. They then went into the question of the supplies and voted unanimously that £600,000 should be borrowed at 6% for the services of the Navy and £50,000 for guards and garrisons. They agreed to the number of troops which the king had stipulated as his contingent in the war, namely 30,000 foot and 7,000 horse, and added 8,300 more English soldiers to the 10,000 already sent to Holland, and voted 40,000 seamen. His Majesty's allies were to be invited to embark a certain proportion of troops on board His Majesty's ships of war. All the king's contracts for subsidizing troops belonging to foreign princes were confirmed, and to defray the charges of these naval and military forces, they imposed taxes with an alacrity almost unparalleled. They imposed 4 shillings in the pound on all lands and incomes, including annuities, pensions, and stipends, and on all the professional profits of lawyers, doctors, surgeons, teachers of separate congregations, brokers, factors, etc., then an additional tax of 2.5% was put on all stock in trade and money out at interest, and of 5 shillings in the pound on all salaries, fees, and perquisites. They laid on a poll tax of 4 shillings per head, so completely had this generation come to tolerate this hated form of imposition, which formerly roused the people to open rebellion. Besides this, they taxed the capital stock of all corporations and public companies which should be transferred in sale to the amount of 1%. And, finally, they placed 6pence a bushel on malt, and a further duty on mum, cider, and perry. On the 15th of January, they passed unanimously a bill for the attainder of the pretended Prince of Wales, and sent it up to the Lords. And the Lords, exceeding them in zeal, added a clause attainting also the ex-Queen Mary of Modena as regent of the pretended Prince of Wales. The Commons, however, objected to this amendment as calculated to sanction a practice of attainting persons by added clauses instead of original bills, which they designated as a pernicious course, as not allowing the full consideration due to so momentous a measure. They struck it out, but the Lords demanded a conference, and pressed their amendment on the ground that the Commons had themselves adopted that practice so long ago as the 3rd of Henry Roman VIII. The Commons were not likely to pay much regard to the practice of either house in the reign of that lawless monarch, and returned the bill to the Lords without the clause, and the Lords, on further reflection, passed it. This was followed in the Lords by the bill so strongly recommended by Sunderland for the abjuration of the pretended Prince of Wales, in which was a clause introduced into the oath, acknowledging William rightful and lawful sovereign. There was a violent debate on the point whether this oath should be voluntary or compulsory. The Earl of Nottingham strongly opposed its being compulsory, and he was supported by other lords of the Tory party. They contended that the government was first settled with another oath, which had the value of an original contract, and any other oath was unnecessary, that this oath could do nothing more than that oath had done. All inclined to keep that oath had kept it, and all inclined to break it had broken it, and these would break this or any other oath. Whilst they were in debate, Sir Charles Hedges introduced a clause which made it obligatory on all persons enjoying appointments in church and state, and with an obligation to maintain the government in King, Lords, and Commons, and to maintain the Church of England, with toleration to the dissenters. After a sharp debate it passed the Commons, but only by a majority of 1. In this bill it was made equally penal to compass or imagine the death of the Princess of Denmark, as it was the death of the king. The bill was strenuously opposed in the Lords, but it was carried, and Nottingham and 19 other peers entered their protest against it. The Quakers had endeavored to get themselves exempted from the operation of the bill, but in vain. This zeal of the Whigs in Parliament for imposing fresh oaths did them no good, but tended to revive the unpopularity which had so lately driven them from office. Whilst these subjects were before Parliament, the Lords made a fresh attempt, by a bill of their own, to procure the attainder of Mary of Modena, but the Commons let the bill lie. In Scotland, the clamour against the government for its treatment of the Darien scheme, still 533 continued. The Earl of Nottingham, therefore, moved that the Scottish Parliament should be dissolved, and an attempt be made to unite the two kingdoms, by which all causes of complaint would be hereafter removed, since all parties would have a like interest in the trade of the nation. The king was greatly bent on this design, but he had met with an accident which prevented him from going to the House of Lords to propose it. But he sent a message both to the Lords and to the Commons, expressing his earnest desire that a union should take place, and that commissioners were already appointed in Scotland to treat with such commissioners as should be appointed in England for that end. He represented that he was fully satisfied that nothing could more contribute to the security and happiness of the two kingdoms than such a union, and that he should esteem it a peculiar felicity if, during his reign, so great an event should take place. View in The Hague, Chambers of the States General in the Binnenhof. See larger version. But the accident alluded to was of a more serious nature than was suspected, and, falling on a weak and exhausted frame, was about to bring his reign to an abrupt close. In riding towards Hampton Court on the 20th of February, on his accustomed Saturday's excursion to hunt there, his horse fell with him and fractured his collarbone, besides doing him other serious injury. He was carried to Hampton Court, where the bone was set, and though the surgeon remarked that his pulse was feverish, he was deemed in too feeble a condition to admit of benefit by bleeding. Contrary, moreover, to the advice of his medical attendants, he would insist on returning that same evening to Kensington, and was, accordingly, conveyed thither in a carriage. But on arriving, it was found that the collarbone, by the jolting of the carriage, was again displaced. It was again set, and the king slept well the night through after it. For several days no bad consequences appeared, but on the 1st of March great pain and weakness were felt in his knee. Ronget, his surgeon, a Frenchman who had reset the bone, had contended that he ought to have been bled. Bidloo, his Dutch physician, had opposed it as injurious in his debilitated state. He was now attended by Sir Thomas Millington, Sir Richard Blackmore, Sir 534 Theodore Colladon, Dr. Bidloo, and other eminent physicians. Again he appeared to rally, and on the 4th of March he took several turns in the gallery at Kensington. But, sitting down on a couch, he fell asleep, and awoke shivering and in high fever. On this there was a hurry to pass several bills through the Lords that they might receive his signature, in case of fatal termination of his illness. These were the Malt Tax Bill, the bill for the Prince of Wales's attainder, and one in favour of the Quakers, making their affirmation valid instead of an oath. These being prepared, and the king not being able to use his hand, the royal signature was affixed by a stamp made for the purpose. This took place on the 7th of March, and was not a moment too soon, for the king's symptoms rapidly gained strength, and he died the next day. The Earl of Albemarle, his great favourite, arrived from Holland on the day preceding his death, and it was thought the good news which he brought would cheer him, but William appeared to receive his information with indifference, and merely replied, "G tire vers ma fin, I approach my end." The news of the king's danger filled the antechamber with such a throng of courtiers as is generally witnessed at the expected moment of a monarch's decease, not prompted by affection, but on the watch to seize the earliest moment to make their court to his successor. Physicians, statesmen, and emissaries of interested parties were there mingled, eagerly listening for the reports of his state, and ready to fly with the news of his decease. Amongst these were the messengers of the Princess Anne and of Lady Marlborough, who, with her husband, now absent with the army in Holland, had scarcely less to expect from the event. Yet even Lady Marlborough, assuredly by no means sensitive where her ambition was concerned, expresses her disgust at the scene. "When the king came to die, I felt nothing of the satisfaction which I once thought I should have had on this occasion, and my Lord and Lady Jersey's writing and sending perpetually to give an account to the Princess Anne, as his breath grew shorter and shorter, filled me with horror. These Jerseys, who were thus courting the favor of the heiress to the crown by these incessant messages of the advancing death of the king, had been amongst those on whom he had heaped favors and benefits preeminently. Such is the end of princes. The closing scene is thus detailed by Bishop Burnet, who to the last showed himself one of the steadiest and most grateful of his courtiers. The king's strength and pulse were still sinking as the difficulty of breathing increased, so that no hope was left. The Archbishop of Canterbury and I went to him on Saturday morning, and did not stir from him till he died. The archbishop prayed on Saturday some time with him, but he was then so weak that he could scarce speak, but gave him his hand, as a sign that he firmly believed the truth of the Christian religion, and said he intended to receive the sacrament. His reason and all his senses were entire to the last minute. About 5 in the morning he desired the sacrament, and went through the office with great appearance of seriousness, but could not express himself. When this was done, he called for the Earl of Albemarle, and gave him a charge to take care of his papers. He thanked him overquark for his long and faithful services. He took leave of the Duke of Ormond, and called for the Earl of Portland, but before he came his voice quite failed, so he took him by the hand and carried it to his heart with great tenderness. He was often looking up to heaven in many short ejaculations. Between 7 and 8 o'clock the rattle began. The commendatory prayer was said to him, and as it ended he died on Sunday, the 8th of March, in the 52nd year of his age, having reigned 13 years and a few days. It was found on opening the body that he had had an adhesion of the lungs, which being torn from the side to which it had adhered by the fall from his horse, was the cause of his death. His head and heart were sound, but he had scarcely any blood in his body. In person, William was of a spare frame, middle stature, and delicate constitution, being subject to an asthma and cough from his childhood, supposed to be the consequences of smallpox. He had an aquiline nose, clear bright eyes, a finely developed forehead, a grave aspect, and was very taciturn, except amongst his immediate friends, who were almost all his own countrymen. His reserved and repellent manner gave great offense to his English courtiers and nobles, and the lavish wealth which he heaped on his favorite Dutchmen heightened this feeling. He never liked Englishmen, and they never liked him. For his neglect to attach himself to the English there is, however, much excuse. The men about his court, and the very party who brought him in, were a most selfish, rapacious 535 and unprincipled set. It is difficult to point to a truly noble and genuinely patriotic man amongst them. Perhaps the most unexceptionable were the Earl of Devonshire and Lord Somers, but the greater part of them were men whose chief object was self-aggrandizement, and the party fight which the two factions kept up around the throne made it anything but an enviable seat. The peculation and jobbery in every department of the state were wholesale and unblushing, and the greater part of those who were ostensibly serving him and receiving his pay were secretly engaged to his enemies, spies upon all his actions and intentions, and traitors in a perpetual transmission of his projects to the court of his deadly foes. The forbearance which he constantly manifested towards those despicable men was something admirable and almost superhuman. Though he was well aware of their treason, he still employed and endeavored to conciliate them. With a cold exterior, William was far from destitute of affection. This he showed in the confidence with which he entrusted the government to his wife in his absence, and in his passionate grief for her death. It was also manifested in his warm and unshaken attachment to the friends who had shared his fortunes, who spoke his tongue, who knew his whole mind and nature, and who served him with a fidelity, amid an age of treachery and a court of deep corruption, than which there is nothing more beautiful in history. Chapter 16. The Reign of Anne. Accession of the Queen, meeting of the Houses of Parliament, Scotland and Ireland, power of Marlborough, the revenue Tory colour of the ministry, the coronation, declaration of war, Marlborough goes to the seat of war, general aspect of affairs, Marlborough's difficulties, his campaign, operations by sea, meeting of Parliament, supply, Marlborough's dukedom, the occasional conformity bill, dismissal of Rochester, opening of the campaign of 1703, fall of Bonn, failure to take Antwerp, Savoy and Portugal join the Allies, visit of the Archduke Charles to England, the storm, Jacobite conspiracy, Ashby versus White, Queen Anne's bounty, Marlborough's great plans, the States General hoodwinked, his march, dismay of the French, junction with Eugene, advance on the Danube, assault of the Schellenberg, the Prince of Baden's conceit, approach of Tallard, the eve of Blenheim, the battle, conclusion of the campaign, Marlborough's diplomacy, capture of Gibraltar, battle of Malaga, proceedings in Parliament, the campaign of 1705, attempt to recover Gibraltar, Peterborough's exploits in Spain, proposal to invite the Electress Sophia to England, consequent legislation, battle of Ramillies, Eugene relieves Turin, disasters in Spain, meeting of the commissioners for the Union, condition of the treaty, opposition in Scotland, riots in Edinburgh, conduct of the opposition, the measure carried by bribery, its discussion in the English Parliament, the royal assent given. When Anne succeeded to the throne, she was in her 38th year. She was fat, indolent, and good-natured. She had long been under the complete management of the imperious Lady Marlborough, and through her Marlborough expected to be the real ruler of the country. Through them, the Queen had imbibed a deep-rooted hatred of the Whigs, whom they had taught her to regard as the partisans of King William, and the real authors of all the indignities and mortifications which she had endured during his reign. The Tories therefore calculated confidently on recovering full power under her, and had resolved to place Marlborough at the head of the army. The Queen, on her part, had a great leaning towards the Tories, as the enemies of the Whigs and the friends of the Church, to which she was strongly attached. The endeavors which had been made in her father's time to make a Catholic of her, and in her brother-in-law's time to level the distinctions between Church and dissent, had only rooted more deeply her predilection for the Church. Nor did the fact of her husband being a Lutheran, and maintaining his Lutheran chapel and minister in the palace, at all diminish this feeling. No sooner was the king dead than Lord Jersey and other courtiers, who had been eagerly watching the shortening of his breath, hastened to bring the news to Anne, who, with Lady Marlborough, sat on that Sunday morning waiting for the message which should announce her queen, and Bishop Burnet, among others, conveyed the sad tidings to her. Though it was Sunday, both houses of 536 Parliament met, for they were empowered still to sit by an act passed in William's reign, and the death of William was announced to the Commons by Mr. Secretary Vernon. There was much speechifying, Mr. Granville saying, "We have lost a great king, and got a most gracious queen." Both houses then proceeded to the palace with addresses of felicitation, and were graciously received. The Privy Council also waited on the Queen, who assured them of her determination to maintain the laws, liberties, and religion of the country, to secure the succession in the Protestant line, and the Church and State as by law established. The Privy Council having taken the oaths, she caused a proclamation to be issued, signifying her pleasure that all persons in office should continue to hold their respective posts till further orders. On the 11th of March she went in state to the House of Lords. She was accompanied in her coach by her consort, the Prince of Denmark, and Marlborough carried the sword of state before her. Lady Marlborough occupied the place close behind the Queen. Anne had a remarkably rich and touching voice, and it had been cultivated, at the suggestion of her uncle, Charles Roman II, for elocutionary delivery, as especially important for a monarch. She concluded her speech with these words: "As I know my own heart to be entirely English, I can sincerely assure you that there is not anything that you can expect or desire from me which I shall not be ready to do for the happiness and prosperity of England, and you shall always find me a strict and religious observer of my word." Not only did she receive the thanks of both houses for her gracious assurances, but congratulatory addresses from the City of London, from the Bishop and clergy of London, from the various bodies of dissenters, and the different counties and chief towns of the kingdom. Some difficulty had been expected in Scotland from the Jacobites, but all passed over easily, the Jacobites thinking that as Anne had no issue, the Stuarts would be sure to enjoy their reign again on her death. The Secretaries of State for Scotland, and such of the Scottish Privy Councillors who were in London, waited on her, read to her their claim of rights, and tendered her the coronation oath with many professions of loyalty. And this ceremony being completed, the Earl of Marchmont, the Chancellor of Scotland, was dispatched to represent the Queen in the General Assembly of the Kirk which was about to meet. In Ireland the natives were so rigorously ruled that they excited no alarm. The Queen announced the coronation for the 23rd of April, and took up her abode at Windsor, as St. James's was completely hung with black, and was too gloomy for living in. She also took immediate possession of William's favorite residence at Kensington, which George of Denmark had always coveted. William's remains were unceremoniously transferred to the Prince's chamber at Westminster, and the Dutch colony, as the attendants of William were called, were rooted out, to their great indignation. Before a week had expired, Anne accomplished what she had so often attempted in vain. She conferred the Order of the Garter on Marlborough. He was appointed Captain General of the English army, both at home and abroad, and soon after, Master of the Ordnance. The Prince of Denmark was made Lord High Admiral, with the title of Generalissimo of the forces. But as he was both ignorant of and indisposed to the management of both naval and military affairs, Marlborough was the real commander-in-chief of the forces. The Commons voted Her Majesty the same revenue as King William had enjoyed, and pledged themselves to the repudiation of the pretended Prince of Wales, and to the defense of Her Majesty's person and the Protestant succession. On the 30th of March, the Queen went to the House of Lords and ratified the Act for the revenue and for her household, and generously relinquished £100,000 of the income granted. At the same time, she passed a bill continuing the commission for examination of the public accounts, but these necessary inquiries were always defeated by the principal persons who were deep in the corruption. The villainy was almost universal, and therefore was carefully screened from efficient search. In naming her ministers, the Tory bias of the Queen at once showed itself. Godolphin, the family ally of the Marlboroughs, was appointed Lord Treasurer. Nottingham was made Principal Secretary of State, and was allowed to name Sir Charles Hedges as the other secretary in place of Mr. Vernon. Rochester, the Queen's uncle, was made Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. The Duke of Somerset, Lord President of the Council, was dismissed to make way for the Earl of Pembroke, who could scarcely rank as a Tory but disclaimed being a Whig. The Earl of Bradford was made Treasurer of the Household through the influence of Rochester. The Marquis of Normanby received 537 the Privy Seal, a reward for his happy flattery, and the Earl of Jersey retained his post of Chamberlain for his assiduous transmission of the news of William's shortening breath. Sir Nathaniel Wright remained Lord Keeper, and Sharp, Archbishop of York, became the Queen's adviser in all ecclesiastical matters. The only Whigs who retained office were the Duke of Devonshire, Lord High Steward, and Mr. Boyle, Chancellor of the Exchequer, and, on Shrewsbury's refusing the post of Master of the Horse, the Duke of Somerset, though displaced as Lord President, was induced to accept that office. The Prince of Denmark appointed a council for himself, into which he introduced none but Tories. At the head of this board, which was deemed wholly illegal, but which was not called in question by Parliament from respect to the Queen, he placed Sir George Rooke, a most decided antagonist to the Whigs, and made him president of the Commission for managing the fleet. Bishop Burnet announcing her accession to Anne, CP 535. See larger version. On the 23rd of April, the coronation took place, being St. George's Day. The Queen was so corpulent and so afflicted with gout that she could not stand more than a few minutes at a time, and was obliged to be removed from one situation to another during this fatiguing ceremony in an open chair. Tennyson, the Archbishop of Canterbury, officiated, and the whole ceremony and banquet did not end till 8 in the evening. Everybody, say the newspapers, was satisfied, even the thieves, who managed to carry off the whole of the plate used at the banquet in Westminster Hall, together with a rich booty of table linen and pewter. During March and April, there was a continual arrival of ambassadors extraordinary to congratulate Her Majesty on her accession. Prussia, Denmark, Sweden, most of the German states, and particularly those of Zell and Hanover, sent their envoys, and there was a strong discussion in the council on the necessity of declaring war against France. Marlborough and his faction were, of course, for war, in which he hoped to win both glory and affluence. But Rochester and the majority of the council, including the Dukes of Somerset and Devon, and the Earl of Pembroke, strongly opposed it, on the ground that the quarrel really concerned the continental states and not us, and that it was sufficient on our part to act as auxiliaries, and not as the principal. The Queen, however, being determined by the Marlborough influence to declare war, laid her intentions before Parliament, which supported her, and accordingly war was proclaimed on the 4th of May, the Emperor and the States General issuing their proclamations at the same time. Louis was charged with having seized on the greater part of the Spanish dominions, with the design of destroying the liberties of Europe, and with grossly insulting the Queen by declaring the pretended Prince of Wales the real King of Great Britain and Ireland. When these charges were read over by de Torcy to Louis, he broke out into keen reproaches against the Queen of England, and vowed that he would make Messieurs the Dutch repent of their presumption. He delayed his counter-declaration till the 3rd of July. The Commons presented an address to Her Majesty, praying Her Majesty to unite with the Emperor and the States to prohibit all intercourse with France and Spain, and at the same time to promote commerce in other directions. And the Lords addressed her, praying her to sanction the fitting out of privateers to make reprisals on the enemy's ships, which interrupted our trade, and also to grant charters to all persons who should seize on any of the French and Spanish territories in the Indies. The Queen thanked them for their zeal, and prorogued Parliament on the 25th of May. We may now turn our attention to the progress of the war. When the States General received the news of the death of William, they were struck with the utmost consternation. They appeared to be absolutely paralyzed with terror and dismay. There was much weeping, and amid vows and embraces, they passed a resolution to defend their country with their lives. The arrival of the address of the Queen of England to her Privy Council roused their spirits, and this was followed by a letter from the Earl of Marlborough, addressed to the pensionary Fagel, assuring the states of the Queen's determination to continue the alliance and assistance against the common enemy. The Queen herself addressed to the states a letter confirming these assurances and dispatched it by Mr. Stanhope, who was again appointed ambassador at The Hague. Marlborough himself, who left England on the 12th of May to assume his foreign command, arriving directly afterwards in the character, not only of Commander-in-Chief of the British forces, with a salary of £10,000 a year, but of Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, assured the States that the Queen of England was resolved to maintain all the alliances and resist the encroachments of the French in the same spirit as the late king. War had been going on some time on the Rhine before Marlborough arrived there, and still 539 longer before he was prepared to join in it. In Germany, many negotiations had been going on to induce the petty states to act as contingents of the empire, or to keep them from joining the French against their own nation. The House of Brunswick had engaged to bring to the Allied army 10,000 men. Prussia had engaged to cooperate, and Saxe-Gotha and Wolfenbüttel to abandon the French. The electors of Bavaria and Cologne, who had, most traitorously to the empire, aided France in her attempts to enslave Germany, pretended now to stand neutral, but the neutrality was hollow. And the position of affairs in Poland effectually prevented the northern powers of Germany from sending assistance to the Allies in Flanders. Charles Roman XII, still pursuing the Elector of Saxony as King of Poland, threatened to invade Saxony. He marched first to Warsaw and ordered the Cardinal Primate to summon a diet to choose another king, and Augustus, the Saxon king, posted himself at Krakow. This state of affairs overawed Prussia, and beyond the Alps the condition of Savoy and Milan, where the French were strong, tended to prevent a full concentration of force in the Netherlands against France. The position of the contending forces on the Rhine and in the Netherlands was this. The Prince of Saarbrück, at the head of 25,000 men, Dutch, Prussians, and Badenese, was besieging Kaiserwerth. Athlone and Cohorn were covering the siege of Kaiserwerth, Athlone, Ginkel, lying between the Rhine and the Meuse, Cohorn with 10,000 at the mouth of the Scheldt. On the other hand, Tallard, with 13,000 men on the opposite side of the Rhine, annoyed the besiegers of Kaiserwerth with his artillery, and managed to throw into the town fresh troops, ammunition, and supplies. Count de Lamotte and the Spanish Marquis of Bedmer covered the western frontier of the Spanish Netherlands, and the Prince of Baden was posted on the Upper Rhine. Whilst in this position, Cohorn marched into the Netherlands, destroyed the French lines between the forts of Donat and Isabella, and levied contributions on the Châtellenie of Bruges. But Bedmer and de Lamotte advancing, he cut the dikes, inundated the country, and retired under the walls of Sluys. Meanwhile, the Duke of Burgundy, taking the command of the army of Boufflers at Xanten, near Cleves, formed a design to surprise Nijmegen in conjunction with Tallard, who suddenly quitted his post near Kaiserwerth and joined Burgundy. Nijmegen was without a garrison, and ill supplied with artillery, and must have fallen an easy prey, had not Athlone, perceiving the object of the enemy, by a masterly march got the start of them, and posted himself under the walls of the town before the arrival of the French guards. Marlborough all this time was undergoing his first experience of the difficulties of acting at the head of a miscellaneous body of allies, and with the caution of Dutch burgomasters. He had blamed William severely for his slow movements, and now he was himself hampered by the same obstructions. It was the end of June before he could bring into order the necessary arrangements for taking the field. Nor could he have effected this so soon had not the near surprise of Nijmegen alarmed the Dutch for their frontiers and quickened their movements. The fall of Kaiserwerth was another circumstance in his favor. He collected the forces which had been engaged there, marched the English troops up from Breda, and in the beginning of July found himself at Nijmegen at the head of 60,000 men. Even then he did not find himself clear of difficulties. His bold plans were checked by the presence of 2 field deputies, which the Dutch always sent along with their generals, and who would not permit him to undertake any movement until they had informed the States General of it and received their sanction. Thus it was not the general in the field, but the States General at a distance, who really directed the evolutions of the war, and the only wonder is that a general in such absurd leading strings could effect anything at all. Besides this standing nuisance, Marlborough found Athlone, the Prince of Saarbrück, and the other chief generals, all contending for equal authority with him, and refusing to submit to his commands. And when the States General freed him, by a positive order from this difficulty, the Hanoverians refused to march without an order from Bothmer, their ambassador at The Hague. Instead of sending to Bothmer, Marlborough summoned him to the camp, as the proper place for him if he was to direct the movements of the Hanoverian troops, and got rid of this obstacle only to find the Prussians raising the same difficulties. It was not till the 7th of July that he crossed the Waal and encamped at Druckenberg, a little south of Nijmegen. It was the 16th when he 540 crossed the Meuse and posted himself at Overhasselt, with the French forces in front at the distance of 2 leagues and a half, entrenched between Gach and Jedap. Here, in a letter to Godolphin, he complained that still the fears of the Dutch hampered his movements. He then recrossed the river at Grave and reached Gravenbroek, where he was joined by the British train of artillery from Holland. Thus prepared, he advanced on the French. On the 2nd of August was at Petit Brugel in their front, but they retired before him, leaving Spanish Gelderland in his power. He determined to bring the French to an engagement, but was restrained by the fears of the Dutch deputies. But fortunately for him, the French generals had their fears too, and the Duke of Burgundy, finding Marlborough pressing on him in spite of his obstructions, resigned his command rather than risk a defeat, and returned to Versailles, leaving the command to Boufflers. The deputies of the states, encouraged by these symptoms, recommended Marlborough to clear the French from Spanish Gelderland, where the places which they still held on the Meuse interrupted the commerce of that river. Though the Dutch were merely looking at their own interests in this design, Marlborough was glad to attack the enemy anywhere. He dispatched General Schultz to reduce the town and castle of Werk, and in the beginning of September laid siege to Venlo, which, on the 28th of the month, surrendered. Fort St. Michael at Venlo was stormed by the impetuous Lord Cutts, unrivaled at that work, at the head of the English volunteers, amongst whom the young Earl of Huntingdon greatly distinguished himself. He next invested and reduced Roermond and the fort of Stevensweert. And Boufflers, confounded by the rapid successes of Marlborough, retiring on Liege, the English general followed him, reduced the place, stormed the citadel, and seized in it 300,000 florins in gold, and 1,000,000 florins in bills on the substantial merchants of the city, who promptly paid the money. This terminated the campaign. Marlborough had wonderfully raised his reputation, won the entire confidence of the states, and, having seen the French retire behind their lines, he distributed his troops into winter quarters and projected his journey homewards. The operations at sea had not been so decisive as those of Marlborough on land. On the 12th of May, Sir John Munden, sent out to intercept the French fleet convoying the Viceroy of Mexico from Corunna to the West Indies, chased 14 sail of French ships into Corunna, but, judging the fortifications too strong to attack them there, put out to sea, and soon afterwards returned home for provisions, to the great indignation of the people. Munden was tried by court-martial and acquitted, but the Prince of Denmark dismissed him from the service notwithstanding. King William having planned the reduction of Cadiz, the Queen was now advised to put the project into execution. Sir George Rooke was sent out with a squadron of 50 ships of the line, besides frigates, fireships, and smaller vessels, and carrying the Duke of Ormond with a land force of 14,000 men. The fleet sailed from St. Helens near the end of June, and anchored on the 12th of August within 2 leagues of Cadiz. The governor of Fort St. Catherine was summoned to surrender, but he refused, and on the 15th the Duke of Ormond landed under a fire from the batteries, and soon took the forts of St. Catherine and St. Mary. He issued a proclamation declaring that they came, not to make war on the Spaniards, but to free Spain from the yoke of France, and that the people and their property should be protected. But the English soldiers paid no regard to the proclamation, but got drunk in the wine stores and committed great excesses. Some of the general officers were found as eager as the soldiers for pillaging, and the inhabitants, resenting their sufferings, held aloof. To complete the mischief, the land and sea commanders, as has been too commonly the case, fell to quarreling. Ormond wanted to storm the Isla de Leon. Rooke deemed it too hazardous. An attempt was made to batter Matagorda fort, but failed, and the troops were re-embarked. As the fleet was returning from its inglorious enterprise, it was met by Captain Hardy, who informed the commander that the galleons from the West Indies had entered Vigo Bay under convoy of a French squadron. A council of war was immediately summoned, and it was resolved to tack about and proceed to Vigo. They appeared before the place on the 11th of October. The passage into the harbor they found strongly defended by forts and batteries on both sides, and the passage closed by a strong boom of iron chains, topmasts, and cables. The admirals shifted their flags into smaller vessels, for neither first nor second rates could enter. 25 English and Dutch ships of the line of 541 lesser size, with their frigates, fireships, and ketches, now prepared to make the attempt to force the boom and burn the fleet. And the Duke of Ormond prepared the way by landing 2,800 men 6 miles from Vigo, and marching on the harbor, where he attacked and carried a strong fort and a platform of 40 pieces of cannon at its mouth. The moment the British colors were seen flying on the fort, the fleet put itself in motion. Admiral Hopson led the way in the Torbay, and, running with all sail set, dashed against the boom and burst through it. He was followed by the whole squadron under a tremendous fire from the ships and batteries, but both ships and batteries were soon silenced. The batteries by the soldiers on land, the ships by the fleet. They captured 8 ships of war and 6 galleons. The rest were set fire to by themselves or the French, to prevent them from falling into the hands of the English. The Spaniards had lost no time in removing as much of the plate and merchandise as they could. But the Allies seized on 7 millions of pieces of eight in plate and other goods, and the Spaniards are supposed to have saved twice as much. Sir George Rooke left Sir Cloudesley Shovel, who had just arrived, to bring home the prizes, and sailed for England with the rest of the fleet and troops in triumph, complaining that Cadiz, too, might have been taken had Ormond done his duty, and Ormond retorting the blame upon him. Lord Godolphin, after the portrait by Sir Godfrey Kneller. See larger version. Had this terminated the usual campaign, it might have been considered, to a certain extent, a success. But an expedition, sent out to cruise in the waters of the West Indies, under the brave 542 old Benbow, had a worse fate. He came up with a French fleet under Ducasse, steering along the shore of Santa Martha, and though he had 10 sail of the line, and the enemy only the same, he found himself deserted by most of his captains, under the plea that the enemy was too strong. Benbow, upbraiding their cowardice, attacked the whole fleet with only 2 vessels. The battle lasted, off and on, from the 19th of August to the 24th, some others of the ships occasionally joining him. On the last day his leg was shattered by a chain shot, and he was wounded in the face and in the arm, yet he caused himself to be placed on the quarterdeck in a cradle, and continued issuing his orders to the last. Seeing it in vain to contend longer, he returned to Jamaica, and ordered a court-martial to be held. The reason assigned for the disobedience of the officers was the rough conduct of Benbow, who was one of the old boisterous school of seamen, but brave and honest. The disgrace thus inflicted on his command, combining with his shattered condition, soon also brought him to his grave. Marlborough returned to England in November, and was received with great applause. Notwithstanding some sharp criticisms on his campaign, the public saw clearly enough that he was a far superior general to William, and augured great things from his future command. The Queen met her new Parliament on the 20th of October, which turned out to be so completely Tory as to carry all before it in that direction. The government had no occasion to make much exertion to obtain that result. It was enough that the Queen's decided leaning to the Tories was known. Addresses of congratulation on the brilliant success of the British arms under Marlborough were presented by both houses, which, they said, retrieved the ancient honor and glory of the English nation. This word, retrieved, roused all the spleen of the Whigs, who knew that it was meant as a censure on them, and King William, who, they contended, had maintained the honor of the English nation by joining the great confederacy by which the security of the Queen's throne at that moment was established, and by training our soldiers to their ancient pitch of discipline and valor. They moved that the word maintained should be substituted for retrieved, but it was carried against them, amid the most unmeasured abuse of the memory of the late king, Marlborough being cried to the skies at his expense. The Tories next showed their strength in calling in question various elections of Whig members, and carried the inquiry against them with the most open and impudent partiality. The Commons then voted the supplies, and in practice justified the Whigs by being as lavish for the war as they had been. They voted 40,000 seamen and the same number of land forces to act along with the Allies. They granted £833,826 for their maintenance, £350,000 for guards and garrisons, £70,973 for ordnance, and £51,843 for subsidies to the Allies. Altogether, £1,306,642 for the war alone, independent of the usual national expenses, and these soon required an increase. The Queen demanded of the Commons a further provision for her husband, the Prince of Denmark, in case of her decease. Howe moved that £100,000 a year should be settled on the prince in case he should be the survivor. No objection was offered to the amount, but strenuous opposition was given to a clause in the bill exempting the prince from the provision in the Act of Settlement, which prevented any foreigner, even though naturalized, from holding any employments under the crown. But the court was bent on carrying this, and did so. Having secured her husband, Anne then sent a message to the Commons to inform them that she had created the Earl of Marlborough a duke for his eminent services, and praying them to settle £5,000 a year on him to enable him to maintain his new dignity. This was so glaring a case of favoritism that the Commons, with all their loyalty, expressed their decided disapprobation. The outcry was so great that the Marlboroughs declined what they saw no means of getting, the grant, and the Queen intimated that fact to the House. But she immediately offered her favourites £2,000 a year out of her privy purse, which, with affected magnanimity, they also declined, hoping yet to obtain, at some more favorable crisis, the parliamentary grant. And after that really happened, they then claimed the Queen's offer too. But the opposition of the Tories, whom Marlborough had been serving with all his influence in Parliament, alienated him from that party, and he went over to the Whigs. What galled Marlborough as much as anything was that he had been in the House of Lords 543, strongly supporting one of the most illiberal attempts of the Tories to destroy the effect of the Act of Toleration. The extreme Tories regarded the Church as entitled to confer all favors, and they were determined to give it a power by which all corporations and elections should be thrown into the hands of the government. For this purpose, Mr. Bromley, Mr. Annesley, and Mr. St. John, who, as a man of notoriously unorthodox principles, ought at least to have been tolerant, brought in the occasional conformity bill. They complained that dissenters and other disaffected persons took the oaths, and often went again to the dissenting meetings, that this was a gross piece of hypocrisy, and left the Church exposed to much danger from them. They proposed, therefore, to insist that all who had taken the sacrament and test for offices of trust, or for the magistracy of corporations, and afterwards went to any meeting of the dissenters, should forfeit their employments, pay a fine of £100, and £5 for every day that they continued to hold their office, after having been at a dissenters' meeting, as well as be disabled from holding any other employment till after a year's conformity. The bill was carried in the Tory Commons by an overwhelming majority, but it was as strongly opposed in the Lords, where the Whigs were not disposed to pull down the greatest trophy of their legislation. The bishops generally voted against the bill, and Burnet was extremely active against it. Probably few of them were actuated by a sense of the monstrosity of the Test and Corporation Acts, which compelled all to take the sacrament, whether opposed to it in that form or not, and thus shut out the honest and pious, and let in those who had neither honesty nor religion. But they saw that it would again let loose all the detestable race of spies and informers from which the country was now happily free, and would, in reality, only injure instead of benefiting the Church, by making her an object of general hatred. The Tories themselves affected great veneration for the Toleration Act, whilst they would thus have stifled all toleration. The Queen and the whole court exerted themselves to force the bill through the upper house, as they had done that for the prince's salary. Marlborough argued vehemently for it, but the Whig lords hit upon a way of defeating it by seeming to comply. They agreed to its passing on condition that all who took the test, and then went to conventicles, should simply be deprived of their employments, and be fined £20. They knew that the Commons would not allow the slightest interference of the Lords with the money part of the bill, and this proved to be the case. The Lords searched their rolls, and showed numerous cases in which they had altered fines, but the Commons refused to admit any such power. A conference in the Painted Chamber was held, but with a like result, and after long contention the bill was, happily for the nation, dropped. A bill was next brought in to allow another year of grace to all who had not taken the oath, abjuring the pretended Prince of Wales. The Tories contended that the Jacobite party had now come over to the Queen, but it was shown on the other side that this was but a specious deception, that the agents of St. Germain's were in as full activity as ever, were constantly coming and going, and whilst they appeared to favor the Queen, it was only to get as strong a party as possible into the House, eventually to abolish both the Abjuration and the Protestant Succession Bill. That to this end they now advised all persons to take the Abjuration Bill, and to be able to get into Parliament or power. The bill was carried in the Commons, but the Lords again tacked two clauses to it, one declaring it high treason to endeavour to alter the succession as settled in the Princess Sophia, and the other to impose the oath on the Irish. These were not money clauses. Whoever refused them must appear disinclined to the Protestant succession. The Commons were completely entrapped, and, to the surprise of everybody, they accepted the clauses, and thus the bill, which was originally favourable to the Jacobites, became much more rigid against them. The Queen sent the Lord Keeper, on the 27th of February, 1703, to prorogue Parliament. Lord Rochester was now entirely removed from the Queen's counsels. His near relationship to the Queen, and his being accounted the champion of the Church, made him presume in the council, where he was blustering and overbearing. He was disappointed in not being placed at the head of the Treasury, and quarrelled continually with Lord Godolphin. He had now voted against Marlborough's grant of £5,000 a year, and thus incurred the mortal hatred of the all-powerful Lady Marlborough. It was clear that Rochester must give way, or the council must be rent by continual feuds. He was opposed to the war, another cause of hostility from the Marlboroughs, to whom it was money, fame, and everything. He received such intimations from the queen as caused him to retire into the country in disgust. As he refused all summonses to attend 540 for the council, Her Majesty ordered him to proceed to his government in Ireland, where his presence was much needed. He replied with great insolence that he would not go to Ireland, and the post of Lord Lieutenant was conferred on the Duke of Ormond. Still declining to attend the council, the Queen ordered that he should no more be summoned, and thus terminated Anne's connection with her relatives by the mother's side. The elder brother of Rochester, Lord Clarendon, had been excluded the court for refusing the abjuration of the pretended Prince of Wales, and his son, Lord Cornbury, little better than an idiot, was sent to govern the North American colonies, that he might be out of the way, a system of colonial management by which these colonies were at length entirely estranged. Rochester survived this disgrace but a very few weeks. It was proposed between the Emperor of Germany and the Allies that the campaign of 1703 should be opened with effect, and by measures which should go far to paralyze France. The Archduke Charles, the Emperor's second son, was to declare himself King of Spain, to propose for the hand of the Infanta of Portugal, and to proceed to that country to prosecute his claims on Spain by the assistance of the English and Dutch fleets. Meanwhile, the Emperor promised to take the field with such a force as to drive the Elector of Bavaria, the active and able ally of France, out of his dominions. But Louis, as usual, was too rapid in his movements for the slow Germans. He ordered Marshal Villars, who lay with 30,000 men at Strasbourg, to pass the Rhine and advance into Bavaria to the support of the Elector. The war was thus skillfully diverted by Louis from the Rhine into the very neighborhood of the Emperor. On the other hand, Marlborough, who was the soul of the war on the Lower Rhine, had been detained by his exertions to counteract the efforts of Louis Roman XIV. In another quarter, insurrections had broken out amongst Louis's Protestant subjects in the Cevennes, who had been barbarously oppressed. Marlborough, who cared more for the paralyzing of Louis than for the interests of Protestantism, strongly proposed in the council that assistance should be sent to the mountaineers of the Cevennes. This was fighting Louis with his own weapons, who was exciting insurrection in Hungary and Bohemia amongst the subjects of the emperor. Nottingham and others of the council as strongly opposed this measure, on the principle of not exciting subjects against their legitimate sovereign, but Marlborough prevailed. Arms and ammunition were forwarded to the Cevennes, and direct communications were ordered to be opened with the insurgents, which would have compelled Louis to detain a large force for the subjugation of these rebels, which otherwise would have gone to the Rhine. But these aids never reached the unfortunate mountaineers. Marlborough reached The Hague on the 17th of March, much earlier still than William used to arrive there. Nor had the war paused for his arrival. He had stimulated the Prussians to be in action much earlier. In February, they had reduced the fortress of the Rheinberg, and then proceeded to blockade Gelders, the last place in the power of France on the frontiers of Spanish Gelderland. It was fortunate, for the unity of command, that Athlone and Saarbrück, Marlborough's jealous rivals, were both dead, so that now Marlborough had only the Dutch camp deputies as clogs on his movements, but they were quite sufficient often to neutralize his most spirited projects. He found Villeroy and Boufflers posted on the frontiers of the Spanish Netherlands, and his design was to attack and drive them out of Flanders and Brabant. But here, in the very commencement, he was obliged by the States General to give up his own views to theirs. They desired an immediate attack on Bonn, persuading themselves that the Elector of Cologne would rather capitulate than risk the ruin of the town. Marlborough went reluctantly, but not inertly, into this plan, foreseeing that it would waste much precious time and prevent him from falling on Villeroy and Boufflers at the right moment, when the attempt to support the Elector of Bavaria had drawn many of their forces away into Germany. He was the more chagrined the more he saw of the want of energy in the Allies. He proceeded to Nijmegen to arrange with Cohorn the plan of the siege of Bonn. He visited and inspected the garrisons at Venlo, Roermond, Maastricht, and the other places which he took in the previous campaign on the Meuse. Arriving at Cologne, he found preparations made for a siege, but in a most negligent manner, and Cohorn especially excited his disgust by proposing to defer the siege of this place till the end of summer. But Marlborough knew too well the necessity of preventing an attack from that quarter, ordered the place to be invested, and then marched on Bonn with 40 battalions, 60 squadrons, and 100 pieces of artillery. The trenches were opened on the 3rd of May, and it was assaulted from 3 different quarters at once. On one side by the 545 forces under the hereditary Prince of Hesse-Cassel, on another by those under Cohorn, and on the third by Lieutenant General Fagel. The city capitulated on the 15th, and the commander, the Marquis de Leger, and his garrison were conducted to Luxembourg. During the siege continually arrived the news of the successes of the Elector of Bavaria and the failures of the imperial troops, and Villeroy and Boufflers advanced, took Tongers, and menaced the Allies from that quarter with 40,000 men. HRH, the Princess Anne of Denmark, afterwards Queen of England. From the painting by W. Wissing and J. van der Vaart. See larger version. No sooner was Bonn reduced than Marlborough determined to prosecute his original plan of driving the French from Flanders. He now dispatched Cohorn, Spar, and Opdam to commence operations at Bergen-op-Zoom, whilst he addressed himself to dislodge Villeroy and Boufflers from Tongers. In order to divide the energies of the French, a part of his plan was that the powerful English and Dutch fleet was to keep the coast of that country in alarm from Calais to Dieppe, and actually to make a descent on the land near the latter port. But the French resolved to cut off the division of Opdam from the main army. Boufflers, with 20,000 men, surprised him, and the Dutch falling into confusion, Opdam believed the day lost and fled to Breda. View in Lisbon, the Praça de Dom Pedro. See larger version. Opdam's miscarriage had greatly deranged Marlborough's plan of attack on Antwerp. Spar and Cohorn were already near Antwerp with their united forces, but the check received by Opdam's division delayed the simultaneous advance. Villeroy lay in the path of Marlborough near St. Job and declared that he would wait for him. But the moment the Duke advanced to Hoogstraat to give him battle, he set fire to his camp and retreated within his lines with all haste. Boufflers had joined Bedmer in Antwerp, and Marlborough advanced and laid siege to High, which surrendered on the 27th of August. He now called a council of war to decide the plan of attack on Antwerp, and was well supported by the Danish, Hanoverian, and Hessian generals, but again found opposition from the Dutch officers and the deputies of the states, who deemed the attempt too dangerous. They recommended him to attempt the reduction of Limburg, by which they would acquire a whole province. And despairing now of accomplishing his great object, the reduction of Antwerp, this campaign, having the Dutch officers, the Dutch deputies, and the Dutch Loevestein faction all working against him, he turned aside to Limburg and reduced it in a couple of days. This acquisition put into the power of the Allies the whole country from Cologne, including Liege, and Gelders being afterwards stormed by the Prussian 546 General Laudon, the whole of Spanish Gelderland remained theirs. Elsewhere the war went in favor of the French, and the affairs of the emperor never appeared more gloomy. Instead of recovering Spain, Louis was fast depriving him of his empire. He was supporting against him the rebellious Hungarians, who were in arms under Prince Ragotsky, and who had plenty of oppressions to complain of. Suddenly, however, some gleams of light shot across his gloom. The Duke of Savoy, who seldom remained true to one side long, grew alarmed at the French being masters of the Milanese, and was induced to open communications with the emperor. But the secret negotiations were speedily discovered by the French, and the Duke of Vendôme received orders to disarm the Savoyards who were in his army, to demand that the troops of Savoy should be reduced to the scale of 1696, and that 4 principal fortresses should be put into the hands of France. But the Duke of Savoy was by no means inclined to submit to these demands. He treated them as insults to an ally, and ordered the arrest of the French ambassador and several officers of his nation. Louis, astonished at the decision of these proceedings, wrote the Duke a most menacing letter, informing him that as neither honor, interest, religion, nor the oaths of alliance were regarded by him, he should leave the Duke of Vendôme to deal with him, who would give him 24 hours to determine his course in. This imperious letter only hastened the Duke's alienation. He concluded the treaty with Vienna and answered Louis's letter by a defiance. He acknowledged the Archduke Charles, King of Spain, and dispatched envoys to Holland and England. Queen Anne immediately sent an ambassador to Turin, and a body of imperial horse under Visconti, followed by 15,000 foot under Count Sternberg, issued from the Modenese, and in the midst of the most stormy weather and through miry roads marched to join the Duke of Savoy at Canelli. The French harassed them fearfully on the march but could not prevent their junction, by which Piedmont was placed in security. In the same way, Portugal had declared for the emperor. The fear of having Louis in possession of Spain had operated with Portugal, as similar causes had operated with Savoy. The King of Portugal agreed to give his daughter to the Archduke Charles, on condition that the right to the throne of Spain was transferred to him. England and Holland were to support the Portuguese and the new King of Spain from the sea. The treaty was concluded at Lisbon, and a fleet of 49 sail, under Sir Cloudesley Shovel, lay off Lisbon to protect the coasts from the French. Charles was to be conveyed to Lisbon by a powerful fleet, having on board 12,000 soldiers, who were, on landing, to be joined by 28,000 Portuguese. the Allied fleets had done nothing of importance during this summer. The Archduke Charles, having assumed the title of King of Spain, set out from Vienna about the middle of September and reached Dusseldorf on the 16th of October, where he was met by the Elector Palatine and the Duke of Marlborough, who was commissioned by Queen Anne to offer his congratulations. Marlborough accompanied Charles of Austria to The Hague, where they were both received with high honors by the States General. Marlborough then hastened over to England to be ready to receive the royal guest on his way to Portugal. On the 26th of December, the new King of Spain arrived at Spithead in the Dutch squadron sent to convey him. The Queen dispatched the Dukes of Somerset and Marlborough to conduct him to Windsor, and Prince George met him on the way at Petworth, the seat of the Duke of Somerset, and conducted him to Windsor on the 29th. The king was entertained in great state for 3 days at Windsor, during which time he was politic enough to ingratiate himself with the Duchess of Marlborough. When the Duchess presented the basin and napkin after supper to the Queen for her to wash her hands, the king gallantly took the napkin and held it himself, and on returning it to the Queen's great favorite, he presented her with a superb diamond ring. After 3 days, the king returned to Portsmouth, and on the 4th of January, 1704, he embarked on board the fleet commanded by Sir George Rooke, for Portugal, accompanied by a body of land forces under the Duke of Scammurg. The voyage was, however, a most stormy one, and when the fleet had nearly reached Cape Finisterre, it was compelled to put back to Spithead, where it remained till the middle of February. His next attempt was more successful, and he landed in Lisbon amid much popular demonstration, though the court itself was sunk in sorrow by the death of the Infanta, whom he went to marry. Before the arrival of Charles in England, it had been visited by one of the most terrible storms on record. The tempest began on the 27th of November, 1703, attended by such thunder and lightning as had never been experienced by living man. The Thames overflowed its banks, and was several 547 feet deep in Westminster Hall. The houses in London seemed shaken from their foundations, and many actually fell, burying the inhabitants in their ruins. The loss in London alone was estimated at £1,000,000, and the storm raged with equal fury in other places. Bristol was a great sufferer, but the greatest destruction fell on the fleet. 13 ships of war were lost, and 1,500 seamen, including Rear Admiral Beaumont, who foundered in the Downs. Many of the oldest trees in the parks were torn up, and the lead on the churches was rolled up in scrolls. This unparalleled storm raged most fiercely along the southern and western counties, being scarcely felt in the northern ones. The Bishop of Bath and Wells, with his wife, was killed in the episcopal palace by the fall of a stack of chimneys. The Queen opened Parliament on the 9th of November. She spoke of the new treaties with the Duke of Savoy and the King of Portugal as subjects of congratulation, and on the 12th the Lords presented an address to the Queen, expressing their satisfaction at her having entered into these treaties, and even displayed a zeal beyond them. The Commons on their part voted 58,000 soldiers and 40,000 sailors as the standard of the army and navy, and they granted the requisite supplies with the utmost readiness. No sooner was this patriotic demonstration made than the Commons again introduced the occasional conformity bill and carried it by a large majority, on pretense that the Church was in danger. But the Lords attacked it with greater animosity than ever and threw it out. At this moment, the nation became alarmed with the rumor of a conspiracy amongst the Jacobites in Scotland. When the Queen, on the 17th of December, went to the Lords to give her assent to the land tax bill, she informed them that she had made discoveries of a seditious nature in Scotland, which, as soon as it could be done with prudence, she assured them should be laid before them. The Lords, in their loyalty, were not disposed to wait for these disclosures, but appointed a committee to inquire into the plot, and even went so far as to take some of the parties implicated out of the hands of the Queen's messengers, to examine them themselves. The year 1704 opened amid these inquiries. The Queen laid before the House of Lords the papers concerning the Highland plot, with one exception, which the Earl of Nottingham asserted could not yet be made public without tending to prevent further discovery. This only stimulated the Lords, who addressed the Queen, praying that the whole of the papers might be submitted to them. The Queen replied that she did not expect to be pressed in this manner, but she ordered the papers in question to be delivered to them under seal. The peers pursued the inquiry with renewed vigor, and soon issued a report that it appeared to them that there had been a dangerous conspiracy, instigated by Simon Fraser, Lord Lovat, carried on for raising a rebellion in Scotland, and invading that kingdom with French forces, in order to subvert Her Majesty's government and bring in the pretended Prince of Wales, and that they were of opinion that nothing had given so much encouragement to this conspiracy as the Scots not coming into the Hanover succession as fixed in England. They therefore besought the Queen to procure the settlement of the crown of Scotland on the Princess Sophia, and when that was done, they would use all their influence for a union of the two kingdoms. Anne expressed her entire concurrence in these views, and the Lords then presented another address in answer to the second address of the Commons. They charged the Commons with manifesting a want of zeal for the Queen's safety, and with showing a strange reluctance that the particulars of the plot should be brought to light, obstructing all through, as much as in them lay, the necessary inquiry. And fresh fuel was immediately furnished to the flame already blazing between the two houses. One Matthew Ashby, a freeman of Aylesbury, brought an action against William White and others, the constables of Aylesbury, for preventing him from exercising his franchise at the last election. This was an unheard-of proceeding, all matters relating to elections being from time immemorial referred to the House of Commons itself. The circumstances of the case, however, furnished some reason for this departure from the rule. It appeared that 4 constables made the return, who were known to have bargained with a particular candidate, and to have so managed that the election should be his. In appeals to the Commons, the party which happened to be in power had in a most barefaced manner always decided in favor of the man of their own side. Ashby, therefore, sought what he hoped would prove a more impartial tribunal. He tried the cause at the assizes, and won it, but it was then moved in the Queen's Bench to quash these proceedings as novel and contrary to all custom. 3 of the judges were opposed to hearing the case, the matter belonging 548 notoriously to the House of Commons, and they argued that, if this practice were introduced, it would occasion a world of suits, and make the office of returning members a very dangerous one. The Lord Chief Justice Holt alone was in favor of it. He contended that there was a great difference between the election of a member and a right to vote. The decision of the election undoubtedly belonged to the Commons, but the right to vote being founded upon a 40-shilling freehold, upon burgage land, upon a prescription, or the charter of a borough, was clearly establishable by a court of law. The judges at length permitted the trial, but, being 3 against 1, the decision was for the constables. This aroused the indignation of the whole Whig party, and the cause was removed by a writ of error to the House of Lords. The Lords, after a full hearing, and taking the opinions of the judges, confirmed the judgment given in favor of Ashby at the assizes. The Commons now took up the affair with great warmth. They passed 5 resolutions, namely, that all matters relating to elections and the right of examining and determining the qualifications of electors belonged solely to them, that Ashby was guilty of a breach of their privileges, and they denounced the utmost weight of their resentment against all persons who should follow his example and bring any such suit into a court of law, as well as against all counsel, attorneys, or others who should assist in such suit. They ordered these resolutions to be affixed to the gates of Westminster Hall. The Lords took instant measures to rebut these charges. They appointed a committee to draw up a statement of the case, and resolved upon its report, that every person being willfully hindered from exercising his right of voting might seek for justice and redress in common courts of law against the officer by whom his vote had been refused, that any assertion to the contrary was destructive of the property of the subject, against the freedom of election, and manifestly tending to the encouragement of bribery and corruption, and finally that the declaring Matthew Ashby guilty of a breach of privilege of the House of Commons was an unprecedented attempt upon the judicature of Parliament in the House of Lords, and an attempt to subject the law of England to the will and votes of the Commons. They ordered the Lord Keeper to send copies of the case and their votes to all the sheriffs of England, to be by them communicated to the boroughs in their respective counties. The House of Commons was greatly enraged at this, but it had no power to prevent it, and it had the mortification to see that the public feeling went entirely with the Lords, who certainly were the defenders of the rights of the subject, whilst the Commons, corruptly refusing a just redress to such appeals, endeavored to prevent the sufferers from obtaining it anywhere else. One of the most striking acts of this reign was the grant of the first fruits and tenths of church livings to the poor clergy. The tenths were about £11,000 a year, and the first fruits about £5,000. These moneys had been collected by the bishops since the Reformation and paid to the crown. They had never, says Burnet, been applied to any good use, but were still obtained by favorites for themselves and friends, and in King Charles's time went chiefly amongst his women and children. It seems strange that, whilst the clergy had much credit at court, They had never resented this as sacrilege unless it were applied to some religious purpose, and that during Archbishop Laud's favor with King Charles I, or at the restoration of King Charles Roman II. No endeavors had been used to appropriate this to better uses. Sacrilege was charged on other things on very slight grounds, but this, which was more visible, was always forgot. But the fund was too convenient a fund for favorites to get grants upon. It is much to the credit of Burnet that he managed to divert this misused fund from the greedy clutches of courtiers and mistresses to the amelioration of the condition of the unhappy working clergy. He proposed the scheme first to William, who listened to it readily, being assured by Burnet that nothing would tend to draw the hearts of the clergy so much towards him, and put a stop to the groundless clamor that he was the enemy of the clergy. Somers and Halifax heartily concurred in the plan, but the avaricious old Sunderland got a grant of it upon 2 dioceses for £2,000 a year for 2 lives, which frustrated the aims of the reformers. Burnet, however, succeeded better with Anne. He represented that there were hundreds of cures that had not £20 a year, and some thousands that had not £30, and asked what could the clergy be or do under such circumstances. Therefore, on the 7th of February, 1704, Sir Charles Hedges, the Secretary of State, announced to the Commons that Her Majesty had remitted the arrears of the tenths to the poor clergy, and had resolved to grant 549 in future the whole of the first fruits and tenths for the augmentation of small livings. The Commons replied in an address, expressing their sense of her pious care for the Church, and brought in a bill to enable her to alienate this branch of the revenue, and to create a corporation by charter, to apply the money, according to the Queen's intention, in increasing the wretched stipends of the poorer clergy. There was an attempt made to relieve the clergy altogether from the payment of first fruits and tenths, and to devote some other fund to the relief of the poor clergy. But as Anne's intention was not to relieve the rich but to comfort the poor, she would not listen to it. The statute of mortmain was also relaxed by a provision of the bill, so far as to allow individuals to make augmentations to benefices by deed of gift or by bequest. The bishops were unanimous for the bill, and addresses of thanks from all the clergy of England were presented to Anne on the occasion of this noble gift of what has been ever since known as Queen Anne's bounty. However, Anne was far from being so generous to dissenters or to any other sect in the kingdom. On the contrary, she had just before allowed the Parliament of Ireland to stop the poor sum of £1,200 per annum, which had been paid by the late king to the indigent Presbyterian ministers of Ulster, who had so manfully defended the north of Ireland against James. The King of Spain at Windsor, his gallantry to the Duchess of Marlborough, CP 546. See larger version. On the 3rd of April, the Queen prorogued Parliament till the 4th of July. The Convocation had during this time kept up its bitter controversy, and had done nothing more except thank the Queen for the grant of the first fruits and tenths, and the Commons for having espoused their cause. Marlborough had left London for The Hague on the 15th of January, whilst Parliament was sitting. He was promised 50,000 British troops under his own immediate command, and he was planning a campaign which gave the first evidence of a real military genius being at the head of the Allied forces since these Dutch wars began. He saw that the Elector of Bavaria, by his alliance with the French, was striking at the very heart of the empire, and that, if permitted to continue his plans, he would soon, with his 550 French allies, be in possession of Vienna. Nothing could be more deplorable than the condition of Austria. Besides the successes of the Elector of Bavaria, the insurgents of Hungary were triumphant, and between the two, the empire was on the verge of ruin. The Elector of Bavaria had possessed himself of all the places on the Danube as far as Passau, and should he come to act in concert with the Hungarians, Vienna would be lost. Prince Eugene put himself into communication with Marlborough, and these two great generals determined on striking a blow which should at once free Austria from its dangers. This was no other than a bold march of a powerful army to the Danube and the destruction of the Elector of Bavaria. This was a design so far out of the mediocre range of Dutch campaigns that it was determined not to let its real character become known till it could be instantly put in execution, certain that the States General, terrified at so daring a scheme, would prohibit it at once. To go securely to work, therefore, by the advice of Eugene, the Emperor applied to the Queen of England to send an army to his rescue. Marlborough supported the application with all his energy, and, having procured the Queen's consent, he left England on the 15th of January, was in The Hague on the 19th, and put himself into secret communication with the Grand Pensionary Heinsius. He fully approved of the scheme, and promised to give it his most strenuous support. It was thought, however, imprudent to confide the real extent of the plan to other persons, not only because it was sure to alarm the States General, but because it had been all along observed that every proposal, as soon as it became known to the government or heads of the army, was immediately treacherously conveyed to the French. The proposal made to the States General, therefore, was merely that the next campaign should be made on the Moselle, as if the design were to penetrate into France along that river. The States General, as was expected, appeared thunderstruck by even the proposal of carrying the war to the Moselle, and it was only by the zeal of Heinsius that they were brought to consent to it. That accomplished, they were induced to grant a subsidy to the Prince of Baden, and another to the Circle of Swabia, and to take and to pay 4,000 Württembergers instead of the same number of Dutch and English dispatched to Portugal. There was a promise of money given to the Prince of Savoy, with an assurance of so vigorous a campaign on this side of the Alps that the French should not be able to send many troops against him. Similar assurances of cooperation were given to the Elector Palatine and to the new King of Prussia. These matters being arranged, Marlborough hastened back to England and persuaded the Queen to remit 100,000 crowns to Swabia and to make a large remittance to the Prince of Baden out of the privy purse. He then put himself on a good understanding with the now partly Whig ministry, himself as well as his indefatigable Duchess coming out in Whig colors. He then returned to the Netherlands in the beginning of April. He found in his absence that the terms of his design, little of it as was known, had been actively operating in the cautious Dutch mind, and the states of Zeeland and Friesland in particular were vehemently opposed to so bold a measure as carrying the war to the Moselle. Marlborough, who had brought with him to support him in command his brother General Churchill, Lieutenant General Lumley, the Earl of Orkney, and other officers of distinction, told the states plainly that he had the authority of his queen for taking such measures as he thought best for the common cause, and that he was determined to march with his 40,000 men to the Moselle. This struck with silence the opposers of the measure. The states consented with a good grace to the proposition, and gave him such powers as they never would have done had they any idea to what an extent he meant to use them. Prince Eugene alone, who was commanding the Allied army on the upper Danube, was in the secret. Leaving Overkerk with a strong force to guard the frontiers of Holland, he commenced at once his march to Utrecht, where he spent a few days with Albemarle, thence to Roermond and so to Maastricht, and on the 8th of May advanced to Bedburg, in the Duchy of Juliers, which had been appointed as the place of rendezvous. There he found General Churchill with 51 battalions and 92 squadrons of horse. Being joined by various detachments of Prussians, Hessians, Lunenburgers, and others, and also by 11 Dutch battalions, Marlborough, on the 19th of May, commenced his great expedition into the heart of Germany. On the 26th, he was at Koblenz, and from the grand old fortress of Ehrenbreitstein, he watched the passage of his army over the Moselle and the Rhine. He wrote to the States General for fresh reinforcements in order to secure his most important movement, and 551 marched along the banks of the Rhine to Braubach. There he also wrote to the King of Prussia, praising the Prussian troops and entreating him to send him more of them. While he was at Mainz, he halted a day to rest his troops, and there received the agreeable news that the States were sending after him 20 squadrons and 8 battalions of Danish auxiliaries. But at the same time, he was mortified to find that the Prince of Baden had managed so badly as to allow the 10,000 troops forwarded by Tallard to join the Elector of Bavaria without molestation, and had lost the most tempting opportunities, whilst the Elector was marching through narrow defiles, of cutting off his march and reducing him to extremities. The French were filled with wonder at this march of Marlborough, far out from the usual scene of the English operations, and could not for some time realize the object of it. At one time they expected only an attack on the Moselle, but that river and the Rhine being crossed, they apprehended that his design was to raise the siege of Landau, and this was confirmed by the advance of the Landgrave of Hesse to Mannheim. But when he crossed the Neckar and advanced on Erpingen, and was continually strengthened by fresh junctions of Prussians, Hessians, and Palatines, they began to comprehend his real object. He waited at Erpingen for the coming up of General Churchill with the artillery and part of the infantry, and he employed the time in sending a dispatch to warn the Prince of Baden that Tallard and Villeroy were about to unite their armies, pass the Rhine, and hasten to the support of the Elector of Bavaria. He pressed on the prince the extreme importance of preventing this passage of the French army. He told him that they must not trouble themselves about any damage that Villeroy might do on the left bank of the Rhine, if he could only be kept there, as in that case, he felt assured that 6 weeks would see the army of the Elector of Bavaria annihilated, and the empire saved. Marlborough was anxious to keep the Prince of Baden engaged on the Rhine, so that he might himself have the cooperation of the far abler Eugene on the Danube. On the 9th of June he crossed the Neckar again, marched to Mondelsheim, and on the 10th met for the first time Prince Eugene, who was destined to be forever connected with his name in military glory. At Hippach, Marlborough reviewed his cavalry in the presence of Eugene, who expressed his utmost admiration at their appearance and discipline. He was equally struck with the lively and ardent expression of the countenances of the English soldiers, which Marlborough handsomely assured him was caused by their pleasure in seeing so renowned a commander. To the intense mortification of Eugene and Marlborough, the Prince of Baden, whom they were anxious to detain on the Rhine, quitted the post where his presence was so much required, and came up and joined them. He was determined to be in the quarter where the greatest share of reputation was to be won, and from his princely rank he did not hesitate to claim the chief command. This notion of their princely claims, combined with their mediocrity of military talent, has always been the mischief of a campaign in alliance with the small princes of Germany. The whole plan of Marlborough and Eugene was in danger of defeat, and Eugene was compelled to go to the Rhine, and Marlborough to admit of the Prince of Baden taking the command on alternate days. He secretly resolved, however, that any actions of consequence should be entered upon only on his own day. Eugene had now taken his departure, and on the 15th of June was at Philipsburg on the Rhine, and Marlborough felt it time to press on, for the States General were now continually sending to him alarming accounts of the French, and entreating him to send back part of his army for their defense. Accordingly, on the 20th, he set forward and passed successfully the narrow, dangerous, and troublesome pass of Jaislingen, lying amongst the mountains which separated him from the plains of the Danube. This pass was 2 miles long, heavy with the deepest mud, and abounding with torrents swollen by the rains. Once through, he came into contact with the forces of the Prince of Baden, which were posted at Werdersteppen. On the 24th, the united armies reached Elchingen, near the Danube. The Elector of Bavaria, who was posted at Ulm, retired, at his approach, along the banks of the Danube to a former encampment of himself and his French allies, in a low and swampy place between Leungen and Dillingen. Marlborough advanced to the little river Brentz, and encamped within 2 leagues of the enemy, with his right at Amerdigham and his left at Onderingen. There he waited till the 27th, when his brother, General Churchill, came up with the artillery and part of the infantry. The army now amounted to 96 battalions, 202 squadrons, with 48 pieces of artillery, pontoons, etc. He still, however, judged it prudent to wait for the Danish 552 horse under the Duke of Württemberg, which were daily expected. During this delay, the Elector forestalled the Allies in securing the fortress of the Schellenberg, situated on a lofty hill overhanging the town of Donauwörth. Marlborough saw the immense advantage thus gained, and determined, cost what it might, to drive them from this stronghold. It was held by the General Count Darco, with 12,000 men, and it was clear that it could not be forced without great loss. But there was no time to delay. So long as the Elector held Schellenberg, he kept them in check, and was enabled to wait for the arrival of French forces sent to relieve him. The Prince of Baden was confounded at the daring of such an undertaking, and strongly opposed it. But Marlborough told him that every day's delay only enabled the enemy to strengthen himself by fresh entrenchments both there and in their swampy camp. On the 1st of July, Marlborough, having the command for the day, ordered the assault of the Schellenberg. At 3 o'clock in the morning, this hardy attempt began. The picked troops advanced to the front of the Schellenberg, crossing, on bridges prepared for the occasion, the deep and rapid stream called the Wernitz about noon. The Austrian grenadiers were far in the rear, and it was 5 in the afternoon before the order was given for the column to ascend. It was a murderous prospect for the assailants. The hill was steep and rugged. The ascent was rendered additionally difficult by a wood, a rivulet, and a deep ravine. Whilst the summit of the hill was covered with soldiers ready to pour down the most destructive storm of shot, and that with the prospect of an unlimited supply of soldiers and ammunition from Donauwörth and the camp on the other side of the Danube, which was connected with this side by a bridge. Lord Mordaunt, with 50 English grenadiers, led the way as a forlorn hope. The officers of the attacking column were nearly all killed, and it appeared likely to be swept down the hill, but a battalion of English guards stood its ground firmly and restored the courage of the rest, and once more they advanced. Darco then gathered in his flanks and threw the whole weight of his soldiery upon them to annihilate them, still pouring murderous discharges of grape into them. It appeared impossible that any body of men could exist under such disadvantages, and the whole column seemed giving way, when General Lumley rushed forward at the head of a body of horse, rallied the failing ranks, and led them again to the charge. During this terrible conflict, the assailants had not been sacrificed unavenged. They had exterminated their enemies almost as fast as they came, and at this moment a powder magazine exploding in the camp of the Bavarians spread such consternation that the Allies, taking advantage of the panic, rushed forward, burst into the entrenchments, and threw the whole force into confusion. This confusion was put to the climax by the Bavarians observing the Prince of Baden ascending the hill from the side of Donauwörth, at the head of the imperial troops. The panic was complete. The French and Bavarians broke in every direction and made the best of their way down the hill to secure the passage of the bridge over the Danube. The Allies gave chase and made a fearful carnage amongst the fugitives. By the time they reached the bridge, such was the rush and crush to cross it that it gave way. Numbers were plunged into the stream and perished. Numbers were driven by the force behind over the banks. Numbers were massacred on the spot. Of the 12,000 troops who had ascended the Schellenberg, only 3,000 ever rejoined the Elector of Bavaria, but many came in as stragglers and joined the Allies. There were 7 or 8,000 destroyed on that bloody evening. What was to be expected from the particular spirit which the Prince of Baden had shown took place, though he deprecated the attack of the Schellenberg at all, and though he allowed the English to bear the terrible brunt of the ascent and came up in the rear of the engagement, because he reached the entrenchments before Marlborough himself came up, he claimed the honor of the victory. Had he headed the attacking column, he would have had no other claim but that of a brave officer, for the whole plan of the campaign and the whole plan of the attack of the Schellenberg were Marlborough's. Had the prince had his way, there would have been no battle at all. Marlborough repelled the mean attempt to steal his victory with contempt and spoke some homely truths to the prince. It served the Loevestein faction in the Netherlands, however, with a pretext to injure Marlborough, by casting a medal bearing the portrait of the prince, and on the reverse the lines of Schellenberg. But all over the world, not excepting Germany, justice was done to Marlborough, and from that moment his name became famous, celebrated in songs even by the French, dreaded by French children, whose mothers stilled them with the terrible word Malbrook. But the French were hastening to prevent the destruction of their Bavarian ally. Marlborough received the news that they had promised to send to the Elector, under Tallard, 50 battalions of foot and 60 squadrons of horse of the best troops in France, which should make him stronger than the Confederates. These troops had already crossed the Rhine and were making their way through the Black Forest. At the same time Eugene, though obliged to divide his forces, at once to watch Villeroy on the Rhine and to check the march of Tallard, promised Marlborough that he would do his uttermost to retard the junction. Meanwhile the Elector, in too dangerous a proximity to the victorious army, abandoned Donauwörth, broke up his camp, and retreated towards Augsburg, leaving his own dominions open to the incursions of the Allies. Marlborough lost no time in availing himself of the chance. He prepared to cross the deep and rapid river Lech, which was effected on the 7th of July at Gunderkingen. Prince Eugen of Savoy, after the portrait by Sir Godfrey Kneller. See larger version. Marlborough was now in Bavaria, and the garrison at Neuburg retreating to Ingolstadt, he had the whole of the country at his mercy. He posted his camp at Mittelstedt on the 10th, and sent word to the Elector that if he did not choose to come to terms, he would do his best to ruin his country. But the Elector, strongly encamped under the walls of Augsburg, and promised early succor by the French, made no sign of treating. Marlborough suffered his troops to levy contributions on the country round, and his army lived luxuriously at the expense of the unfortunate Bavarians. The true policy of the Allies was to march on the Elector, and dispose of him before the French could come up. But for this, the 554 Prince of Baden was in too ill a humor. In fact, the two generals were on the worst possible terms with each other, and the consequence was, the obvious interests of the campaign were sacrificed to the feud and jealousy of the leaders. Marlborough proposed to march on Munich, the capital, and take it, but the prince would not furnish the necessary artillery, and the thing was impossible. Marlborough spent 5 days in taking Rain, a fortress of little consequence. He also dispatched 30 squadrons to assist Eugene in obstructing the march of the French to join the Elector. He contrived also to open negotiations with the Elector of Bavaria. The envoy of the Emperor offered to the Elector to restore all his dominions and pay him a subsidy of 200,000 crowns, on condition of his breaking with the French and assisting the Emperor with 12,000 men. But the negotiation came to nothing, for Tallard was now rapidly advancing with his army, and the Elector, instead of keeping an appointment with the Emperor's envoy, sent him word that since the King of France had made such powerful exertions to support him, he thought himself in honor obliged to remain firm to his alliance. The Allied generals were so much exasperated at this result that they gave up the whole country, as far as the walls of Munich, to the ravages of the soldiery, and 300 burning towns, villages, and castles marked the terrible fury of the Allies, and left an indelible stain on the glories of that campaign. Scarcely had Marlborough removed from before Augsburg, when the elector quitted his camp and marched to Biberech, and there effected a junction with Tallard. On the 6th of August, Prince Eugene galloped into Marlborough's camp to announce this fact, and to take measures for competing with them. It was resolved between them to get rid of the fatal incubus of the Prince of Baden, with his pride and his jealousy, by leaving him to continue the siege of Ingolstadt, for which purpose they left him 23 battalions and 31 squadrons. Marlborough then prepared again to cross the Lech and the Danube, and advance to Exheim. Here Prince Eugene, who had set out to bring up his force to form a junction with Marlborough, galloped back to inform him that the united French and Bavarian army was in full march towards Dillingen, evidently intending to attack the little army of Eugene. It was, therefore, agreed that the troops of Eugene should fall back, and those of Marlborough should cross the Danube to make a speedy junction with them. Eugene took possession of the strong camp on the Schellenberg, and had his main position at Donauwörth. On the evening of the 10th, Marlborough began to throw detachments of his army across the Danube, an operation of no little difficulty, owing to his having to cross the Aiche, the Lech, and the Wernitz, as well as the Danube, and all these floods were swollen by the rains. The whole of the army, however, was got over at different points on the 11th, and on the 12th Marlborough's baggage and artillery came up. The English guards were pushed forward towards Schwenningen, and Marlborough and Eugene ascended together the tower of a village church to get a view of the country. There they discovered the French and Bavarians busy marking out a camp between Blenheim and Lutzingen. They saw at once the great advantage they should have by falling on the enemy before they had strongly entrenched themselves, and whilst in the confusion of encamping themselves. No sooner, however, did they issue their orders, than some of the general officers demurred as to the danger of attacking the foe in so strong a position as the one they had chosen. But Marlborough told them that circumstances compelled them to fight, and the sooner the better. Marlborough and Eugene were busy planning the order of the battle, and at 2 o'clock of the morning of the 13th of August, the forces were in full advance. In another hour they were across the Cassell, with a combined force of 52,000 men and 52 pieces of artillery. Tallard saw the march of the Allied army with great satisfaction. He thought it would now be easy for him to interpose a strong force between Marlborough and the army of the Prince of Baden before Ingolstadt. But the Allies did not mean to give him any time for that. They pushed briskly forward over very difficult ground, intersected by rivulets and ditches, and as they were seen at 7 in the morning steadily advancing, the French and Bavarians hastily abandoned the new lines which they were forming, and retreated towards their old camp. On still went Marlborough and Eugene, accompanied in advance by a Prussian officer who had fought there the preceding year, and knew the country well. They found the enemy posted along the rising ground from Blenheim to Lutzingen, with a gap between the villages, which they had endeavored to render secure by posting there a strong body of cavalry. At the same time, between Blenheim and the Danube, was made a strong barricade of wagons 555, behind which were stationed a brigade of dismounted dragoons. 3 brigades of cavalry took up their stand in the village, and barricaded all entrances or openings with wagons, felled trees, planks, or whatever could be found. Tallard was in command at Blenheim, the Elector of Bavaria and General Marsin at Lutzingen. The castle and church tower at Blenheim were filled with soldiers, and the Count Clarenbolt was ordered to defend the village of Blenheim by his artillery to the last. Against this position, defended by 57,000 men, or about 5,000 more than the Allies, advanced the Confederate army. In front of the enemy also ran the little river Nebel, which was deep, and the bottom muddy. Marlborough led on the left wing against Blenheim, and Eugene the right against Lutzingen. The first of the army to cross the Nebel and advance against Blenheim was a body of English and Hessians under Major General Wilkes and Lord Cutts. Cutts, who was famous for a storm, was ordered to make an impetuous attack on the village, and, getting across the Nebel by means of fascines, he led his horse under a terrible fire of grape right against the palisadoes and barricades. The French poured into the assailants, however, such a storm of grape as mowed down great numbers of officers and men, amongst whom was General Rowe, who had advanced to the very face of the palisadoes with his lieutenant colonel and major. The English in the van were thrown into confusion and assailed by 3 squadrons of gendarmes, but the Hessians advanced to their aid, and the French were driven back to their lines. Lord Cutts then led on his horse, and maintained a desperate fight under the fire of the protected French. Whilst they were engaged in this deadly melee, the brigades of Hudson and Ferguson had crossed the stream, and marched right up to the village, silencing some batteries which commanded the fords of the river. The fight was maintained hand to hand, the opponents thrusting at each other through the interstices of the palisadoes, but the contest was too unequal between the covered and uncovered, and with the soldiers from the old castle and the church tops pouring down showers of musket balls on the Allies. During this time, Marlborough had been leading another body of troops along the banks of the Nebel, and joining them under a terrible fire of grape opposite to the gap between the villages, and only waiting, to bear on this point, for the artillery, under the Prince of Holstein-Beck, getting over the river. The prince no sooner had got partly across the stream than his advance was furiously attacked by the Irish brigade, which was in the pay of Louis Roman XIV. They cut the advance nearly to pieces, and would have effectually prevented the transit of artillery had not Marlborough himself hastened to the spot and beaten them off, as well as heavy bodies of French and Bavarian cavalry. He then posted a body of horse along the river to protect the crossing of the forces. Lord Cutts during this had fallen back from the entrenchments of the village, finding it impossible to clear a way into it without artillery. But the artillery over, Marlborough united his forces with those of Eugene, which were bearing on Lutzingen, and was preparing for his grand design of cutting the French and Bavarians asunder, by throwing his whole weight on the cavalry posted between the villages. It was not, however, till 5 in the afternoon that he was able to lead on the attack, consisting of 2 columns of horse supported by infantry. He dashed rapidly up the hill towards the important point, on which was concentrated Tallard's cavalry and part of the infantry from the village. Marlborough gained the summit of the hill under heavy loss, but there the enemy stood in such solid force that he was driven back for 100 paces. The heat of the battle was at this point, and if Marlborough had been compelled to give way, there was little chance of succeeding against the enemy. But he returned with all his vigor to the charge. By this time his artillery had gained the summit, and after a desperate struggle the fire of the French began to slacken. As soon as he perceived that, he made a grand charge, broke the horse, and cut to pieces or made prisoners of 7 regiments of infantry. Tallard, seeing his cavalry in flight, and his infantry fast being overpowered, sent messengers to call the elector to his aid, and to order up the rest of the infantry from Blenheim. But the elector was in full engagement with Eugene, and found enough to do to maintain possession of Lutzingen. Nor did Marlborough allow time for the coming up of fresh enemies. He attacked Tallard with such impetuosity, and such an overwhelming force of cavalry, that he was completely disorganized, and, turning his horse, galloped off towards Sonderheim, another part of his cavalry making for Hochstedt. Marlborough pursued Tallard at full speed, slaughtering his men all down the declivity towards the Danube, where they had thrown over a bridge between Hochstedt and Blenheim. But being so pressed, and at the same 5:56 time attacked in the flank, numbers were forced into the river and perished. Tallard, being surrounded and his son killed, was compelled to surrender near a mill behind the village of Sonderheim, together with the Marquis of Montparis, General of Horse, the Majors General de Septville, de Silly, de la Vallière, and many other officers. Those who fled towards Hochstedt fared little better. They became entangled in a morass, where they were cut to pieces, drowned in the Danube, or made prisoners, except the celebrated brigade of Grignan, and some of the gendarmes who regained the heights of Hochstedt. Meanwhile, Prince Eugene had been sharply engaged with the Elector of Bavaria at Lutzingen, and after receiving several repulses, had succeeded in driving the Elector out of Lutzingen, and, turning his flank, he posted himself on the edge of a ravine to mark the condition of the field in general. He there received a message from Marlborough to say that he was now able to come to his assistance if he needed it. But the prince replied that he had no need of it, for the forces of Marsin and the Elector were driven out of Lutzingen and Oberklau, and that his cavalry were pursuing them to Morslingen and Tassenhoven, whence they retreated to Dillingen and Leungen. Marlborough dispatched a body of cavalry to Eugene near the blazing village of Lutzingen, but the darkness now settling down, the commander, amid the smoke of powder and of the burning village, mistook the troops of Eugene for the Bavarians and wheeled round, so that the opportunity was lost of inflicting fresh injury on the fugitives. There were still 12,000 men unsubdued in Blenheim, and Marlborough began to surround the place. These forces had lost their commander, Clarenbolt, who had been carried away in the rush down the hill and was drowned in the Danube, but the men still made a vigorous resistance. Every minute, however, they were getting more hemmed in by troops and artillery. Fire was set to the buildings, and every chance of escape was cut off. For some time, they maintained a killing fire from the walls and houses, but as the flames advanced, they made several attempts at cutting through their assailants, but were driven back at every point. They finally offered to capitulate, but Marlborough would hear of nothing but an unconditional surrender, to which they were obliged to assent. Besides these, whole regiments had laid down their arms and begged for quarter. Thus was annihilated at a blow the invincible army of France, which was to have seized on Vienna, destroyed the empire, and placed all Germany and the continent under the feet of Louis. The event had fully justified the bold design of Marlborough. Instead of fighting the enemy in detail, he attacked him at his very heart and closed the campaign by a single masterstroke. Soon after the battle, 3,000 Germans, who had been serving in the French army, joined the Allies. And on the 19th of August, 6 days after the battle, Marlborough and Eugene began their march towards Ulm. 3 days before that, the garrison of Augsburg had quitted that city. And Marlborough and Eugene called on the Prince of Baden to leave a few troops at Ingolstadt to invest it, as it must now necessarily surrender, and to join them with the rest of his forces, that they might sweep the enemy completely out of Germany. Marshal Tallard was sent under a guard of dragoons to Frankfurt, and Marlborough encamped at Seffelingen, near Ulm. There he and Eugene were joined by Louis of Baden, and, leaving a sufficient force to reduce Ulm, the combined army marched towards the Rhine. At Bruchsal, near Philipsburg, the Prince of Baden insisted that they should all stay and compel the surrender of Landau. This was opposed to the whole plans of Marlborough and Eugene, which were to give the French no time to reflect, but to drive them over their own frontiers. The prince was now more than ever obstinate. The glory which Marlborough had won, and part of which he had tried to filch from him, was extremely galling to him, and especially that so much honor should fall to the lot of a heretic. The generals were obliged to follow his fancy. They allowed the prince to sit down before the town, and Marlborough and Eugene encamped at Kruenweisingen to support him. This took place on the 12th of September, and Landau held out till the 23rd of November, when it capitulated on honorable terms, and the king of the Romans characteristically came into the camp to have the honor of taking the place. So fond are these German princes of stepping into other people's honors, instead of winning them for themselves. By this delay, the precious remainder of the campaign was lost, and the French had time given them to recover their spirits, and to take measures for holding what was yet left them. After this, the Confederate army sat down before Charbach, which surrendered to the hereditary Prince of Hesse-Cassel, 557 in the middle of December, which closed the campaign. Battle of Blenheim, charge of Marlborough's horse, CP 555. See larger version. Marlborough had not waited for these insignificant operations, but had proceeded to Berlin to engage the King of Prussia to suspend his claims on the Dutch, and to enter more zealously into the alliance for the perfect clearance of the French from Germany. He prevailed on the king to promise 8,000 troops for the assistance of the Duke of Savoy, and to be commanded by the Prince Eugene, and he exerted himself with the emperor to effect a settlement with the insurgents in Hungary. But his own triumphs stood in the way of his success. The emperor, since Marlborough's victories, was so elated that he would listen to no reasonable terms. From Berlin, Marlborough proceeded to Hanover, and paid his court to the family which was to succeed to the crown of England. Thence he went to The Hague, where he was received with high honors by the States General on account of the victories, which he would never have achieved could they have restrained him. He arrived in England in the middle of December, carrying with him Marshal Tallard and the rest of the distinguished officers, with the standards and other trophies of his victories. He was received with acclaim by all classes except a few ultra-Tories, who threatened to impeach him for his rash march to the Danube. As Parliament had assembled, Marlborough took his seat in the House of Peers the day after his arrival, where he was complimented on his magnificent success by the Lord Keeper. This was followed by a deputation with a vote of thanks from the Commons, and by similar honors from the city. But perhaps the most palpable triumph of Marlborough was the transferring of the military trophies which he had taken, from the Tower, where they were first deposited, to Westminster Hall. This was done by each soldier carrying a standard or other trophy, amid the thunders of artillery and the hurrahs of the people, such a spectacle never having been witnessed since the days of the Spanish Armada. The royal manor of Woodstock was granted him, and Blenheim Mansion erected at the cost of the nation. Besides the victories of Marlborough, there had been successes at sea, and one of them of far more consequence than was at the time imagined, namely, the conquest of Gibraltar. Sir George Rooke, having landed King Charles at Lisbon, sent Rear Admiral Dilkes with a squadron to cruise off Cape Spartel, and himself, by order of the Queen, sailed for the relief of Nice and Villafranca, which were supposed to be in danger from the French under the Duke of Vendôme. King Charles at the same time desired him to make a demonstration in his favor before Barcelona, for he was assured that a force had only to appear on that coast, and the whole population would declare for him. Rooke, accordingly, taking on board the Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt, who had formerly been Viceroy of Catalonia, sailed for Barcelona, and invited the governor to declare for his rightful sovereign, King Charles. The governor replied that Philip V was his lawful sovereign. The Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt, however, assured the admiral that there were 5-1 in the city in favor of King Charles, and Rooke allowed the prince to land with 2,000 men. But there was no sign of any movement in favor of Austria. The Dutch ketches then bombarded the place with little effect, and the troops were re-embarked, lest they should be fallen upon by superior numbers. On the 16th of June, Rooke being joined by Sir Cloudesley Shovel, they sailed to Nice but found it in no danger, and they then went in quest of the French fleet, which Rooke in the preceding month had caught sight of on their way to Toulon. On the 17th of July, a council of war was held in the road of Tetuan, and it was resolved to make an attempt on Gibraltar, which was represented to have only a slender garrison. On the 21st, the fleet came to anchor before Gibraltar, and the Marines, under the command of the Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt, landed on the narrow sandy isthmus which connects the celebrated rock with the mainland, and called on the governor to surrender. Though cut off from relief from the land, and with a formidable fleet in the bay, the governor stoutly replied that he would defend the place to the last extremity. The next day Rooke gave orders for cannonading the town. On the 23rd, soon after daybreak, the cannonading commenced with terrible effect. 15,000 shots were discharged in 5 or 6 hours. The South Mole Head was demolished, and the Spaniards driven in every quarter from their guns. Captain Whitaker was then ordered to arm all the boats and assault that quarter. Captains Hicks and Jumper, who were nearest the mole, immediately manned their pinnaces and entered the fortifications sword in hand. They were soon, however, treading on a mine, which the Spaniards exploded, killing or wounding 559 lieutenants and about 100 men. But Hicks and Jumper seized a platform and kept their ground till they were supported by Captain Whitaker with the rest of the seamen, who took by storm a redoubt between the town and the mole. Then the governor capitulated, and the Prince of Hesse entered the place with his marines, amazed at once at the strength of the place and the ease with which it had been taken. In fact, this key of the Mediterranean, which has since defied the united powers of Christendom, was taken in 3 days, one day of which was rendered almost useless by the fierceness of the wind. Rooke left the Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt and the Marines to hold the fortress, and returned to Tetuan to take in wood and water, and again sailed up the Mediterranean. On the 9th of August, he came in sight of the French fleet lying off Malaga, and ready to receive him. It consisted of 52 great ships and 24 galleys, under the Count de Toulouse, High Admiral of France, and all clean and in the best condition. Rooke's fleet of 53 ships of the line, exclusive of frigates, was inferior to the French in guns and men, as well as in weight of metal, and what was worse, the ships were very foul in their bottoms, and many of them ill provided with ammunition. Nevertheless, Rooke determined to engage, and on Sunday, the 13th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the battle began and raged till 2 in the afternoon, when the van of the French gave way. This result would have been much earlier arrived at, had not several of the English ships soon exhausted their powder, and been forced to draw out of the line. During the afternoon firing at longer distances was kept up, but at night Toulouse bore away to leeward. The next morning the wind favored the French, but they did not avail themselves of it, but bore away for Toulon, pursued by Rooke as well as the foulness of his ships would let him. Not a ship was lost or taken by either side in the battle, but the loss in killed and wounded was great. On the part of the English, the killed and wounded amounted to 3,000. On the French side, it was supposed to reach 4,000, including 200 officers killed. Sir Cloudesley Shovel, who led the van, said that he had never seen a sea fight so furiously contested. The effect of the battle was to render the French shy of coming to any great engagement on the sea during the remainder of the war. The Parliament of England met on the 29th of October, and the Queen congratulated the two houses on the remarkable success which had attended her arms, and trusted that it would enable her to secure the great object for which they fought, the liberty of Europe. She encouraged them to carry on their debates without contentions, and avowed her determination to be indulgent to all her subjects. But nothing could prevent the animosity which raged between the Whig and Tory factions from showing itself. The Lords congratulated Her Majesty on the glorious victories of Marlborough, without noticing those of Sir George Rooke, and the Commons, to whose party Rooke, an old Tory, belonged, exalted his exploits to an equality with those of Marlborough. Notwithstanding the Queen's promise of being kind and indulgent to all her subjects, a strenuous attempt was again made to carry the occasional conformity bill. At the suggestion of Mr. William Bromley, it was tacked to the land tax bill, and was so sent up to the peers. The Queen went to the House of Lords to listen to the debate, where she heard Tennyson, the Archbishop of Canterbury, honestly denounce the illiberal and persecuting spirit which had suggested such a bill. This praiseworthy language was strongly echoed out of doors by Defoe, whose pen was never idle on such occasions, and the court now seemed to be convinced that it had gone too far. Godolphin, who had on former occasions voted for it, now opposed it, and the Lords threw it out by a majority of 21 votes. The two Houses of Parliament continued fighting out the remainder of the session, with the case of the Aylesbury election. Encouraged by the conduct of the Lords and the declaration of Lord Chief Justice Holt, that if any messengers of the Commons dared to enter Westminster Hall to seize any lawyer who had pleaded in favour of the Aylesbury electors, he would commit them to Newgate. 5 fresh electors sued the constables, on the ground of their having been impeded in the exercise of their franchise. The Commons committed these 5 persons to Newgate, and they thereupon applied to the Court of Queen's Bench for a habeas corpus. The court refused to interfere. 2 of the prisoners then petitioned the Queen to bring their case before her in Parliament. The Commons immediately prayed the Queen not to interfere with their privileges by granting a writ of error in this case. She replied that she would not willingly do anything to give them just cause of offense, but that this matter relating to judicial proceedings was of such high importance to the subject that she thought herself bound to weigh and consider everything relating to 560 it. The Commons, fearing from this answer that the Queen might be induced to grant the prisoners a writ of error, sent and took them from Newgate, and kept them in the custody of their serjeant at arms, at the same time voting all the lawyers who had pleaded in favour of the prisoners guilty of a breach of privilege. The prisoners then appealed to the Lords, and the Lords, after seeking a conference with the Commons to arrive at some conclusion as to the right in this case, but with no result, appealed to the Queen, declaring that the Commons were assailing the birthright of every subject, and violating Magna Charta by refusing these citizens the right of appealing to a court of justice, and they prayed her to give orders for the immediate issue of the writs of error. Her Majesty assured them that she would have complied with their request, but that it was now absolutely necessary to prorogue Parliament, and therefore further proceedings, they would see, must be useless. The Lords considered this as a triumph, the Queen's words implying that they had right on their side, and thus equally implying a censure on the Commons. In fact, the Queen was glad to get rid of the dilemma and of this troublesome Tory Parliament at the same time. The same day that the Lords waited on her, she went to their house and prorogued Parliament till the 1st of May, 1705. But on the 5th of April she dissolved it by proclamation, and writs were issued for calling a new one. Marlborough in 1705 went early to the Continent. On the 13th of March he embarked for The Hague. He had a splendid plan of operations for this campaign on the Moselle, but he found, notwithstanding his now grand reputation, the usual obstacles to daring action in the Dutch phlegm. Having conquered this, and obtained leave to convey the troops to the Moselle, he was met by a still more mortifying difficulty in the conduct of the Prince of Baden, who was at the head of the German contingents. This man had never been cordial since the first successes of Marlborough. He was consumed with a deadly jealousy of his fame, and thought it no use fighting in company with him, as Marlborough would be sure to get all the honors. He therefore hung back from cooperation in Marlborough's plan, pretending illness, which, had the illness been real, should, at such a crisis for his country, have induced him to delegate the command of the forces for its defense to some other general. To add to the difficulties of Marlborough, the inferior French generals, Villeroy and others, who had risen into prominence through the interest of Madame de Maintenon and her priests and Jesuits, were removed from this quarter, and Villars, the most able commander now of the French, sent instead. The intention was to besiege Saarlouis, but the wretched Prince of Baden did not keep his engagement. He had advanced, not with a strong army but only a small body of imperial troops, to Kreuznach, where he again feigned illness, went off to the baths at Schlangenbad, and left the troops in the command of the Count Fries. The defection was so barefaced that many began to suspect him of being corrupted by the French, but he was really sick of Marlborough's renown. The Duke, thus deceived, was unable to carry out his enterprise, and fell back instead of attacking Villars. In his contempt of the Prince of Baden, before retreating, he sent a trumpet to Villars, saying, "Do me the justice to believe that my retreat is entirely owing to the failure of the Prince of Baden, but my esteem for you is still greater than my resentment of his conduct." But though forced to this mortifying expedient, Marlborough saw that he could quickly vindicate his reputation by uniting with the army of the Netherlands and carrying operations against the enemy there. General Overkirk had not been able to stand his ground. The French had invested and taken High, and Villars had commenced the siege of Liege. Marlborough marched to Treves, where he called a council of war, and it was resolved to drive Villars from the walls of Liege. On the 19th of June, the army commenced its march, and proceeded with such expedition that it passed the Meuse on the 1st of July. Villars, on Marlborough's approach, abandoned Liege and retired to Tongers, and thence retreated behind his lines, which extended to Marquet aux Dames on the Meuse, along the Mahaney as far as Lenouve. No sooner did Marlborough come up with Overkirk than he determined to recover High, and sent General Skolton, who reduced it in a few days. To wipe out as quickly the impression of his retreat from the Moselle, he dispatched General Hompesch to the States General to demand permission to attack the French lines, which was granted him. And see larger version. Marlborough then detailed his plan of operation in 2 successive councils of war, where it was generally approved, but still opposed as rash by some of the Dutch generals. The enemy had manned his lines with 100 battalions and 46 squadrons. The forces of the Confederates were something more than that in amount, and in order to weaken the enemy on the point where 561 he contemplated his attack, the Duke directed Overkirk to make a feint, as though he were about to attack the lines on the Mahaney. The ruse succeeded. The French weakened their lines where Marlborough really contemplated the attack, in order to strengthen them in the direction of Namur. All being ready, Marlborough marched in the night between the 17th and 18th of July to force the lines at Hayselum, the castle of Wauge, and the villages of Wauge, near Hespen, and Oostmillen. This succeeded, and after some hard fighting, the Duke extended his forces within a portion of the French lines, capturing the Marquis de Leger, Count Horn, a major general, 2 brigadier generals, and many other officers, besides 10 cannon and numerous standards and colors. In consequence of this defeat, the Elector of Bavaria and Marshal Villeroy retreated across the Jeet and the Dial in all haste. Marlborough marched after them, capturing 1,200 prisoners who could not keep up with the retreating force, and on the 15th was at Mildert, whence he marched the next day to Genappe, and thence to Fischermont, driving in the enemy's post as he advanced. He was now on ground destined to become much more famous in our time. On the 17th, Overkirk had his headquarters at Waterloo, the enemy lying in their front across the roads to Brussels and Louvain, near the wood of Soignies. Here Marlborough proposed to come to a general engagement with them, but again he was thwarted by the Dutch officers and deputies, and most determinedly by General Schlangenberg. The Duke, indignant at this dastardly obstruction of his operations, wrote very plainly to the States General, complaining of the 562 uselessness of pursuing the campaign if they had yet no confidence in his prudence and military talent. In order that the Dutch people should know of his complaints, he took care to have the letter published in the papers at The Hague, and that similar complaints should reach his own court. These being made public, roused a storm of indignation against the meddling Dutch field deputies, who presumed to justify their conduct to the States General in several letters. But the anger of both England and Holland soon roused the States General to a sense of their folly. Hearing that the Queen was about to dispatch the Earl of Pembroke, the President of the Council, as envoy extraordinary to The Hague, to remonstrate on their suicidal conduct, the States General hastened to apologize to the Duke and to remove Schlangenberg from his command. The opportunity, however, of a decisive blow on the French had been missed, and little was achieved this campaign. Meanwhile, the Spaniards were making a desperate effort for the recovery of Gibraltar. Marshal Tess laid siege to it, whilst Deux Ponts blockaded it by sea. These French officers pushed on the siege with vigor, and the Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt sent a dispatch to Lisbon, desiring Sir John Leake to hasten to his assistance. Sir John set sail at once with 5 ships of the line and a body of troops, and on the 10th of March came in sight of 5 ships of Deux Ponts, who was evidently aware of him, and getting out of the way. Leake gave chase, took one, and drove the rest on shore to the west of Marbella. The rest of the French ships in the Bay of Malaga made the best of their way to Toulon. Gibraltar being thus again open from the sea, the Marquis de Tess withdrew the greater part of his forces, leaving only sufficient to maintain the blockade on land. But a far more striking demonstration was made from another quarter. This was made on Valencia and Catalonia by the witty and accomplished, and equally unscrupulous, Earl of Peterborough, formerly known as Lord Mordaunt. This dashing nobleman, become Earl of Peterborough by the death of his uncle, was dispatched with reinforcements amounting to 5,000 soldiers and a strong fleet under command of Sir Cloudesley Shovel. On the 20th of June they arrived at Lisbon, where they were joined by Sir John Leake and the Dutch Admiral Allemande. They proposed to put to sea with 1040 ships of the line and cruise between Cape Spartel and the Bay of Cadiz to prevent the junction of the Toulon and Brest fleets. But the Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt, who had arrived from Gibraltar, assured them that the people of Catalonia and Valencia were strongly attached to King Charles and only required the presence of a sufficient force to declare themselves. The adventure was just of the kind to charm the active spirit of Lord Peterborough. It was proposed that King Charles should sail with them on board the fleet, and that they should make a descent on Barcelona. On the 11th of August, they anchored in the Bay of Altea and issued a proclamation in the Spanish language, and found that the people flocked in to acknowledge King Charles. They took the town of Denaya and garrisoned it for Charles with 400 men under Major Ramos. Such was the enthusiasm of the inhabitants that Peterborough proposed to make a forced march right for Madrid at once, and set Charles on the throne without further delay, declaring that he was confident of taking the capital by a coup de main, and there is little doubt but he would have succeeded had he had the sole command. But such daring projects, the flashes of genius, only confound matter-of-fact men. The plan was looked on as little short of madness. The adventure was overruled, the fleet sailed, and on the 22nd arrived in the Bay of Barcelona. There was a garrison of 5,000 men within the town and castle of Barcelona, and the English force amounted to little more than 6,000. But the inhabitants displayed the utmost loyalty to the new king. They received him with acclamations, and the English landed and invested the town. Here again, however, the erratic genius of Lord Peterborough startled more orthodox commanders. By all the rules of war, the town ought to be taken first, and the castle afterwards. But Peterborough saw that the castle commanded the town, and must be continually inflicting injury on them in the course of the siege. He determined, therefore, not by the laws of war, but of common sense, to take the castle first. None but the brave Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt held his view of the matter, and to him alone did he, therefore, communicate his plans. But he took a close survey of this strong castle of Montjuich, convinced himself that it was not so well garrisoned as was represented, and that it might be taken by address and promptitude. He instantly began to re-embark some of his troops, as if about to abandon the enterprise so as to throw the Spaniards off their guard, and 563 then suddenly, on the night of the 3rd of December, sent about 1,400 men by two different routes to attack the castle. He himself, accompanied by the Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt, led the first of these bodies, General Stanhope the other. It was not till about daybreak that the Earl made his attack on the outworks of the castle, and established himself on a platform with a few small field pieces and mortars. There they awaited the coming up of General Stanhope, but he had missed his way and did not arrive in time. The governor of the castle, seeing the small number of the assailants, made a headlong sally from the castle, thinking to sweep the rash detachment down the hill, but he found himself mistaken. And whilst Lord Peterborough was in close engagement with him, General Stanhope came up, and the governor withdrew within the walls. The English then began to throw bombshells into the castle, and one of these speedily ignited a magazine and blew it up with a tremendous explosion. The governor himself was killed by it, and the garrison in consternation surrendered. Lord Peterborough could now not only invest the city without annoyance from the castle, but could turn the guns of the castle on the Spaniards, showing the correctness of his ideas in opposition to the red tape of war. He pursued the siege with such effect that Velasquez, the governor, agreed to surrender in 4 days if he did not receive relief in that time. But he was not able to hold out even these 4 days, for the country swarmed with Miquelets, a sort of lawless Catalans, who declared for the Austrians. Numbers of these, who had assisted the seamen in throwing bombs from the ketches into the city, and in other operations against the town, now clambered over the walls and began plundering the inhabitants and violating the women. The governor and his troops were unable to put them down. They threatened to throw open the gates and let in whole hordes of the like rabble, to massacre the people and sack the place. Velasquez was therefore compelled, before the expiration of the 4 days, to call in the assistance of the Earl of Peterborough himself, who rode into the city at the head of a body of troops with General Stanhope and other officers, and amid the random firing of the Miquelets, by his commands, and by the occasional use of the flat of their swords, the marauders were reduced to quiet. Having quelled this frightful riot, Lord Peterborough and his attendants again quitted the city, and awaited the rest of the 4 days, much to the astonishment of the Spaniards, who had been taught to look on the English as a species of lawless and heretical barbarians. Barcelona surrendered on the day appointed, and immediately the whole of Catalonia, and every fortified place in it, except Roses, declared for Charles. The Earl of Peterborough did not, however, pause in his movements. He marched for San Mateo, at a distance of 30 leagues, to raise the siege carried on by the forces of King Philip. Through roads such as Spain has always been famous for down to the campaigns of Wellington, he plunged and dragged along his cannon, appeared before San Mateo in a week, raised the siege, and again set forward towards the city of Valencia, which he speedily reduced, and took in it the Marquis de Villagarcia, the viceroy, and the archbishop. Soon every place in Catalonia and Valencia acknowledged the authority of King Charles except the seaport of Alicante. The whole campaign resembled more a piece of romance than a reality. The earl's own officers could scarcely believe their senses, and as for the Spaniards, they said he had a devil in him and was master of all magic and necromancy. When the Parliament met on the 25th of October, it was found that a strong majority of Whigs had been returned, and, in the struggle for the speakership, the nominee of the Tories, Mr. Bromley, was rejected, and the nominee of the Whigs, Mr. John Smith, chosen by a majority of 250 to 207. The speech of the Queen was said to be the composition of the new Lord Keeper, Cowper, but to have undergone considerable revision in the Council. In this, the Whig policy shone strongly forth. She expressed her determination to continue the war till the Bourbon prince was driven from the throne of Spain and the Austrian prince established. In the House of Lords, Lord Haversham proposed that, for the security of the Protestant succession and of the Church, the House should address the Queen, praying her to invite over the heir presumptive to the crown, that is, the Electress Sophia of Hanover. The Tories trusted that if they could get over the Princess Sophia and her son George, they would be able to play off one court against the other. That, though the Whigs had got possession of the Queen, they should then be able to ingratiate themselves with her successor, and thus prepare to supersede the Whigs altogether in the new reign. At the 564 same time, they should be supporting the popular feeling regarding the Protestant succession and annoying the Queen, who had dismissed them from her favor. There had been for some time a party called the Hanoverian Tories, who were bent on securing their interest with that house. And the Jacobites joined this party, hoping, under cover of a pretense for the Protestant succession, they might yet find an occasion for promoting the hopes of the pretender. But this was a hazardous policy for both parties. For, as Anne was mortally jealous of her successor, as is generally the case with princes, the Tories only more completely lost all chance of regaining her favor. And as the Electress Sophia, knowing Anne's feeling, was obliged to disclaim any wish to come to England during the Queen's life, she was thus, in fact, obliged to disown the efforts of the Tories. Sophia, indeed, wrote to the Queen herself, informing her that an agent from the discontented party in England had come to her court to invite herself and the electoral prince, her son George, into England, assuring them that a party there was ready to propose it, but that she had caused the said person to be acquainted that she judged the message to come from such as were enemies to her family, that she would never hearken to such a proposal, but when it came from the Queen herself, and that she had discouraged the attempt so much that it was believed nothing more would be heard of it. The Tories thought that they had now placed the Whigs on the horns of a dilemma, that they must either offend the House of Hanover and the popular feeling of the country by opposing the motion, or lose the favor of the Queen by conceding this specious measure. For Anne would have resented above everything the slightest suggestion that her successors were waiting for her throne in England, and courted by whichever party was in opposition. But the Whigs had weighed all the dangers of the dilemma, and were prepared with special remedies for them. So far did they profess themselves from wishing to weaken the certainty of the Protestant succession, that, without adopting the very dubious measure recommended, they proposed to appoint a regency to hold the government, in case of the death of her present majesty, for the successor, till he or she should arrive in this country. By this adroit measure, the Queen was spared the annoyance of seeing her successor converted into a rival, and yet the prospects of this succession were strengthened. Accordingly, a bill was brought in, appointing the 7 persons who should at the time possess the offices of Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Chancellor or Lord Keeper, Lord Treasurer, Lord President, Lord Privy Seal, Lord High Admiral, and Lord Chief Justice of the Queen's Bench, as a regency who should proclaim the next successor throughout the kingdom, and join with a certain number of persons, named also regents by the successor, in 3 lists to be sealed up and deposited with the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Lord Keeper, and the Minister Residentiary at Hanover. These regents were to conduct the administration, and the last Parliament, even though dissolved, should reassemble and continue to sit for 6 months after the decease of Her Majesty. This bill, notwithstanding the opposition of the Tories, was carried through both houses. To prevent any unpleasant feeling at Hanover, the Whigs immediately passed another bill, naturalizing not only the Princess Sophia but all her descendants, wheresoever or whensoever born, and they sent over to Hanover the Earl of Halifax, with letters from Lord Somers, Lord Cowper, and other leading Whigs, but above all from the Duke of Marlborough, and conveying to the Prince George the Order of the Garter from the Queen. By these measures, the Whigs completely turned the Tory stratagems against that party itself, whose attempts to damage them they thus rendered the means of a perfect triumph, not only retaining the warm favor of the Queen, but establishing an alliance with the House of Hanover which, with few interruptions, continued to the commencement of the reign of George Roman III. On the 19th of March, 1706, the Queen prorogued Parliament till the 21st of May. Towards the end of April, Marlborough proceeded to Holland to commence the campaign. The severe defeat which the troops of Louis had received in Germany the last year nerved him to fresh exertions. He had little fear of dealing with the Prince of Baden on the Upper Rhine, but Marlborough in the Netherlands, Eugene in Savoy, and Peterborough in Spain demanded his whole vigor, and he determined to act with decision on all points, and especially against Marlborough. He heard that the Danes and Prussians had not yet joined the Confederate army, and he ordered Villeroy to attack it before these reinforcements could come up. In consequence of this order, Villeroy and the Elector of Bavaria, who, in spite of his severe chastisement, still adhered to France against his own country, passed the Dial, and 565 posted themselves, on the 19th of May, at Terlemont. They were there joined by the cavalry under Marshal Marsin, and encamped between Terlemont and Judugny. Marlborough assembled his army between Borchlone and Groswern, and found it to consist of 74 battalions of foot and 123 squadrons of horse and dragoons, well supplied with artillery and pontoons. Hearing that the French were advancing towards him, Marlborough, being now joined by the Danes, set forward and appeared in 8 columns before the village of Ramillies. The French, who had already taken possession of Ramillies and strongly fortified it, entrenched themselves in a strong camp, the right extending to the Mahaney, and covered by the villages of Tavière and Ramillies, and their left to Audereglise. The Duke posted his right wing near Foltz, on the brook of Yawes, and his left at the village of Franquigny. Villeroy had committed the capital blunder of leaving his wings sundered by impassable ground, so that they could not act in support of each other. It was about 1:30 when Marlborough ordered General Schulz, with 12 battalions, to attack Ramillies, whilst Overkirk attacked Audereglise on the left. Schulz, who had 20 pieces of cannon, opened fire on Ramillies, but met with so warm a reception that he had great difficulty in maintaining his ground. But Marlborough supported him with column after column, and the fight there was raging terribly. In the midst of it, Marlborough, seeing some of the men driven from the guns, galloped up to encourage them. He was recognized by the French, who made a dash and surrounded him. He broke through them, however, by a desperate effort, but in endeavoring to regain his own ranks, his horse fell in leaping a ditch, and the Duke was thrown. As the French were hotly upon them, another moment and he must have been taken, but Captain Molesworth, one of his aides-de-camps, mounted him on his own horse. As he was in the act of springing into the saddle, a cannonball took off the head of Colonel Brenfield, who held the stirrup, but Marlborough himself escaped, and regained the main body unhurt, except for a few bruises. Meanwhile, Overkirk, with the Dutch guards, and by help of the Danes, had succeeded in driving the French from the enclosures of Audereglise, cutting off the communication between the two wings, and driving numbers of the French into the Mahaney. The Bavarians under the Elector fought bravely, more so than the French, for these were become dispirited by their repeated defeats, and especially the rout of Blenheim. Their veteran troops were extremely reduced in numbers, and Louis, to fill the ranks, had forced the unwilling peasantry into the army, sending them even in chains to the campaign to prevent them from deserting on the way. Such troops could not do much against the victorious allies under a general like Marlborough. On Marlborough regaining the ranks, he led up the attack with fresh vigor. The village of Ramillies was carried, and most of the French who defended it were cut to pieces. The Prince of Württemberg and the Prince of Hesse-Cassel got into the rear of Villeroy, and the panic became general. The infantry began to retreat, at first in tolerable order, protected by the cavalry, which were posted between Assas and Audereglise. But the English cavalry, under General Wyndham and General Ward, having managed to get over a rivulet which separated them, fell on them with such spirit near the farm of Chaintrain that they were thrown into confusion. The Bavarians suffered severely, and the Elector had a narrow escape for his life. Villeroy himself with difficulty made good his flight. In the midst of the rout, a narrow pass, through which the French were flying, suddenly became obstructed by the breakdown of some baggage wagons. The cavalry, pressing on in their rear, then made terrible havoc amongst them. The flight was continued all the way to Judugny, and Lord Orkney, with some squadrons of light horse, never drew bit till they had chased the fugitives into Louvain, nearly 7 leagues from Ramillies. The baggage, cannon, colours, everything fell into the hands of the Allies. There were 120 colours, 600 officers, and 6,000 private soldiers captured. Besides these, it was calculated that 8,000 were killed and wounded. Of the allies, Marlborough declared that only 1,000 fell and 2,000 were wounded. The Prince Maximilian of Bavaria and Prince Montbassin were among the slain. Amongst the prisoners were Major Generals Pallavicini and Mézières, the Marquises de Bar, de Nonant, and de la Baume, the son of Marshal Tallard, Montmorency, nephew of the Duke of Luxembourg, and many other persons of rank. Villeroy had fled to Brussels, but Marlborough was soon at the gates. The French general took his departure, and Marlborough entered that city in triumph, amid the acclamations of the people. The whole of the Spanish Netherlands 566 was recovered by the Battle of Ramillies. Louvain, Mechlin, Brussels, Antwerp, Ghent, Bruges threw open their gates. Ostend, Menin, Dendermonde, and Ath made some resistance but successively surrendered and acknowledged King Charles. The delighted emperor and King Charles offered to make Marlborough governor of Flanders, which he willingly accepted, but was compelled to relinquish the honor by the indomitable jealousy of the Dutch. At the beginning of November, Marlborough sent his army into winter quarters, the English at Ghent, the Danes at Bruges, and the Germans along the river Demer, and betook himself to The Hague, to hold consultations on the plan of the next campaign, and to receive proposals from Louis, which, however, ended in nothing. On the heels of Ramillies came the tidings of a still less expected defeat in Savoy. The Duc de Vendôme was recalled from Piedmont after the defeat of Ramillies to supersede Villeroy, and the Duke of Orleans, under the direction of Marshal de Marsin, was sent to Piedmont, with orders to besiege Turin. This siege was carried on through the summer, and when the Duke of Savoy had refused all offers of accommodation made by France, the Duc de Feuillade, having completed his lines of circumvallation, made the last offer of courtesy to the impassive Duke of Savoy. Eugene was beyond the Adige, and knew the formidable obstacles in his path. But at the call of the distressed Duke, he forced his way in the face of every opposition, crossed river after river, threaded his way between the lines, and at length formed a junction with the Duke of Savoy. After this union, they advanced undauntedly on Turin, and reached its vicinity on the 13th of August. They crossed the Po between Montpellier and Cavignan, and on the 5th of September captured a convoy of 800 loaded mules. They then crossed the Doria, and encamped with their right wing on that river, and their left on the Stura. The entrenchments of the foe had the convent of the Capuchins, called Notre Dame, in their center opposite. The Duke of Orleans proposed to march out of their entrenchments and attack the army of Savoy, but Marsin showed him an order from the court of Versailles forbidding so much hazard. The prince did not leave them long to deliberate, but attacked them in their entrenchments, he himself leading up the left wing, and the Duke the center. After some hard fighting, both commanders forced the entrenchments, and drove the French in precipitation over the Po. The Savoyards had about 3,000 men killed and wounded. Prince Eugene pursued the Duke of Orleans, and the Duc de Feuillade to the very borders of Dauphine. Unbroken gloom now hung over Versailles. Louis affected to bear his reverses with indifference, but the violent restraint he put upon himself so much endangered his health that his physicians were compelled frequently to bleed him. The only gleams of comfort which broke through the ominous silence of the gay court of France were afforded by an advantage gained by the Count de Médivégrancy over the Prince of Hesse-Cassel in the neighborhood of Castiglione, and the forcing him to the Adige, with a loss of 2,000 men. Besides this, the mismanagement of King Charles in Spain, which prevented the success of the Earl of Peterborough, was calculated in some degree to solace the confounded French. King Philip had made a great effort to recover the city of Barcelona. Early in the spring he appeared before that city with a considerable army of French and Spaniards, and invested it. He was supported by a fleet under the Count de Toulouse, and succeeded in retaking the castle of Montjuich. And King Charles, who was cooped up in the town, sent urgent dispatches to Lord Peterborough at Valencia to come to his assistance. Peterborough immediately marched to his relief with 2,000 men, but found Philip's besieging army too numerous to engage with. On the 8th of May, however, Sir John Leake, who had sailed from Lisbon with 30 ships of the line, showed himself in the bay, and the Count de Toulouse sailed away for Toulon without attempting to strike a blow. And Philip no sooner saw himself abandoned by the French fleet, and in danger of an attack from both land and sea, than he made as hasty a retreat, leaving his tents with the sick and wounded behind him. Philip had recalled to his service the Duke of Berwick, who had only been dismissed because he was no favorite with the Queen, and he was posted on the Portuguese frontiers. But notwithstanding this, the Earl of Galway crossed these frontiers with an army of 20,000 men, took Alcantara, and made prisoners of the garrison, numbering 4,000 men. He then advanced on Madrid, Lord Peterborough engaging to meet him, with King Charles at the capital. At his approach, Philip fled with his queen to Burgos, carrying with him all the valuables he could convey, and destroying what he could not take. About the end of June, the Earl 567 of Galway entered Madrid without resistance, and had the Earl of Peterborough with the king met him, according to agreement, the war would have been at an end. But Peterborough, who, had he been at liberty to act as he pleased, would have soon been in Madrid, was sorely hampered by the king. Charles had reached Saragossa and been acknowledged sovereign of Aragon and Valencia, but he was afraid of advancing towards the capital, lest they should be cut off by the enemy. In vain did Peterborough urge and entreat and show the necessity of dispatch to meet Galway. The wretched monarch had made his chief counsellor the Prince of Liechtenstein, who had none of the brilliant, dashing qualities of Peterborough. And against that dead German weight Peterborough strove in vain. The timid, stupid king was immovable, till Galway, finding that he was unsupported in Madrid, and that the Spaniards looked with indignation on an army of Portuguese with a heretic general in possession of their capital, took his departure. Meanwhile, King Philip and the Duke of Berwick had met, and on the frontier had received fresh reinforcements from France. They therefore returned and availed themselves of Galway's unfortunate position to recover the capital. Galway evacuated the place on their approach without a blow, and retreated towards Aragon to form a junction with Peterborough and the king. On the 6th of August, Charles and Peterborough came up with Galway at Guadalixara, but notwithstanding this increase of force, nothing could persuade the dastard Austrian prince to advance. Peterborough, who had all the fiery temperament of a hero of romance, instead of the patience of Marlborough, which had so often triumphed over German pride and Dutch phlegm, lost all patience and gave up the enterprise. He returned to the coast of the Mediterranean, and with him went all chance of Charles of Austria securing the Spanish throne. Peterborough set sail with a squadron to endeavor to aid the Duke of Savoy, the victory of Eugene not yet having occurred. When Peterborough was gone, nothing but distraction raged in the camp of the Confederates. Lord Galway could assert no supreme command against the Prince of Liechtenstein and the Portuguese general. Everyone was at variance with his fellow officer, and all were disgusted with the Austrian councillors of Charles, and with his inert and hopeless character. The Duke of Berwick, availing himself of their divisions, marched down upon them, and they made a hasty retreat towards Valencia and the mountains of New Castile. After incredible sufferings they reached Requena, the last town of New Castile, where, considering themselves secure from the nature of the country, they went into winter quarters at the end of September, and Charles and his attendants proceeded to Valencia, where he wrote to the Duke of Marlborough, recounting his misfortunes, the result of his own incapacity, and vehemently entreating for fresh forces and supplies from England and Holland. Could a large army have been sent under the Earl of Peterborough, with authority for his undisputed command, there is no doubt but that he would very speedily have cleared Spain of the French. But against this was supposed to operate the influence of Marlborough himself, who did not wish to see another English general raised to a rivalry of glory with him. The victory of Prince Eugene, rendering the presence of the Earl of Peterborough unnecessary in Piedmont, he made a second voyage to Genoa, to induce that republic to lend King Charles and his allies money for his establishment. The English fleet in the Mediterranean continued sailing from place to place with 6,000 or 8,000 men on board, seeking some occasion to annoy the coast of France, whilst these men might have been of the utmost service in Spain if commanded by Peterborough. As it was, half of them are said to have perished in this objectless cruise, and another squadron under the Earl of Rivers, sent to join Lord Galway at the siege of Alicante, suffered as much. In short, no campaign ever appears to have combined more mismanagement than this in Spain, including the movements of the fleet to support it. But whilst these various fortunes of war were taking place on the continent, a victory greater than that of Ramillies or of Turin was achieved at home. This was the accomplishment of the union of the two kingdoms of Scotland and England, and with it the extinction of those heartburnings and embarrassments which were continually arising out of the jealousies of Scotland of the overbearing power of England. In the last session nothing appeared farther off. Nay, a bill, the Bill of Security, had passed, which threatened to erect again two thrones in the island, with all the rivalries and bloodshed of former years. The provisions of this bill, which practically excluded the House of Hanover from the throne of Scotland, were much resented in England, and the 568 two nations seemed to be on the brink of war. The commissioners, however, appointed by England and Scotland to decide the terms of this agreement, met on the 16th of April in the council chamber of the Cockpit, near Whitehall, and continued their labors till the 22nd of July, when they had agreed upon the conditions, and on that day mutually signed them. In discussing the proposed plans of this union, the Scots were found to incline to a federal union, like that of Holland, but the English were resolved that, if made at all, the union of the two kingdoms should be complete, a perfect incorporation of Scotland, so that there should be forever an end of the troubles and annoyances of the Scottish Parliament. The last reign and the present had shown too clearly the inconveniences of that Parliament, the means it gave to disaffected men, and especially to such as were disappointed of their ambitious aims by the government, of fanning up feuds and stopping the business of the country, nay, of threatening, as of late, to establish again their own independent state and their own king. Therefore, the English commissioners would listen to nothing but a thorough amalgamation. The Lord Keeper proposed that the two kingdoms should forever be united into one realm by the name of Great Britain, that this realm should be represented by one and the same Parliament, and that the succession to the crown should be such as was already determined by the Act of Parliament passed in the late reign, called an Act for the further limitation of the crown, and the better securing the rights and liberties of the subject. The Scots, while seeming to comply with this proposal, endeavoured to introduce various clauses about the rights and privileges of the people of Scotland in England, and of the English in Scotland, and that the crown should be established in the same persons as those mentioned in the Act referred to. But the Lord Keeper declined to enter into any consideration of any proposals, but simply for a full and complete union of the two kingdoms into one, with the same universal rights, declaring that nothing but such solidification would effect perfect and lasting harmony. The Scots gave way, and the terms agreed upon were mutually signed on the 22nd of July, 1706. Great Seal of Anne. The conditions of this famous treaty were that the succession to the throne of Great Britain should be vested in the Princess Sophia and her heirs, according to the act passed by the English Parliament for that purpose, that there should be but one Parliament for the whole kingdom, that all the subjects should enjoy the same rights and privileges, that they should have the same allowances, encouragements, and drawbacks and lie under the same regulations and restrictions as to trade and commerce, that Scotland should not be charged with the temporary duties on certain commodities, that the sum of £398,103 should be granted to the Scots as an equivalent for such parts of the customs and excise charged upon that kingdom, in consequence of the 569 Union, as would be applicable to the payment of the debts of England, according to the proportions which the customs and excise of Scotland bore to those of England, that as the revenues of Scotland should increase, a fair equivalent should be allowed for such proportion of the said increase as should be applicable to payment of the debts of England, that the sums to be thus paid should be employed in reducing the coin of Scotland to the standard and value of the English coin, in paying off the capital, stock, and interest due to the proprietors of the African Company, which should be immediately dissolved, in discharging all the public debts of the Kingdom of Scotland, in promoting and encouraging manufactures and fisheries under the direction of commissioners to be appointed by Her Majesty, and accountable to the Parliament of Great Britain, that the laws relating to public right, policy, and civil government should be alike throughout the whole kingdom, that no alteration should be made in laws which concerned private right, except for the evident benefit of the people of Scotland, that the Court of Session and all other courts of judicature in Scotland should remain as constituted, with all authority and privileges as before the Union, subject only to the power of the Parliament of the United Kingdom, that all heritable offices, superiorities heritable, jurisdictions, offices for life, and jurisdictions for life, should remain the same as rights and properties as then enjoyed by the laws of Scotland, that the rights and privileges of the royal boroughs in Scotland were to remain unaltered, that Scotland should be represented in Parliament by 16 peers and 45 commoners, to be elected in a manner to be settled by the present Parliament of Scotland, that all peers of Scotland and the successors to their honours and dignities should, from and after the Union, take rank and precedency next and immediately after the English peers of the like orders and degrees at the time of the Union, and before all English peers of the like orders and degrees as should be created after the Union, that they should be tried as peers of Great Britain, and enjoy all privileges of peers of England, except that of sitting in the House of Lords and the privileges depending thereon, and particularly the right of sitting upon the trials of 570 peers, that the crown, sceptre, and sword of state, the records of Parliament, and all other records, rolls, and registers whatsoever, should still remain as they were in Scotland, that all laws and statutes in either kingdom inconsistent with these terms of union should cease and be declared void by the parliaments of the two kingdoms. The people of Edinburgh escorting the Duke of Hamilton to Holyrood Palace, CP 571. See larger version. But though the Articles of the Union had received the sanction of the Commissioners, they had yet to receive that of the Scottish and English Parliaments, and no sooner did the matter come before the Scottish one than a storm broke out in Scotland against the Union, which convulsed the whole country and threatened to annihilate the measure. The Jacobites and discontented, because unemployed, nobles set to work in every direction to operate on the national pride, telling the people they would be reduced to insignificance and to slavery to the proud and overbearing English, and arousing the odium theologicum by, representing that no sooner would the Union be complete than the English hierarchy would, through the English Parliament, put down the Presbyterian religion and set up episcopacy again, and that the small minority of Scottish members in each house would be unable to prevent it. On the 3rd of October, the Duke of Queensberry, as Lord Commissioner for the Queen, opened the last session of the Scottish Parliament. Queensberry, who with the Earl of Stair had been on the commission and had laboured hard to bring it to a satisfactory issue, now laid the treaty before the Parliament, expressing his conviction that the Queen would have it carried out with the utmost impartiality and care for the rights of all her subjects. He read a letter from Anne, assuring them that the only way to secure their present and future happiness, and to disappoint the designs of their enemies and her majesties, who would do all in their power to prevent or delay the union, was to adopt it with as little delay as possible. The commissioner then said, to appease any fears on account of the Kirk, that not only were the laws already in existence for its security maintained, but that he was empowered to consent to anything which they should think necessary for that object. He then read the treaty, and it was ordered to be printed and put into the hands of all the members of Parliament. No sooner were the printed copies in the hands of the public than the tempest broke. The Dukes of Athol and of Hamilton, the Lords Annandale and Belhaven, and other Jacobites, represented that the project was most injurious and disgraceful to Scotland, that it had at one blow destroyed the independence and dignity of the kingdom, which for 2,000 years had defended her liberties against all the armies and intrigues of England, that now it was delivered over by these traitors, the commissioners, bound hand and foot, to the English, that the few members who were to represent Scotland in the English Parliament would be just so many slaves or machines, and have no influence whatever, that all Scotland did, by this arrangement, but send one more member to the House of Commons than Cornwall, a single county of England, and that the Scots must expect to see their sacred kirk again, ridden over roughshod by the English troopers, and the priests of Baal installed in their pulpits. Defoe, who had the curiosity to go to Scotland and watch the circumstances attending the adoption of this great measure, has left us a very lively account of the fury to which the people were worked up by these representations. Mobs paraded the streets of Edinburgh, crying that they were Scotsmen, and would be Scotsmen still. They hooted, hissed, and pursued all whom they knew to be friendly to the treaty, and there was little safety for them in the streets. Parties, he says, whose interests and principles differed as much as light and darkness, who were contrary in opinion, and as far asunder in everything as the poles, seemed to draw together here. It was the most monstrous sight in the world to see the Jacobite and the Presbyterian, the persecuting prelatic nonjuror and the Cameronian, the Papist and the Reformed Protestant, parley together, join interests and concert measures together, to see the Jacobites at Glasgow huzzaing the mob and encouraging them to have a care of the church. The high-flying episcopal dissenter crying out the overture was not a sufficient security for the Kirk. From the 3rd of October, when the Parliament opened, to the 1st of November, the fury of the people continued to increase, and the utmost was done to rouse the old Cameronian spirit in the west of Scotland by alarming rumours of the intention of England to restore episcopacy by force. The whole country was in a flame. Under such circumstances, the articles of the treaty had to be discussed in the Scottish Parliament. The opponents did not venture to denounce any union at all, but they insisted that it ought only to be a federal one, by which they contended Scotland would still, whilst cooperating with England in everything necessary for the good of the realm at large, maintain her ancient dignity, retain her Parliament 571 her constitution, and ancient sovereignty. When they found themselves in a minority, even on this point, they contended that it was not in the power of Parliament to settle so momentous a question, that the session ought to be adjourned for a short time, in order that members might go down to their constituents, and thus learn what was really the mind of the nation. Failing in this, they exerted themselves to get a host of petitions sent up from the boroughs, claiming to have a right on the part of the constituents to instruct and limit their representatives, and warning them, above all things, to go no further than a federal union. In order to lead to a popular demonstration, the opponents moved that there should be a day set apart for public prayer and fast, therein seeking the will of God as to the union. The Parliament did not oppose this, and the 18th of October was settled for this purpose, but it passed off very well both in town and country, and the incendiaries were disappointed. Another mode of overawing the Parliament was then resorted to. Rumors were set afloat that the people would turn out all together and come to the Parliament House and cry, "No union!" They would seize on the regalia and carry them to the castle for safety. And in fact, a great mob followed the Duke of Hamilton, who was carried to and from the house in a chair, owing to some temporary lameness. But the guards stopped them at the gates of Holyrood, whereupon they declared that they would return the next day 1,000 times stronger and pull the traitors out of their houses, and so put an end to the union in their own way. And the next day, the 23rd of October, they did assemble in dense crowds, filling the Parliament close and crowding the door so that members had much difficulty in getting out at the close of the sitting. As soon as the Duke of Hamilton entered his chair, they raised loud hurrahs and followed his chair in a body. But the alarm was given, a troop of soldiers appeared, cleared the street, and seized half a dozen of the ringleaders. More soldiers were obliged to be called out, and a rumor being abroad that 1,000 seamen were coming up from Leith to join the rioters, the city guard was marched into the Parliament close and took possession of all the avenues. A battalion of guards was also stationed at the palace. The garrison in the castle was kept in readiness for action, and a troop of dragoons accompanied the ministers wherever they went. Defeated in their object of overawing the Parliament, the opposition now cried mightily that the Parliament was overawed by soldiers, and that the treaty was being rammed down the throat of the public by bayonets. That this was the beginning of that slavery to which the country was about to be reduced. But Queensberry and his friends replied that there was much greater danger of coercion from an ignorant and violent mob than from the orderly soldiery, who made no attempt whatever to influence the deliberations. Every article indeed was resisted seriatim. Hamilton, Athol, Fletcher of Saltown, Belhaven, were vehement and persevering in their opposition. But still, with some modifications, the articles were carried one after another. In the midst of the contention, Hamilton was confounded by receiving a letter from Lord Middleton, at the court of St. Germain's, desiring, in the name of the Pretender, that the opposition to the union should cease. For that his Grace, the Pretender, had it much at heart to give his sister this proof of his ready compliance with her wishes, nothing doubting but that he should one day have it in his power to restore Scotland to its ancient weight and independence. Hamilton was desired to keep this matter, however, a profound secret, as the knowledge of it at this time might greatly prejudice the cause and the interests of his master, both in Scotland and England. Hamilton was thus thoroughly paralyzed in his opposition, and at the same time was in the awkward position of not being able to explain his sudden subsidence into inaction. On the other hand, the English government saw the advantage of distributing a liberal sum of money amongst the patriots of Scotland, and the grossest bribery and corruption were unblushingly resorted to. £20,000 were sent down for this purpose, and the passage of the Union, aided by a still more profuse distribution of promises of places, honors, and of compensation to those who had been sufferers in the Darien scheme. By these means, the opposition was sufficiently soothed down to enable the ministers to carry the treaty by a majority of 110. An act was prepared for regulating the election of the 16 peers and 45 commoners to represent Scotland in the British Parliament. And on the 25th of the following March, 1707, the Scottish Parliament suspended its sittings. Amongst those who contributed mainly to the carrying of this great measure, and that against an opposition which at one time appeared likely to sweep everything before it, were the Dukes of Queensberry and Argyll, the Earls of Montrose, 572 Seafield, and Stair, assisted by the Earls of Roxburgh and Marchmont, who had come over from the opposite party through promises of favor and distinction. Costumes of the reign of Anne. See larger version. So ended the year 1706, and the English Parliament was informed by the Queen, on the 28th of January, 1707, that the articles of the treaty, with some alterations and additions, were agreed upon by the Scottish Parliament, and should now be laid before them. She said, "You have now an opportunity before you of putting the last hand to a happy union of the two kingdoms, which, I hope, will be a lasting blessing to the whole island, a great addition to its wealth and power, and a firm security to the Protestant religion. The advantages which will accrue to us all from a union are so apparent that I will add no more, but that I will look upon it as a particular happiness if this great work, which has been so often attempted without success, can be brought to perfection in my reign." But the Tories did not mean to let it pass without a sharp attack. They saw the immense accession of strength which the Whigs, the authors of the measure under King William, would obtain from it. Seymour and others denounced it, not merely with vehemence but with indecency. The high churchmen took particular offense at presbytery being established in Scotland, and insisted much on the contradiction of maintaining one religion in Scotland and another in England, and the scandal of the Queen, who was a churchwoman, being sworn to maintain Presbyterianism in opposition to it. The Lords Grey, North, Stowell, Rochester, Howard, Lee, and Guildford protested against the low rate of the land tax charged in Scotland, complaining with great reason that it was fixed at only £48,000, which was never to be increased, however the value of property might rise in that country. And Lord Nottingham said that it was highly unreasonable that the Scots, who were by 573 the treaty let into all the branches of the English trade, and paid so little towards the expense of the government, should moreover have such a round sum by way of equivalent. The Lords North, Grey, Guernsey, Granville, Abingdon, and others supported that view. But the discussions on the various articles were cut short by a clever stratagem adopted by government in the House of Commons. There, as the same arguments were being urged, and Sir John Pakington was declaring that this forced incorporation, carried against the Scottish people by corruption and bribery within doors, by force and violence without, was like marrying a woman against her consent, Sir Simon Harcourt, the Solicitor General, introduced a bill of ratification, in which he enumerated the various articles in the preamble, together with the acts made in both parliaments for the security of the two churches, and, in conclusion, wound up with a single clause, by which the whole was ratified and enacted into a law. The opposition was thus taken by surprise. They had not objected to the recital of the articles, which was a bare matter of fact, and when they found themselves called upon to argue merely on the concluding and ratifying clause, they were thrown out of their concerted plan of action of arguing on each point in detail, and lost their presence of mind. The Whigs, on the other hand, pressed the voting on the clause of ratification with such vehemence that it was carried by a majority of 114 before the opposition could recover from their surprise, occasioned by the novel structure of the bill. Being then hurried up to the Lords, the fact that it had passed the Commons seemed to take the edge off their hostility. The Duke of Buckingham, indeed, expressed his apprehensions that 16 Scottish peers, thrown into a house where there were rarely 100 peers in attendance, might have occasionally a very mischievous effect on English interests. Lord North also proposed a rider, purporting that nothing in the ratification of the Union should be construed to extend to an approbation or acknowledgement of Presbyterianism as the true Protestant religion, but this was rejected by a majority of 55. The bill passed, but under protests from Nottingham, Buckingham, and 17 other lords. On the 4th of March, Anne gave the royal assent to the bill, and expressed, as well she might, her satisfaction at the completion of this great measure, the greatest of her reign or of many reigns. On the 11th of March, both houses waited on Her Majesty to congratulate her on the conclusion of a work that, after so many fruitless endeavors, seemed designed by Providence to add new luster to the glories of Her Majesty's reign. No man had more contributed, by his wise suggestions and zealous exertions, to the completion of this great national act than Lord Somers. As the act did not come into effect till the 1st of May, numbers of traders in both kingdoms were on the alert to reap advantages from it. The English prepared to carry quantities of such commodities into Scotland as would entitle them to a drawback, intending to bring them back after the 1st of May. And the Scots, as their duties were much lower than those of England, intended to import large quantities of wine, brandy, and similar articles, to sell them into England after the Union. Some of the ministers were found to have embarked in these fraudulent schemes, which so alarmed the English merchants that they presented a remonstrance to the Commons. The Commons began to prepare a bill on the subject, but it was discovered that the previous resolutions of the House sufficiently provided against these practices, and, as the 1st of May was now so near, the matter dropped. Chapter 17. The reign of Queen Anne continued. Negotiations for peace. The ministry becomes Whig, Harley, Marlborough, and Charles of Sweden. The Allies in Spain, Battle of Almanza. The French triumphant in Spain, attack on Toulon, destruction of Shovel's fleet, Jacobitism in Scotland, First Parliament of Great Britain, Abigail Hill, the Gregg affair, retirement of Harley and St. John from the ministry, attempted invasion of Scotland, campaign of 1708, Battle of Oudenarde, capture of Lille, Leake takes Sardinia and Minorca, death of Prince George of Denmark, the junto, terrible plight of France, Marlborough's plans for 1709, Louis negotiates with Holland, Torcy's terms, ultimatum of the Allies, rejection of the terms, patriotism of the French nation, Fall of Tournai, Battle of Malplaquet, Meeting of Parliament, Dr. Sacheverell's sermons, his impeachment resolved upon attitude of the court, the trial and Sacheverell's defense, the riots, dispersal of the rabble, the sentence, bias of the Queen, the Tories in power, renewed overtures for peace, their failure, the campaigns in the Netherlands and in Spain, Brihuega and its consequence, Marlborough's reign at an end, unpopularity of Marlborough, dismissal of the Duchess, triumph of the Tories, Guiscard's attack on Harley, popularity of Harley, Marlborough's last campaign, failure of the attack on Quebec. The ministry determined to make peace overtures to the pretender. He refuses to change his religion, Gualtier's mission to Versailles, indignation of the Dutch, the basis of negotiations, signing of the preliminaries, excitement abroad and at home, prorogation of Parliament, strengthening of the ministry, debates in the two houses. The Whigs adopt the occasional conformity bill, creation of peers, dismissal of Marlborough from his employments, Walpole expelled the House. The great event of the Union of the Kingdoms has carried us somewhat past the course of general events. After the last disastrous campaign, Louis Roman XIV, humbled to a degree that he was hitherto unacquainted with, employed the Elector of Bavaria to propose a congress to the Duke of Marlborough and the States General. He had already presented a memorial to the Dutch government through the Marquis de Leger, and he besought the Pope to use his influence to this end. The terms which Louis offered in the moment of his alarm were such as well merited the attention of the Allies. He proposed to cede either Spain and the West Indies to King Charles, or Milan, Naples, and Sicily, to grant to the Dutch a barrier of fortified towns on the frontiers of the Spanish Netherlands, and to indemnify the Duke of Savoy for the ravages committed on his territories. Never since the commencement of the war had the Allies such an opportunity of closing the war triumphantly. They could thus balance the powers of France and Austria by dividing the Spanish monarchy and give to the Dutch all they asked, a secure frontier. But the great doubt was whether Louis was in earnest or only seeking to gain time during which he might continue to divide the Allies. And the Allies were by no means eager to accept Louis's offers. The Dutch were greatly elated by Marlborough's astonishing victories, and Marlborough himself was in no humor to stop in the mid-career of his glory. He is said to have induced the grand pensionary Heinsius, who was now as much devoted to him as he had formerly been to King William, to keep the Dutch high in their demands, whilst Marlborough induced the English court to demand indemnity for the immense sums which England had expended in these wars. In these circumstances, the offers of France were declined on the plea that England could not enter into any negotiations except in concert with the Allies. Had the English people known of the offers, there would have probably been a loud demand for peace. But they were kept secret, and the attention of the nation being then engrossed by the question of the Union, the matter was passed over. Not, however, without exciting fresh resentment against Marlborough amongst the Tory leaders. During the session of 1706-1707, the ministry grew more completely Whig, through the influence of Lady Marlborough rather than of the Duke, who was much averse from the free principles and free language of his son-in-law, the Earl of Sunderland. That nobleman was made one of the Secretaries of State in the place of Sir Charles Hedges. This change was equally repugnant to Harley, the other secretary, who was now the only Tory minister left in the cabinet. The 3 Tory commissioners of the Board of Trade, Prior the poet being one, were removed and 3 Whigs were introduced. Sir James Montague, the brother of the Earl of Halifax, was made Solicitor General, and Sir George Rooke and the few remaining Tory privy councillors had their names erased. Harley was thus left, apparently without support, a Tory in a cabinet 575 all except himself Whig. But Harley was that kind of man that he not only managed to maintain his place, but eventually ruined and scattered the whole Whig party. He was by no means a man of genius, though he affected the company of such men. Pope, Swift, Bolingbroke, Arbuthnot, and Prior were his friends and associates. His intellect was narrow and commonplace, but it was persevering. And though he was a wretched and confused speaker, yet he continually acquired more and more influence in the House of Commons, and ultimately raised himself to the peerage, and for many years to the chief direction of the national affairs. The secret of this was that he had made himself master of the laws and practices of Parliament, and on all disputed questions could clear up the point past dispute, so that he came to be regarded as far more profound than he was. The Duke of Marlborough, relying on the support of the Whig cabinet, which the influence of his contriving wife had created, set out in the month of April for the Continent. The condition to which his successes had reduced France was such that the Allies were in the highest spirits. The French treasury was exhausted, and in the absence of real money, Louis endeavored to supply the deficiency by mint bills in imitation of the Bank of England bills, but they were already at a discount of 53%. The lands lay uncultivated, manufacturers were at a pause for want of capital. The the people were perishing with famine, and nothing could be more deplorable than the state of France. Nothing could have saved Louis at this crisis but want of unity amongst the allies, and already the artful Louis had contrived to get in the wedge of disunion. The emperor, allured by the prospect of the evacuation of Italy and of seizing Naples for himself, had come to a secret understanding with the French king, which was equally treacherous and suicidal. For the direct result, as any man but the stolid emperor would have foreseen, was to liberate the French forces from the north of Italy to reinforce those in the Netherlands and those endeavoring to drive his brother Charles from Spain. Marlborough, on his part, did everything that he could to keep the Allies together and to combine them into a victorious strength. But it had always been his misfortune, as it had been that of William, to have to suffer from their regard to their own petty jealousies rather than to the grand object in view. He set out directly from The Hague to visit Hanover and stimulate the young elector to active assistance. He then set out to pay a visit to Charles Roman XII of Sweden, who was encamped at Alt Ranstadt, only a few marches from the court of Hanover. The Swedish military madman, neglecting the Tsar Peter, who was making continual inroads on his Finnish and Esthonian territories, and was now actually laying the foundations of a new capital and seaport on the shores of the Baltic, had pursued, with blind and inveterate hatred, Augustus, the Elector of Saxony, who had presumed to allow himself, in spite of the Swedish king, to be elected King of Poland. Marlborough's flattery appeared to produce the intended effect. The rough Swede assured him that he had a great regard for the Queen of England and for the objects of the Grand Alliance, and should do nothing contrary to it, that he detested the domineering spirit of the French, and that no good need be expected till they were reduced to the condition they were in at the Peace of Westphalia, that he had come into Saxony to demand certain satisfaction, and that when he had obtained it he should go away, and not sooner. But notwithstanding Charles's profession, he continued to harass and alarm the emperor until he had obtained from him all that he chose to demand, when he marched away into Poland to encounter the Tsar. Marlborough himself returned by way of the courts of Prussia and Hanover to The Hague, giving everywhere the utmost satisfaction by his arrangements with Charles Roman XII, who had made every neighboring court uneasy lest he might turn his erratic arms against them. But the campaign in the Netherlands this year bore no relation to the great expectations formed of it. No grand action was fought there, and in Spain the adroit maneuver of Louis, by which, through his treaty with the selfish and short-sighted emperor, he had liberated his troops from Italy to throw them upon that country, and the want of unity between Charles and his auxiliaries, quite changed the face of affairs. The Whigs had studiously left the reinforcements in Spain insufficient, from the idea that it was better to continue to distract the attention of Louis in that direction, than by a bold and vigorous effort to drive him from the country. They had a vain idea of conquering France, and thought this more easy to achieve while the French arms were demanded in various quarters. But the astute Louis was not so readily dealt with. He contrived, as we have seen, to amuse the Allies in Flanders without coming to blows. He coped without difficulty 576 with the Germans on the Rhine, and though fiercely attacked at Toulon by the Savoyards, he defeated the Allies in Spain, to the great astonishment of Europe. By this time, the opinion formed of King Charles, when he was in England, by those who had opportunity of observing him, was now become that of all who had come near him in Spain, that he was a very poor creature. The Earl of Peterborough, who had been traveling about with little success to borrow money for such a contest, and had returned to Spain, but without any command, did not hesitate to say that people were great fools to fight for such a couple of simpletons as Charles and Philip. Charles was surrounded by a set of Austrians who were utterly incapable of commanding, and who made it equally impossible for anyone else to command. The great plan of the campaign was to march boldly on Madrid, but Charles was, as before, too timid to venture on such a step. He remained in Catalonia, and ordered the Earl of Galway with the Dutch and English forces, and Des Minas, with the Portuguese, to defend the frontiers of Aragon and Valencia. And thus he contrived to wait for fresh troops from England, or from Italy, where they were no longer wanted. Whilst Des Minas and Galway, who was only second in command, were laying siege to Vallina in Valencia, and were in want of almost everything, food, clothes, and ammunition, they heard that the Duke of Berwick was hastening, by forced marches, to attack them. They therefore drew off towards the town of Almanza, and there fell in with the enemy, who proved to be considerably stronger than themselves. They came to an engagement, however, on the 14th of April. The battle began about 2 in the afternoon, and the whole force of each army was engaged. The center of the Allies, consisting of Dutch and English, fought most valiantly, and repeatedly threw back the forces of the Duke of Berwick. For 6 long and bloody hours they maintained the fight, but the two wings were beaten and dispersed. The Portuguese horse on the right at the first charge, but the Dutch and English on the left, only after a brave but unequal resistance. When the gallant center was thus exposed on both flanks, they formed themselves into a square and retired from the field, fighting doggedly as they went. But at length their ammunition was spent, they were worn out with fatigue, and they surrendered to the extent of 13 battalions. The Portuguese, part of the English horse, and the infantry who guarded the baggage, retreated to Alcira, where the Earl of Galway joined them with about 2,500 horse, and they escaped. It was a complete triumph for the French and Spaniards. The Allies lost 5,000 men, besides the wounded and the large force which surrendered. Nothing now could stop Berwick, who won great reputation by this decisive action. He marched into Valencia, taking town after town, whilst Saragossa at the same time surrendered, without a shot, to the Duke of Orleans. Berwick marched for the Ebro, which he crossed on the 4th of June, and at length pursued and shut up the flying Confederates in Lerida. Charles was too inert or too dastardly to lead his troops thither, though they lay at no great distance, and the place was taken by storm, and given up to all the license of the soldiery. After this, Manila surrendered so late as the 17th of December, and with that the campaign closed. The Duke of Orleans returned to Paris, and the Duke of Berwick remained with the army till towards spring, when Louis sent for him in haste into France, ordering him to quit Spain unknown to Philip, lest he should endeavor to detain him. The Earl of Galway and Des Minas embarked at Barcelona for Lisbon, leaving General Carpenter with the English forces remaining in Catalonia, the only portion of Spain now left to the pusillanimous Charles. The operation, however, which most alarmed the French court was that of the Duke of Savoy against Provence. This had been planned by Marlborough and Prince Eugene, and would undoubtedly have had a brilliant success had not the emperor been secretly planning his attempt on Naples, instead of sending all his forces into Italy to the support of this enterprise. The Duke of Savoy and Prince Eugene, though abandoned by this selfish and small-souled emperor, on whose account the great powers of Europe were expending so much life and wealth, crossed the Alps by the Col de Tende with 20,000 men, whilst Sir Cloudesley Shovel appeared on the coast of Provence with the united fleet of England and Holland to support them. Eugene crossed the Var on the 10th of July, Sir John Norris and his English sailors clearing the way for him in their gunboats. But the French were fast marching towards Toulon from various quarters, Villars having been dispatched with a large force, as we have stated, from the army of Flanders. The Duke of 577 Savoy, on the other hand, instead of pushing on to Toulon with all speed, halted his army to rest, and then marched leisurely forward. By this means, not only had the French been able to collect a very powerful army, but had had time to strengthen greatly the fortifications of Toulon. When the practiced eye of Prince Eugene took a survey of the formidable heights of Toulon, and of the great force on the outworks, with the power of the batteries, he advised the Duke not to attempt the siege of the place with the forces at his command. The Duke, however, would persist, and an assault was made on the outworks on the hill of St. Catherine and on two small forts near the harbor. These were carried, but at a great cost of life, including that of the gallant Prince of Saxe-Gotha. But fresh French troops kept pouring in, it was impossible to maintain even this advantage. On the 15th of August, the hill of St. Catherine was recovered by the French, and the Savoyards were even attacked in their own camp. On this, an order was given to bombard the place, both from sea and land, in retaliation for the ravages committed by the French on Turin. The bombardment, especially from the sea, was made with terrible effect. A great part of the city was demolished, and the English and Dutch sailors destroyed 8 ships of the line in the harbors and utterly ruined 2 batteries. In the night of the 25th of August, the army of Savoy retired. On the 31st, it crossed the Var without any pursuit of the French, and then laid siege to Susa, an old and strong town at the foot of the Alps, which surrendered after a fortnight's investment. Wreck of Sir Cloudesley Shovel's fleet, CP 577. See larger version. Sir Cloudesley Shovel, leaving a squadron with Sir Thomas Dilkes in the Mediterranean, sailed for England, and on the night of the 22nd of October, 1707, closed his career in a sudden and melancholy manner. By some miscalculation, his vessels got amongst the rocks of Scilly. His own ship struck on a rock about 8 o'clock at night and went down, drowning him and every soul on board. 3 other vessels shared the same fate, only the captain and 24 men of one of them escaping. Sir Cloudesley Shovel had risen 578 from a humble origin in Suffolk, had raised himself to the head of the maritime service of his country by his bravery, skill, and integrity. His body, when cast ashore, was stripped by the wreckers and buried in the sand, but was afterwards discovered and interred in Westminster Abbey. Meanwhile, disaffection was rife in Scotland, where there had been for some time a very zealous emissary of the court of St. Germain's, one Colonel Hooke. Colonel Hooke transmitted to Chamillart, the minister of Louis Roman XIV, flaming accounts of this state of things in Scotland, and represented that never was there so auspicious an opportunity of introducing the King of England, the pretender, again to his ancient throne of Scotland, a circumstance than which nothing could be more advantageous to France. A civil war created in Great Britain must completely prevent the English from longer impeding the affairs of Louis on the continent. All the power of England would be needed at home, and on the elder pretender succeeding in establishing himself on the throne of the United Kingdom, France would be forever relieved from the harassing antagonism of England, the only real obstacle to the amplest completion of all France's plans for continental dominion. These accounts were very highly colored, as from most quarters, particularly from the Duke of Hamilton, Hooke only met with discouragement. From others, however, Hooke received more encouragement. He obtained a memorial to Louis Roman XIV, signed by the Lord High Constable the Earl of Errol, by the Lords Stormont, Panmure, Kinnaird, and Drummond, and by some men of smaller note. The leading men did not sign. They were not willing to endanger their necks without some nearer prospect of invasion. Hooke, indeed, pretended that the lords who did sign, signed as proxies for many others, such as the Earls of Caithness, Eglintown, Aberdeen, and Buchan, Lord Saltown, and others. With this memorial, Hooke went back to St. Germain's, and what the document wanted in weight, he made up by verbal assurances of the impatience of all Scotland for the arrival of the king. But the truth appears to be that France expected a stronger demonstration on the part of Scotland, and Scotland on the part of France, and so the adventure hung fire. It was not till the following year that sufficient spirit could be aroused to send out an armament, and not till upwards of 20 of the Jacobite lords and gentlemen, including the Duke of Hamilton, in spite of all his caution, had been arrested. The first Parliament of Great Britain met on the 23rd of October, 1707. The Queen, in her speech, endeavored to make the best of the last unfortunate summer's military operations. The retreat of the imperialist troops on the Rhine was freely admitted, but it was considered an encouraging circumstance that the command there was now in the hands of the Elector of Hanover, and it was announced that measures were taken for strengthening the forces in that quarter. Little could be said of the proceedings in the Netherlands, and less of those in Spain, including the fatal Battle of Almanza, but the most was made of the attack upon and the bombardment of Toulon. But the speech promised renewed vigor in every quarter and called for augmented supplies. The deficiencies of military and naval action, for we had also suffered a considerable defeat at sea from the celebrated French admiral, Du Guay-Trouin, off the Lizard Point, in which 2 ships of the line were taken and a third was blown up. An endeavor was made to cover by allusions to the happy event of the Union. The Commons, in their address, seized on this point of congratulation, and declared it a mark of the divine goodness that Her Majesty had been made the glorious instrument of this happy union, which would so strengthen the kingdom as to make it a terror to all its enemies. The Lords joined with the Commons in an affectionate address to Her Majesty, declaring that the only means of obtaining an honorable peace was the entire recovery of Spain. To support these assurances by deeds, the Commons voted the enormous sum of 6 millions for the supplies. Meanwhile, the influence of the Marlboroughs at court was on the wane, and that partly through their own short-sightedness. The Duchess of Marlborough had introduced into the palace, when she was groom of the stole, mistress of the robes, and more queen than the queen herself, a poor relation of her own, one Abigail Hill. Abigail, from whose position as a bedchamber woman, and from whose singular rise and fortunes all women of low degree and intriguing character have derived the name of Abigails, being placed so near the queen, soon caught her eye, took her fancy, and speedily became prime favorite. Harley, the Tory minister, being also her cousin, as was the Duchess of Marlborough, with equal tact discovered her to be a useful tool for him. The Duchess of Marlborough, trusting to her long absolute sway over the mind of Queen Anne, begun when she was a princess. To 579, the firm establishment of the Whig faction in power, her own work, because the Tories had opposed the £5,000 a year which the Queen, at the instigation of the Duchess, demanded for Marlborough before he had even won the Battle of Blenheim. And finally, relying on the great services which Marlborough had now rendered, had become intolerable in her tyranny over the Queen. The Marlboroughs all this time were making use, not only of their position to enjoy power, but to scrape up money with an insatiable and unblushing avarice. The time was now approaching, however, for the Queen's liberation from the heavy yoke of Sarah Marlborough. The Duchess, in the midst of power and pride, had still for some time felt the ground mysteriously gliding from under her feet. She found that Abigail Hill was, in reality, no longer Abigail Hill, that she had for a whole year been privately married to Mr. Masham, groom of the bedchamber to the Prince of Denmark, and that the Queen herself had honored this secret marriage by her presence at Dr. Arbuthnot's lodgings, at which time Anne, the Duchess now remembered, had called for a round sum from the privy purse. In short, the Duchess herself tells us that in less than a week after the inquiries, she discovered that her cousin was become an absolute favorite. At this crisis, an unlucky incident for the cunning Harley occurred. He had in his office one William Gregg, a clerk, who was detected in a treasonable correspondence with Chamillart, the French minister. He was arrested and thrown into the Old Bailey. The Whigs hoped to be able to implicate Harley himself in this secret correspondence. There had just been an attempt to get Lord Godolphin dismissed from his office, and he, the Duke of Marlborough, Sunderland, and their party, now seized eagerly on this chance to expel Harley and his acute coadjutor, St. John, from the cabinet. 7 lords, including these and all Whigs, were deputed to examine Gregg in prison, and are said to have labored hard to induce Gregg to accuse Harley, but they were disappointed. Gregg remained firm, was tried, condemned, and hanged. Alexander Valliere, John Barra, and Claude Baud, the secretary of the ambassador to the Duke of Savoy, with that minister's consent, were also imprisoned on the charge of carrying Gregg's correspondence to the governor and commissioners of Calais and Boulogne. On the scaffold, Gregg was said to have delivered a paper to the ordinary, clearing Harley altogether. But this was not produced till Harley was once more in the ascendant. The lords deputed to examine Gregg and the smugglers Barra and Valliere declared that Gregg had informed them that Harley had employed these men to carry correspondence, and that all the papers in the office of Harley lay about so openly that anyone might read them. Both these assertions, and the paper said to have been left by Gregg, had much that is doubtful about them. The one statement proceeded from the Whigs, evidently to destroy Harley. The Gregg paper, on the other hand, not being produced till Harley was out of danger, was quite as evidently the work of Harley to clear his character. The charges, however, were sufficient to drive Harley and St. John from office for the time. When the council next met, the Duke of Somerset rose, and pointing to Harley said rudely to the Queen that if she suffered that fellow to treat of affairs in the absence of Marlborough and Godolphin, he could not serve her. Marlborough and Godolphin continued to absent themselves from the council, and the Queen was compelled to dismiss Harley. With him went out St. John, the Secretary of War, and Mr. Robert Walpole, a young man whose name was destined to fill a large space of history under the Georges, was put into his place. Whilst things were on this footing, the nation was alarmed by an attempt at invasion. Louis Roman XIV had at length been persuaded that a diversion in Scotland would have a very advantageous effect by preventing England from sending so many troops and supplies against him to the continent. Early in February, therefore, an emissary was sent over to Scotland in the person of Charles Fleming, brother of the Earl of Wigtown. He was to see the leading Jacobites, and assure them that their king was coming, and that as soon as the French fleet appeared in sight they were to proclaim the king everywhere, raise the country, seize arms, and open up again their previous communications with persons within the different forts and garrisons, thus proving that they had tampered with the troops and garrisons of Scotland, and that, as asserted by different historians, the regular troops in that country, about 2,500, were not to be trusted by the English. They were also to seize the equivalent money, which was still lying in the castle of Edinburgh. On the earliest intimation of these designs, the suspected Scottish nobles, including the Duke of Hamilton and 21 others, lords or gentlemen, were secured. The habeas 580 Corpus Act was suspended. The pretender and his abettors were declared traitors, and all popish recusants were ordered to remove 10 miles from the cities of London and Westminster. The alarm was not an empty one. The pretender, who had now assumed the name of the Chevalier de St. George, was furnished with a fleet and army, which assembled at Dunkirk. The fleet, under the command of Admiral Forbin, consisted of 5 ships of the line and 20 frigates. It was to carry over 5,000 troops, under the command of General de Gace, afterwards known as Marshal de Matignon. Before the expedition, however, could sail, the Chevalier was taken ill of the measles, and the postponement of the expedition ruined its chances. A powerful fleet under the command of Admiral Sir George Byng, with squadrons under Sir John Leake and Lord Dursley, was sent to blockade the port of Dunkirk and prevent the sailing of the French expedition. The French were astonished at the appearance of so large a fleet, imagining that Leake had gone to Lisbon with his squadron, and Count de Forbin represented to the French court the improbability of their being able to sail. A storm, however, drove the English ships from their station. The French fleet then ventured out on the 17th of March, but was soon driven back by the same tempest. On the 19th, however, it again put out and made for the coast of Scotland. But Sir George Byng had stretched his ships along the whole coast to the very Firth of Forth, and on the French squadron approaching the Forth, it perceived the English ships there before it and stood off again. Byng gave chase and took the Salisbury, a ship of the line, having on board old Lord Griffin, two sons of Lord Middleton, a French lieutenant general, various other French and Irish officers, and 5 companies of French soldiers. In the night Forbin altered his course, and thus in the morning was out of the reach of the English. The Chevalier was impatient that Forbin should proceed to Inverness, and there land him and the troops. But the wind was so violent and dead against them that Forbin contended that they would all be lost if they continued the attempt, and the Chevalier, having entered the Firth of Forth, reluctantly returned to Dunkirk. Such was the alarm in London, owing to these circumstances, that there was a heavy run on the bank, increased to the utmost by all who were disaffected to the government. The Commons also suspended the Habeas Corpus Act, and the country was alive with military preparations. The Allies and France prepared for a vigorous campaign in the Netherlands, notwithstanding the low state of Louis Roman XIV's funds and a series of severe disasters which had attended his arms. He put forth wonderful energies for the maintenance of his designs. He assembled at least 100,000 men in the Netherlands, under the command of the Duke of Burgundy, the Duke of Vendôme, the Duke of Berwick, who had been so suddenly called from Spain, Marshal Boufflers, and the old pretender, who sought here to learn Martial's skill, which he might employ in attempting to regain his crown. On the other hand, Marlborough went to The Hague towards the end of March, where he was met by Prince Eugene, and the plan of the campaign was concerted between them, the pensionary Heinsius and the States General. Eugene then returned to Vienna to bring up reinforcements, and Marlborough proceeded to Flanders to assemble the army and be in readiness for the junction of Eugene. Before Eugene and Marlborough parted, however, they had gone together to Hanover, and persuaded the elector to be contented with merely acting on the defensive, so that he might spare a part of his forces for the projected operations in Flanders. His son, the Electoral Prince, afterwards George Roman II, of England, took a command of cavalry in the imperial army under Marlborough. Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, after the portrait by Sir Peter Lely. See larger version. The Duke of Vendôme, on the 25th of May, posted his army at Soignies, whilst Marlborough was encamped at Billinghen and Halle, only 3 leagues distant. The French then moved towards Braine-l'Alleud, and Marlborough, supposing that they meant to occupy the banks of the Dyle and cut him off from Louvain, made a rapid night march, and on the 3rd of June was at Terbank, Overkirk occupying the suburbs of Louvain. There, as the Allies were yet far inferior in numbers, they imagined the French would give them battle. But such were not the French plans. They had advanced only to Genappe and Braine-l'Alleud, and now sought by stratagem to regain the towns they had lost in Flanders. They knew that the Allies had drawn out all their forces, and that few of these towns had any competent garrisons. The inhabitants of many of these places had a leaning to France, from the heavy exactions of the Dutch, and the popularity of the Elector of Bavaria and the Count de Bergeyck, who was a warm adherent of the Bourbons. The 581 French, therefore, resolving to profit by these circumstances, dispatched troops to Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres, and were soon admitted to these places. They next invested Oudenarde, but Marlborough, being now joined by Eugene, made a rapid march to that town and took up a strong position before it. The French, however, unwilling to come to an engagement, passed the Scheldt, and attempted to defeat the Allies by attacking them whilst they were in the act of passing it after them. The Allies, however, effected their transit, and came to an engagement with the enemy between the Scheldt and the Lys on the 11th of July. The French amounted to 100,000, the Allies to little more than 80,000. The latter, however, had this great advantage, that the commanders of the Allies were united, those of the French were of contrary views. The Duke of Vendôme was prevented from attacking the Allies during their passage of the river by the remissness of the Duke of Burgundy. When it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Allies were safe over, then Burgundy was eager for an attack, and the Duke of Vendôme as averse from it, the proper opportunity having been lost. The wiser general was eventually overruled, and Major General Grimaldi was ordered to attack Count Rantzau, who was posted on a marshy plain near the village of Ain, with a muddy rivulet in front of him, with the king's household troops. But these troops, when they saw the nature of the rivulet, would not 582 charge, and filed off to the right. Rantzau then crossed the rivulet himself, and, whilst General Cadogan assaulted the village of Ain, attacked and drove before him several squadrons of the enemy. In this attack, the Electoral Prince of Hanover greatly distinguished himself by his gallant charge at the head of Bülow's dragoons. He had his horse killed under him, and Colonel Lashkey killed at his side. Several French regiments were completely broken, and many officers and standards were taken by the Hanoverians. The general engagement, however, did not take place till about 5 o'clock, when the Duke of Argyll came up with the infantry. Overkirk and Tilly, who led on the left of the Allies, were the first to make the French give way, when they were attacked in flank by the Dutch infantry under the Prince of Orange and Count Oxenstierna, and completely routed their right. After that, the whole line gave way. In vain, Vendôme exerted himself to check their flight and reform them. They fled in wild confusion along the road from Oudenarde towards Ghent, and Vendôme could do nothing but protect their rear. Their greatest protector, however, was the night, which stopped the pursuit of the Allies. As soon as it was light, the pursuit was resumed. But this was checked by the French grenadiers, who were posted behind the hedges that skirted the road, and the French army reached Ghent at 8 in the morning, and encamped on the canal on the other side of the city at Lovendegen, after one of the most thorough defeats that they had ever sustained. They lost 3,000 men, were deserted by 2,000 more, and had 7,000 taken, besides 10 pieces of cannon, more than 100 colors and standards, and 4,000 horses. The loss of the Allies was not inconsiderable, amounting to nearly 2,000 men. After resting a couple of days on the field of battle, a detachment was sent to level the French lines between Ypres and the Lys, another to lay the country under contributions as far as Arras, which ravaged the country and greatly alarmed Paris itself by carrying the war into France. This alarm was heightened by the Allies next advancing upon the city of Lille, which was considered the key to Paris and to half of France. Lille was very strongly defended by batteries and entrenchments, and by a garrison of 21 battalions of the best troops in France, commanded by Boufflers. This daring act combined all the skill and chief leaders on each side for the attack or the defense. The Dukes of Burgundy, Vendôme, and Berwick hastened to the relief of the place. Marlborough, Eugene, the Prince of Orange, Augustus, King of Poland, and the Landgrave of Hesse were engaged in the siege. All the art and valor on both sides were put forth. The French endeavored to cut off the supplies of the Allies coming from Ostend, but Major General Webb, who guarded these supplies with a body of 6,000 men, defeated an attacking party of 22,000 French under the Count de la Motte, near Wynendael, killing 6,000 of them, and accomplishing one of the most brilliant exploits of the whole war. After a stubborn and destructive defense, Boufflers capitulated for the town on the 22nd of October, but contrived to hold the citadel till the 9th of December. Lille, important as it was not won, it is said, without a loss of at least 12,000 of the Allies, whilst Boufflers was reckoned to have lost half his garrison. During the siege, Eugene had to hasten to the rescue of Brussels. After the fall of Lille, the Allies reduced Ghent, Bruges, and all the towns they had lost, and the French, greatly humiliated, abandoned Flanders and retired into their own territories, the French court being filled with consternation at these terrible reverses. The Duke of Berwick was highly incensed at the management of the campaign by Vendôme and Burgundy. He states that during the siege of Lille, Marlborough, through him, made propositions for peace, which were, however, haughtily rejected by the not yet sufficiently humbled Louis. Marlborough would probably have been glad to have procured peace now, that he might watch the critical state of affairs at home, where Harley and Mrs. Masham were steadily driving their minds beneath the feet of the Whigs, and where the whole body of Tories were constantly endeavoring to misrepresent his proceedings in the war, continually prognosticating defeats from alleged blunders, which, nevertheless, were as regularly refuted by the most brilliant successes. The campaign in Catalonia had begun in favor of the French, but there, too, had ended decidedly in favor of the Allies. There the Earl of Galway was superseded by General Stanhope, an able and active officer, and Count Staremberg, the imperial general, was a man of like stamp. But before the imperial troops had arrived in the English fleet commanded by Sir John Leake, the Duke of Orleans had besieged and taken Tortosa and 583 Denaya, the garrison of the latter place being detained prisoners, contrary to the articles of capitulation. No sooner, however, did Generals Stanhope and Staremberg get into the scene of action than they put a stop to the progress of the French and maintained the rest of the province intact. They soon, moreover, planned a striking enterprise. Sir John Leake carried over to Sardinia a small body of troops under the command of the Marquis d'Alconzel, assaulted and took Cagliari, and received the submission of the whole island, which acknowledged King Charles, and sent a very timely supply of 30,000 sacks of corn to the army in Catalonia, where it was extremely needed. General Stanhope then, with the consent of Count Staremberg, set sail for Minorca with a few battalions of Spaniards, Italians, and Portuguese, accompanied by a fine train of British artillery directed by Brigadier Wade and Colonel Petty. They landed on the 26th of August at Port Mahon and invested St. Philip, its chief fortress. They so disposed their forces that the garrison, which consisted only of 1,000 Spaniards and 600 French Marines, under Colonel Jonquière, imagined that there were at least 20,000 invaders, and, in consequence, surrendered after some sharp fighting, in which Brigadier Wade, at the head of a party of grenadiers, stormed a redoubt with such fury as amazed the garrison. On the 30th of September, not only Port Mahon, but the whole island was in the hands of the English, the garrison of Port Fournels having also submitted to the attack of Admirals Leake and Whitaker. The inhabitants were delighted with the change, King Philip having so heavily oppressed them and deprived them of their privileges. On the 28th of October, the Prince of Denmark, the husband of the Queen, died at Kensington Palace in his 55th year. George of Denmark was a man not destitute of sense, but of no distinguished ability. He was a good-natured bon vivant, who was, however, fond of the Queen, who was very much attached to him. They lived together in great harmony and affection, having no jars or jealousies. They had several children, who all died early, their son, the Duke of Gloucester, arriving at the greatest age. Anne was supposed to have a strong conviction that the death of all her children was a judgment on her for her desertion of her father and the repudiation of her brother, the Prince of Wales, whom, though she was the first to brand as a supposititious child, she came to recognize as her own brother. On the death of the prince, his offices were quickly divided amongst the expectant Whigs. The Earl of Pembroke took his office of Lord High Admiral, resigning the Lord Lieutenancy of Ireland and the presidency of the Council. But he soon found the business of the Admiralty too arduous for him, and it was put into commission, the chief commissioner being Lord Orford, that mercenary Russell whom the Whigs had so long been endeavoring to restore to that post. The post of warden of the Cinque Ports and constable of Dover Castle was separated from that of admiral to accommodate Lord Dorset. Lord Somers was again brought into the cabinet as president of the council. Even the witty and wicked Lord Wharton was promoted to the Lord Lieutenancy of Ireland. As Marlborough and Godolphin had a great fear and distrust of Wharton, this astonished many, but was accounted for by those more in the secrets of court, by Wharton being in possession of an autograph letter of Godolphin's to the court of St. Germain's, by which that minister, and probably Marlborough too, was greatly in his power. But though the Whig junto, as it was called, were now apparently omnipotent in the government, that was far from being the case. Harley and Mrs. Masham had the ear of the Queen as much or more than ever. They were continually closeted with her, and labored hard to disconcert all the measures of the Whigs. The fierce and implacable Duchess of Marlborough, raging with jealousy of the influence of Mrs. Masham, who had supplanted her, did perhaps still more than Harley himself, by her impolitic anger and insolence, to render the Queen only the more desirous to be rid of the Marlborough pest. Nothing but the Duke's continued victories made the countenance of the Duchess at court possible. Dreadful as was the condition to which the fiendish ambition of Louis Roman XIV had reduced Flanders, Spain, the north of Italy, and many parts of Germany, that of his own country and subjects was still more deplorable. Trade, agriculture, everything had been shriveled up by the perpetual demands of these incessant wars. The wealthy classes were become as poor as the rest. The middle classes were ruined. The common people were drained off to the army if men, and sank into beggary if women, children, or old people. All credit was at an end. The treasury of the king was empty, and his chief banker, Bernard, was bankrupt, as were hundreds of the same class of men. The most violent and 584 spasmodic exertions had been made to raise the supplies for the armies in the different fields. And still of late, nothing had come, but tidings after tidings of disastrous and murderous defeats. The farmers of the taxes were out in all parts of France, endeavoring to extort those levies which the ordinary tax-gatherers had demanded and distrained for in vain. The people of France were under a perpetual visitation of these officers, and though they were ill prepared to pay once, had frequently to pay more than once, the same taxes being demanded by different officers, the regular tax collector, or the agents of those to whom they were farmed out. The ministers themselves, Chamillart, Pontchartrain, and others of the proud servants of the Grand Monarch, were compelled to make journeys through the provinces to raise money for the necessities of the state in any way that could be devised. Such was the terrible condition of France, the people starving, ruined, and hopeless, and yet the daily victims of an incessant visitation of tax gatherers, who, whilst they failed to procure the necessary sums for the war, were actively plundering and embezzling on their own account. Nothing but the immeasurable pride of the haughty but now defeated king could cause him to hold out, and even this chance seemed scarcely left him, for the enemy was on the frontiers of France, had, in fact, already crossed them, and laid the country under contribution in Picardy, and another campaign might see them in full march on Paris. The Duke of Marlborough had not, as usual, visited England at the end of the campaign in 1708, which did not terminate till actual winter. He continued at The Hague, his enemies said, merely to look after his own interests. For, by various modes which we have already mentioned, he was making immense sums by his command. But although we may be quite satisfied that Marlborough would never neglect his own interests, these interests equally, or perhaps more pressingly, demanded his presence in England. Harley and the Tories, he knew, were actively though secretly engaged in ruining his credit with the Queen, and the conduct of his wife was not of a kind to counteract these efforts. But Marlborough's interests were inseparably linked to his reputation, and that reputation now demanded his most vigilant attention at The Hague. He saw the triumphant position of the Allies and the miserable condition of France. It is asserted, therefore, that he and Prince Eugene had planned boldly to march, on the opening of the next campaign, into France and carry the war to the gates of Paris. There is no more doubt that they could have done this than that the Allies did it in 1814 and again in 1815. The whole of the wars against France had been too timidly carried on. With the forces which were at William's command, the war might have been made offensive instead of defensive, and Louis have found his own territories subjected to the ravages which he had committed on those of the States and the German Empire. Now there was nothing to prevent the victorious arms of Marlborough from penetrating to the French capital and humbling the troubler of Europe, or to prevent the Allies from their dictating their own terms of peace. Nothing, indeed, but the subtle acts of Louis and the timid policy of the Dutch. And already Marlborough was aware that Louis, compelled to open his eyes to his critical situation, was beginning to tamper with the Dutch for a separate peace. Some of his own nearest kinsmen, and especially his grandson, the Duke of Burgundy, had spoken very plainly to Louis. They had asked him whether he meant irretrievably to ruin France in order to establish his grandson on the throne of Spain. They had laid fully before him the wasted condition of France and the rapidly growing ascendancy of the Allies. The pride of the old king was forced to stoop, and he consented to sue for peace. He could not, however, bring himself to seek this of the Allies altogether, but from Holland, whom he hoped by his arts to detach from the Confederation. He dispatched Buil, the president of the council, to Holland, who met Buys and Vanderdussen, the pensionaries of Amsterdam and Gouda, at Woerden, between Leyden and Utrecht, and Buil offered to make terms with the Dutch very advantageous to them. Vanderdussen and Buys replied that he must first of all put into their hands certain fortified towns necessary for the security of their frontier. To this, Buil would not listen. The Dutch communicated the French proposals to their allies and told the French minister that they could enter into no negotiations without them. Prince Eugene hastened from Vienna to The Hague, and he and Marlborough consulted on the propositions with Heinsius, Buys, and Vanderdussen, and it was unanimously decided that they could not be accepted. It was now near the end of April, and the Allies saw that it would not do to allow Louis XV to amuse them with offers which came to nothing, when they should be marching towards his capital. Whilst, therefore, Buil dispatched the news of the rejection of his offers to Versailles, Marlborough made a hasty journey to England to take the opinion of his government as to the terms of the treaty. The receipt of Buil's dispatch at the French court produced the utmost consternation. The king was fixed in his proud determination to offer no ampler terms. His minister represented that it was impossible to carry on the war. There was no alternative, and at length Buil was instructed to amuse the Allies with the proposal to repurchase Lille and to yield up Tournai, till the Marquis de Torcy could arrive to his assistance. De Torcy, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, set off for The Hague, not openly as the French plenipotentiary, but merely furnished with a courier's passport, and ran many risks of being seized on the way. At Brussels he had a narrow escape, but he reached The Hague late at night on the 6th of May. De Torcy now offered much more enlarged terms. Louis was willing to destroy the fortifications of Dunkirk at the instance of the Allies, to engage to send the pretender out of France, and also not to aid him in any attempt on the throne of Great Britain, provided that provision was made for his security and maintenance. He would give up Sicily, but would retain Naples, a country entirely gone out of his power for more than 2 years and in possession of Austria. He even proposed that Philip should resign Spain and the Indies, But his allies, the electors of Bavaria and Cologne, must be provided for, as they had sacrificed their own territories in his alliance. The main difficulties appeared to be the frontier towns of Lille, New Brissac, and Hermingen in Flanders, de Torcy contending that the surrender of Ypres, Menin, Conde, and a few inferior fortresses would be sufficient for frontier defenses. As they would give up Spain, the only obstacle in the south appeared the demand on Naples. These terms would have been received with exultation by the Allies some time ago, but they were now in a different position, and their demands were proportionate. London Coffee House in the reign of Anne. See larger version. As de Torcy could not bring the Dutch ministers to concede anything, he consented to meet Prince Eugene in Marlborough, who had now returned from England with Lord Townshend. To these was added Count Zinzendorf as minister for the emperor. The French minister, assisted by Bouille, though he was treating in a condition of the deepest anxiety, yet maintained all the high pretensions which his court had so long assumed. He offered the surrender of Spain, but he would give no guarantee for its evacuation. He contended that the word of his king was enough. As if the word of any king could be accepted in such a case, and especially of Louis, who had broken his 1,000 times. He pleaded that the king's great age, his earnest desire for peace and repose in his declining years, and the situation of his affairs, were of themselves ample guarantees for the fulfillment of that article of the treaty. And he even melted into tears in his earnestness to bring the ambassadors to accept the word of the Grand Monarch. This was all mere child's play in a treaty which was to be the result of such a war, and to establish the future peace of Europe. As time was going on, the representatives of the Allies at the end of May presented their ultimatum in 40 articles, the chief of which were these: that Philip should within 2 months totally evacuate Spain and Sicily, which with the Indies were to be made over to Charles; that if Philip refused to evacuate Spain and Sicily, the King of France, so far from helping him, should assist the Allies to expel him; that Spain should never, nor any part of it, be united to the crown of France; that the Dutch should receive, as a barrier to their states, Ferns, Fort Kennock, Menin, Savurge, Ypres, Warneton, Comines, Vervic, Lille, Conde, Tournai, and Maubeuge; that the French should deliver up all the towns, cities, and fortresses which they had taken in the Netherlands; that the fortifications of Dunkirk should be destroyed and never again be restored; that the pretender should quit France; that the Queen of England's title and that of the Protestant succession should be acknowledged; that the interests of the electors of Bavaria and Cologne should be settled by the Congress which should settle this peace; and that the Duke of Savoy should receive back everything taken from him, and should also retain Exils, Fenechels, Chaumont, and the valley of Pragelas. Strasbourg and Caille were to be given up by Louis, but Alsace itself retained. The new King of Prussia and the new Elector of Hanover should both be acknowledged, and all these preliminaries should be adopted, and the treaty completed within 2 months. De Torcy, who could not expect for a moment that Louis would consent to any such terms, to gain time, however, engaged to send them to Versailles. He set off for Paris, but at Douai he saw Marshal Villars, showed him the conditions of peace, and told him to put his army in order, for they would never be accepted. Villars replied that he should be prepared, but that the army was on the point of utter starvation, and such was the destitution of the country that he had no conception how the troops were to exist. No sooner did de Torcy reach Paris than it was announced to the Allies that Louis would never accept such terms. Bouille was recalled, and was commissioned by the Allies to assure the king that no others would be offered, and that, if they were not accepted by the 15th of June, they should take the field. But the French king had gained one great object by the negotiation. It enabled him to represent to his subjects his earnest efforts for peace and the arrogant obstinacy of the Allies. He had letters circulated all over France representing the anxious endeavors he had made to put an end to bloodshed and to the miseries of Europe, that he had offered to make unheard-of sacrifices, but to no purpose. Everything had been rejected by the Allies but a fresh carnage and spoliation. He represented that the more he had conceded, the more they had risen in their demands, that he found it impossible to satisfy their inordinate demands, except at the cost of the ruin and the eternal infamy of France. The effect of this representation was wonderful. The whole of France was so roused by indignation at the supposed treatment of their king, the insolent rejection of his peaceful desires, that they execrated the selfish arrogance of the Allies, for Louis had insinuated that they were carrying on the war only for their own personal interests. The kingdom, impoverished and reduced as it was, determined to support the ill-used monarch with the last remnant of its substance, and such exertions were made for the continued struggle as astonished the world. Nor was the effect of Louis's representations lost on Marlborough's enemies in England. They declaimed on the unreasonableness of the Allies almost as loudly as the French, and they particularly denounced the demand that Louis should help to dethrone and expatriate his own grandson, as the 587 most astounding piece of assumption that had ever been heard of. On the 21st of June, Marlborough and Prince Eugene crossed the frontiers of France, and with a force of 110,000 men drew up in a plain near Lille. Marshal Villars, considered now the ablest general of France, encamped his army on the plain of Sens, between two impassable morasses, and began to entrench himself. The Allies reconnoitered his position, but found it too strong to attack him in it, and as they could not advance towards Paris, leaving such an enemy behind them, they made a feint of attacking Ypres. And then, suddenly marching on Tournai in the night of the 27th of June, they presented themselves before it on the 7th of July. The place was strong, but the garrison was weak. It consisted of only 12 battalions of infantry and 4 squadrons of horse, in very inefficient condition. Villars endeavored to throw into the place 7,000 fresh troops, but he could not effect it. The governor, Lieutenant de Surville, was a man of great military skill and determination, and he maintained the siege with such vigor that the Allies were not only detained before the place for a long and invaluable time, but lost many men. The town capitulated on the 28th of July, when the Allies were about to carry it by storm, but the citadel held out till the 3rd of September. The same day, leaving a detachment under the Earl of Albemarle to level the defenses, the Allies crossed the Scheldt and determined to besiege Mons. They sent forward a detachment under the Prince of Hesse to attack the French lines from the Haine to the Sambre, which were abandoned at his approach. At this juncture, Marshal Boufflers arrived to support Villars, and, though his superior in command, agreed to serve under him. Marlborough, hearing that Villars had quitted his camp, and that the French were on the march to attack the Prince of Hesse and cut off the approaches to Mons, made a rapid movement, which brought him face to face with the French army, which consisted of 120,000 men, 10,000 more than the army of the Allies. Villars and Boufflers were encamped behind the woods of Lanière and Tasnière, in the neighborhood of Malplaquet. The Allies encamped with their right near Sarthe and Blairon, and the left on the edge of the wood of Lanière, the headquarters being at Blairgins. On the 9th of September, the outposts of the two armies began to skirmish, but the French fell back on an encampment near Malplaquet and spent the night in fortifying their position. Had the Allies immediately attacked them, the battle would have been less obstinate. But Marlborough was waiting for the coming up of 18 battalions, left to raise the fortifications of Tournai. For the 2 days that he thus continued to wait, the French, with unremitting activity, proceeded to cast up triple entrenchments, and were in fact so completely covered with lines, hedges, entrenchments, cannon, and trees laid across, that the Dutch field deputies declared that it would be madness to attack them in such a situation. But on the 10th, when the expected battalions had arrived, Marlborough and Eugene determined to give battle. Early on the morning of the 11th of September, they availed themselves of a thick fog to erect batteries on each wing, and, the day clearing about 8 o'clock, the engagement began. The battle began on the right by 86 battalions, commanded by General Schellenberg and the Duke of Argyll, supported by 22 battalions under Count Laudon, who broke through the French lines and fought with such fury that, notwithstanding their strong barricades, the French in less than an hour were forced from their entrenchments and compelled to seek refuge in the woods of Sarthe and Tasnière. The contest was far more desperate on the left, where the Prince of Orange and Baron Fagel, with 36 battalions, attacked the right of the enemy, posted in the woods of Lanière and covered with 3 entrenchments. The Prince of Orange led on the charge with wonderful bravery, having 2 horses killed under him and the greater part of his officers killed around him. The engagement was now general, and the French continued to fight with the fury of despair from 8 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, when, seeing all their lines forced, their left being utterly routed, and the center under Villars giving way, Villars himself being dangerously wounded, they began to retreat towards Bavay under the direction of Boufflers and retired to a position between Quesnoy and Valenciennes. The forest of Ardennes served to protect the French from the pursuit of their enemies and enabled them to carry off most of their cannon and standards. About 40 colors and standards and 16 pieces of cannon were taken by the Allies, with a considerable number of prisoners. But on surveying the field of battle, they found that this was the dearest victory which they had ever purchased. About 88 of their soldiers lay slain, and about 10,000 of the enemy. 30,000 lives sacrificed in one battle, Neither Blenheim nor Ramillies could compare with Malplaquet in monstrosity of carnage, nor was the impression produced equal to the destruction. The French, under the able command of Villars, notwithstanding their defeat, felt rather reassured than depressed. They had inflicted far more damage than they had received, and Villars declared that, had he not been so severely wounded, he would not have left the field without the victory. The French having retired into Valenciennes, the Allies continued the siege of Mons, which capitulated on the 23rd of October, and the armies then retired into winter quarters, after which some resultless negotiations ensued. 5 Guinea Peace of Anne. The Parliament of Great Britain met on the 15th of November, and the Queen, opening it in person, announced in her speech that France had been endeavoring, by false and hollow artifices, to amuse the Allies with a prospect of peace, but with the real intent to sow jealousies amongst them, that the Allies had wisely rejected the insidious overtures, that our arms had been as successful as in any former campaign, and had now laid France open to the advance of the Confederate troops, and that if they granted her, as she trusted they would, liberal supplies, she believed that she would now soon reduce that exorbitant and oppressive power which had so long threatened the liberties of Europe. Both Lords and Commons presented addresses fully approving of the rejection of the King of France's delusive overtures. They thanked the Duke of Marlborough for his splendid victory at Malplaquet. The Commons voted £6,200,000 for the services of the year, and established the lottery and other schemes for raising this heavy sum. Farthing of Anne. The great topic, however, which engrossed almost the whole attention this session, not only of Parliament but of the whole nation, was not foreign affairs, not the general war, but a party war at home, which was carried on with the most extraordinary furor, and put the whole public into a flame. The ostensible cause of this vehement conflict was the publication of a couple of sermons by a clergyman hitherto of no mark. The real cause was the determination of Harley and the Tories to damage the Whigs irremediably, and to drive them at once from the service of the state and the support of the people. They therefore seized with consummate tact on these sermons, which were, as printed, stupid though rabid performances, and which, had they not been adroitly steeped in party spirit, the most inflammable of all spirits, and set fire to, might soon have slept forgotten in the linings of trunks, or as wrappers of butter and cheese. 2 Guinea Peace of Anne. On the 13th of December, 1709, Mr. Dalban, the son of the Archbishop of York, denounced in the House of Commons 2 sermons preached and published by Dr. Henry Sacheverell, rector of St. Saviour's in Southwark. The first of these sermons had been preached on the 15th of August at the Assizes at Derby, before the judge and sheriff. The second had been preached on the 5th of November before the Lord Mayor and Corporation in St. Paul's Cathedral. In both these sermons he had made an attack, if not avowedly on the government, on the principles on which the throne and the whole government 589 were established. He professed the most entire doctrines of non-resistance and passive obedience, which, at the same time that they made him appear incapable, if he had the power, of overturning any government, led him to entirely sap and undermine the government and title of the Queen, by representing the resistance which had been made to the encroachments of the Stuarts, and especially to James Roman II, as perfectly impious and treasonable, contrary to the laws of God and the political institutions of men. He reprobated the Revolution and all that flowed from it, and thus, pretending to passive obedience, he was, in the fullest sense, preaching resistance and a counter-revolution. Whilst crying non-resistance, he was, as far as in him lay, arming all those who were hostilely inclined to overturn the throne of Anne, as built only on rebellion and on maxims subversive of the divine right of kings. In his second sermon, which he called Perils of False Brethren, he preached flamingly against the danger to the Church, danger from the false and democratic bishops who had been put in by the usurper William of Orange, danger from the dissenters, whom he had by law tolerated, and made powerful in the state and against the true Church. With such a jubilant avidity was this war note responded to by high Church clergy, high Church zealots of all sorts, and the Tories ready to rush to the assault on any promising occasion, that no less than 40,000 copies of these sermons are said to have been sold. Nothing, says Dr. Johnson, ever sold like it, except The Whole Duty of Man. Robert Harley, Earl of Oxford, after the portrait by Sir Godfrey Kneller. See larger version. The motion made by Mr. Dalban in regard to Sacheverell in the House of Commons was seconded 590 by Sir Peter King, one of the aldermen of London, who had listened to the sermon in St. Paul's with astonishment and indignation. He denounced it as abounding with matter false, injurious, impious, and tending to sedition and schism in the church. This had not been the case with all the city dignitaries on that occasion. Sir Gilbert Heathcote had indeed been equally astonished at it, and declared that the preacher ought to be called to account for it. But the Lord Mayor, Sir Samuel Garrard, had applauded it, and had allowed it to be published with his sanction. Neither was it the first of the kind which had been preached in London. One Francis Higgins had been haranguing on the same topics in the pulpits all over the metropolis, with the most outrageous declamations on the dangers of the church. Sacheverell, however, had brought the fever to a crisis. The most violent paragraphs were read in the House of Commons, and voted scandalous and seditious libels. The doctor was summoned to the bar of the House, and, having acknowledged the authorship of the sermons, pleaded the encouragement which he had received from the Lord Mayor to print the one on the perils of false brethren. Sir Samuel Garrard, who was a member of the House, now repudiated his encouragement, and the doctor being ordered to withdraw, it was resolved that he should be impeached of high crimes and misdemeanors at the bar of the Lords, and Mr. Dalban was ordered to conduct his impeachment. A committee was appointed to prepare the articles, and Sacheverell was taken into custody. When the impeachment was carried up to the Lords, Sacheverell petitioned to be admitted to bail, but this was refused. The Commons committed him to the custody of the deputy usher of the Black Rod, but the Lords afterwards admitted him to bail. The articles were carried up to the Lords on the 13th of January, 1710, and Sacheverell drew up an answer, in which he wholly denied some of the articles, and endeavored to justify himself in respect to the rest. The Commons made a reply and declared themselves ready to prove the charge. A long delay, however, took place before the day of trial could be fixed. The Queen was more than suspected of being favourable to Sacheverell, as influenced by Harley, Mrs. Masham, and the Tories. When the doctor appeared before the Commons, he was attended by Dr. Lancaster, the Vice-Chancellor of Oxford, and above 100 of the most distinguished clergymen of London and other towns, conspicuous amongst them being several of the Queen's own chaplains. From the moment that Sacheverell was taken into custody by the Commons, the Church and Tory party had set all their engines to work to raise the populace. These agents were everywhere, distributing money, treating the mob to ale, and spreading the most alarming rumors that the Puritans, the Presbyterians, and the Dissenters were all combined to pull down the Church and restore the old Republican practices, and that the prosecution of Sacheverell was a trial of their strength. The pulpits resounded in all quarters with these alarms, with the intention of working up the people to a pitch of desperation, and they succeeded. The mob became furious and paraded the streets and round the palace, crying, "God save the Queen and Dr. Sacheverell, Queen and High Church." Marlborough took his departure for Holland, and the trial of Sacheverell was fixed for the 27th of February in Westminster Hall. The managers for the Commons were the Lords William Paulet and Coningsby, Sir Thomas Parker, Sir Joseph Jekyll, Sir John Hollies, Sir John Holland, Sir James Montague, Sir Peter King, Recorder of London, Mr. Robert Eyre, Solicitor General, Mr. James Stanhope, Mr. Robert Walpole, Mr. Spencer Cowper, Mr. John Smith, Mr. John Dalban, and Mr. William Thompson. The prisoner was defended by Sir Simon Harcourt and Mr. Constantine Phipps, and was attended by doctors Smallridge and Atterbury. The Lord Chancellor Cowper demanded of the Lords whether it was their pleasure that Dr. Sacheverell should be called before them, and the answer being in the affirmative, he was placed at the bar, his friends Atterbury and Smallridge standing at his side. Silence being ordered, the doctor was asked whether he was ready to take his trial, to which he answered with great confidence that he was, and should always be ready to obey the laws of the land. The articles of impeachment were then read. They accused him of having publicly reflected on the late revolution, of having suggested that it was brought about by odious and unjustifiable means, of having defamed the act of toleration, and cast scurrilous reflections on those who advocated religious toleration, of asserting that the Church was in great peril from Her Majesty's administration, of maintaining that the civil constitution of the country was also in danger, of stigmatizing many of the dignitaries of the Church, some of whom the Queen herself had placed in their posts, as false 591 brethren, and of libeling Her Majesty's ministers, and especially of branding the Lord High Treasurer with the name of Volpone, and, finally, with having, in discharge of his sacred office, wickedly wrested and perverted the Holy Scriptures. These charges were well supported by various members of the Commons, and amongst them Robert Walpole particularly distinguished himself. The counsel for the doctor then pleaded in his behalf, and endeavored to answer the arguments adduced against him. Sacheverell, however, was not contented with this. He delivered a defense himself, which has been generally considered to be the work of the high Tory divine Atterbury, and probably with good reason. In this, he dwelt much on his responsibility as a clergyman, and represented the interests of all his brethren and of the church as involved in this attack made upon them through his person. He expressed the utmost loyalty towards the Queen and the Constitution, denied having called in question the revolution, though he had certainly condemned in the strongest terms the resistance by which it was achieved. He declared himself in favor of the Protestant succession, and asserted that, as his principle was that of non-resistance in all cases, he could not by any word or act of his own endanger the government as by law established. As if his very declaration of the principle of non-resistance and passive obedience did not condemn in toto the revolution, the means by which the Queen came to the throne, and encourage all those who were seeking to restore popery and the Stuarts as the rightful religion and rightful possessors of the throne, both of which had been, according to his doctrines, forced from their legitimate place by ungodly and unchristian violence. And he concluded by calling on God and his holy angels to witness that he had never been guilty of the wicked, seditious, or malicious acts imputed to him in the impeachment. As the doctor went to and from the hall, his chair was thronged round by dense crowds, which attended him to his lodgings in the Temple, or thence to Westminster Hall. Numbers pressed forward to kiss his hand, they lifted their hats to him with the utmost reverence. The windows were crowded by ladies and gentlemen, who cheered him vociferously, and many flung down presents to him. The doctor returned the salutations by continual bows and smiles, and seemed wonderfully elated by his sudden consequence. His chairmen seemed to partake of his glory, and stepped on as proudly as if they had been carrying the Queen. This huzzing, says Defoe, made the doctor so popular that the ladies began to talk of falling in love with him, but this was only a prelude to the high church affair. An essay was to be made on the mob, and the huzzing of the rabble was to be artfully improved. Accordingly, after the trial the next day, February 28th, the mob assembled in dense masses. Sweeps, link boys, butchers, by a sturdy guard of whom the doctor was always escorted to and from the hall, collected in the city and began to cry, "Down with the dissenters! High Church forever!" And they soon put their cries in practice by assaulting the dissenting chapels and sacking their interiors. The Tory writers of the time pretend that the rioters did this of their own accord, as the mobs had destroyed the Catholic chapels in 1688, but this was not the case. The proceedings of the mob were stimulated and directed by gentlemen, who followed them in hackney coaches, according to Cunningham, who is the only writer who has furnished us with full details of these outrages. They then directed their rage against the house of Bishop Burnet, which stood on the other side of St. John's Square, and attempted to demolish it. This they must have done under instructions from their disguised instigators, for Burnet was hated by the High Church and Tory party for the distinguished part which he had borne in the Revolution, for his constant attachment to King William and his measures, and especially for his advocacy of toleration. They vowed they would put the Low Church bishop to death if they could catch him, but the respectable inhabitants vigorously interposed in defense of the bishop's house and life, and the mob were compelled to desist. So long as the rioters were only burning and ruining the dissenting chapels, the court remained most calmly quiescent. But when the news came that they were beginning to attack, Low Church as by law established, there was a bustle and a fright at St. James's. This fright was wonderfully increased when Sunderland rushed into the presence of the Queen and announced that the mob was on the march to pull down and rifle the Bank of England in honor of High Church and Dr. Sacheverell. At this news, the Queen turned deadly pale and trembled. She bade Sunderland send instantly the horse and foot guards and disperse the rioters. Captain Horsey, the officer on duty at St. James's, was at once summoned into the royal presence, and 592 Sunderland delivered to him the Queen's order to disperse the mob, but to use discretion, and not to proceed to extremities. Horsey was one of the anti-Marlborough faction, and received the command in evident dudgeon. "Am I to preach to the mob, or am I to fight them?" he asked. "If you want preaching, please to send someone with me who is a better hand at holding forth than I am. If you want fighting, it is my trade, and I will do my best." Sunderland could only repeat the order. Horsey easily dispersed the rabble, who were more valiant against peaceable dissenters than against soldiers. In one or two places they seemed as though they would make a stand, but on any attempt of the guards to charge them they flew like leaves before the wind. Drinking to the health of Dr. Sacheverell, CP 593. See larger version. The trial lasted for 3 weeks, and every day the same crowds assembled, the same hurrying of Sacheverell, the same appeals to the Queen on behalf of the Church and Dr. Sacheverell were shouted by the enthusiastic mob. No one scarcely dared to appear abroad without an artificial oak leaf in his hat, which was considered the badge of restored monarchy, and all the time the doctor carried the air of a conqueror. At length, on the 10th of March, the Lords adjourned to their own house to consider this point, raised by the Council for Sacheverell, whether in prosecutions by impeachments the particular words supposed to be criminal should be expressly specified in such impeachments. The question was referred to the judges, who decided that the particular words ought to be so specified. It was objected that the judges had decided according to the rules of Westminster Hall, and not according to the usages of Parliament, and it was resolved to adhere to the usages of Parliament, lest it should become a practice for the judges to decide on questions of parliamentary right and privilege. On the 16th of March, the Lords came to the consideration of their judgment, and the Queen attended incognita to hear the debate, which was long and earnest. In the end, Sacheverell was pronounced guilty by a majority of 17, but 34 peers entered a protest against the judgment, and his sentence bore no proportion to 593, the usual ones in such cases. He was merely suspended from preaching for 3 years, and his sermons were condemned to be burnt by the common hangman. Making friends with Mrs. Masham, CP 594. See larger version. This gentle sentence was regarded by the people and the Tories as a real triumph. It was proof of the decline of the Whig party and of the fear of offending the public. The event was celebrated by Sacheverell's mob friends by bonfires and by the inhabitants of London and Westminster by illuminations. There was plenty of beer supplied to the populace from some quarter, and everyone passing along was compelled to drink the health of Dr. Sacheverell, the champion of the church. Sacheverell himself went from house to house in a state of triumph to thank the lords and gentlemen who had taken his side. From some of these, as the Duke of Argyll, he met with a rebuff. But the great doctor, with a roaring mob at his heels, was generally flatteringly received, and he took care to boast that after his sentence it was clear that the Whigs were down and the church was saved. The University of Oxford, which had received a snub from the Lords by their ordering its famous decree, asserting the absolute authority and indefeasible right of princes to be burnt with Sacheverell's sermons, was loud in professed triumph and sympathy with the doctor. The House of Commons was indignant at the lenity of his treatment, and declared that his sentence was an actual benefit to him, by exempting him from the duties of his living and enabling him to go about fomenting sedition. The Queen prorogued Parliament on the 5th of April, expressing her concern for the occasion which had occupied so much of the session. She declared that no prince could have a more zealous desire for the welfare of the church than she had, and that it was mischievous in wicked and malicious libels to pretend that the church was in danger. And she trusted that men would now study to be quiet and mind their own business, instead of busying themselves to revive questions of a very high nature, and which could only be with an ill intention. But every one knew all the while that Anne was only too pleased at the demonstrations which had been made through 594 Sacheverell, that they had damaged the Whigs essentially, and brought the day near when she could safely send them adrift, and liberate herself forever from them and the Marlboroughs. Mrs. Masham now ruled triumphantly, and disposed of commissions and offices as royally as ever the Duchess had done. It was openly said in the army that fighting was not the road to promotion, but carrying Mrs. Masham's lapdogs, or putting a heavy purse into the hand of Mrs. Abigail Earwig. The Duchess of Marlborough did not abate her exertions to recover favor, but they were in vain, and the great Marlborough complained, in a letter to the Queen, that all his victories for Her Majesty's honor could not shield him from the malice of a bedchamber woman. Indeed, the display of the Queen's bias now became rapid and open. The Duke of Shrewsbury, who had now joined the Tories, returned from his long residence at Rome, where he had married an Italian lady and had taken the part of Sacheverell in the trial. The Queen immediately dismissed the Marquis of Kent, a staunch Whig, from the office of Lord Chamberlain, and much to the grief and consternation of the Lord Treasurer, Godolphin, bestowed it on Shrewsbury. There was great alarm among the Whigs, and Walpole recommended the instant and entire resignation of the whole cabinet as the only means to intimidate the Queen and her secret advisers. But Harley is said to have persuaded the rest of the ministers that the only object was to get rid of Godolphin, Marlborough, and his son-in-law Sunderland. The rumor of Sunderland's dismissal became general, and not without foundation. The Queen had an extreme dislike to him, not only because of his belonging to Marlborough's clique, but on account of his blunt and outspoken manners. He was perfectly undisguised in his expressions of dislike for Mrs. Masham, and of his resolve, if possible, to turn her out of the palace. But with the Queen's devotion to that lady, he could have taken no surer way of getting himself out. The Duchess of Marlborough, who could not now obtain access to the Queen, yet wrote to her, imploring her to defer any intention of removing Lord Sunderland till the Duke's return. But the Queen forthwith gave Sunderland his dismissal and appointed Lord Dartmouth, an actual Jacobite, in his place. Anne endeavoured to qualify Lord Sunderland's dismissal by offering him a retiring pension, but he rejected it with disdain. And such was the fear that the Duke of Marlborough, on this act of disrespect to him, would throw up the command of the army, that all the leading ministers, including Cowper, Somers, Halifax, Devonshire, Godolphin, and Orford, wrote to him, imploring him to retain his command, as well for the security of the Whig government as for his own glory and the good of the country. The Allies on the continent were equally alarmed at this indication of the declining favor of Marlborough, and France was just as elated at it. But nothing could now stay the fall of the Whigs. Anne, indeed, ordered Mr. Secretary Boyle to write to the Allied sovereigns and to the States General to assure them that nothing was farther from her thoughts than the removal of the Duke of Marlborough from his command, and that she still proposed to conduct her government by the same party. The hollowness of these assurances was immediately shown by her also dismissing Godolphin from the Treasury and appointing Harley Chancellor of the Exchequer. Harley thereupon proposed to Lord Chancellor Cowper and Walpole to make a coalition, but they rejected the overture. And as a Tory cabinet could not expect to carry on with a Whig House of Commons, a dissolution was determined upon, and Parliament was dissolved accordingly, and writs were issued for a new election. The nomination of the Tory cabinet immediately followed. Lord Rochester, the Queen's High Church and deep-drinking uncle, was made President of the Council in place of Somers. The Duke of Buckingham succeeded the Duke of Devonshire as Lord Steward. St. John succeeded Mr. Secretary Boyle. Sir Simon Harcourt, as Lord Chancellor, superseded Lord Cowper. The Duke of Ormond took the Lord Lieutenancy of Ireland from Lord Wharton. The Duke of Somerset had anticipated these changes by throwing up his post of Master of the Horse, and the Earl of Orford was removed from the Admiralty, and that office was put in commission. In the room of Walpole, George Granville was made Secretary at War. Here was a clean sweep of all the Whigs, except some subordinate officials, who clung to office as long as it was permitted. Dr. Sacheverell had done a mighty work for the Tories, and having a living in Wales conferred on him, he made quite a triumphant progress thither in May, during all the heat and violence of the elections, still laboring in his vocation of self-glorification, and of damaging the Whig cause as much as he could, in which he was energetically supported by his patrons. On the Continent, war and negotiation were going on at the same time, whilst the Sacheverell fever had been raging at home. Early in the spring, Louis Roman XIV, sensible of the miserable condition of his kingdom, had again made overtures for peace. The ministers of the two parties met at first on board a yacht at Mardyck, but the French preferred the wretched little town of Gertruidenberg for their sojourn, where they complained of the miserable accommodations they obtained. The Dutch States General had sent a pressing request that Marlborough might be allowed to go to Holland in time to give his advice in these negotiations, and the two houses of Parliament seconded this request. The Queen readily consented, though it was suspected the whole was done at the suggestion of Marlborough himself, to show how essential his services were deemed by the Allies. Though Marlborough hastened to The Hague in consequence, he did not in any way appear openly in the matter, but appeared busy with Prince Eugene in setting early on foot the campaign. The French ambassadors represented themselves as being not only most meanly entertained, but as meanly and narrowly watched, their letters being opened, and their propositions met by haughty discourtesy. Certainly, if we were to regard the concessions made by Louis Roman XIV. On this occasion as honestly offered, the Allies had never a fairer opportunity of closing the war triumphantly, and were most culpable in refusing them. Louis offered to give up all Spain and the Indies, East and West, to acknowledge Charles King of undivided Spain, to give no support to Philip, but to claim for him only Sicily and Naples. When it was objected that Naples was already in the possession of Austria, and could not be given up, the ambassadors waived the claim of Naples, and contented themselves with Sicily and Sardinia for Philip. As a security for Philip evacuating Spain, they offered to give up 4 cautionary towns in Flanders, to restore Strasbourg and Brissac, to destroy all their fortifications on the Rhine from Bâle to Philipsburg, to level all the fortifications of Dunkirk, and to surrender to the Dutch Maubeuge, Conde, Ferns, Menin, Ypres, Tournai, and Lille. Surely nothing could be more complete. By gaining all these advantages, the Allies gained everything they had been fighting for. They wanted not only an agreement for the surrender of Spain, but a sufficient guarantee for it. And this guarantee they demanded in the shape of an engagement that Louis should help them with actual money and arms to expel Philip from Spain if he refused to evacuate it, and really to place Austria in possession of it. This was certainly putting the sincerity of Louis to sufficient test, and Louis failed under it. He contended that it would be monstrous and unnatural to take arms against his own grandson, but that he would contribute money for this purpose, which, to ordinary intellects, looks quite as monstrous. He offered, according to his able Prime Minister de Torcy, to pay 500,000 livres a month towards this object, or even to raise it to 1 million of money if the Allies would not be satisfied with less. But as the Allies, in the first place, knew that Louis had not money to meet the demands of his own government, and, in the second place, that Philip had sent an express declaration to the Allies, when this question was mooted before, that he stood on his rightful claim through the will of Charles Roman II, the late King of Spain, and would recognize no pretensions of any party to deal with his patrimony. They declined the offer, and declared they would be contented with nothing less than the actual possession of the country. They knew that at the very time that these negotiations were going on, Philip was making fresh and strenuous exertions to drive Charles from Spain, that he had appealed to Louis to send him the Duc de Vendôme to take the command in that country, with which request Louis promptly complied. They knew that France had only to close the passes of the Pyrenees, and, under the pretense of protecting her own frontiers from the armies in Spain, shut out all attack on Philip, except by sea. On this rock, therefore, the whole negotiation was wrecked. Louis had flattered himself that Marlborough, distracted by the state of affairs in England, would be anxious to make peace, in order that he might be on the spot to resist the fall of the Whig party at home, and with it of his influence. But the wiser de Torcy reasoned very differently. He saw that the party of Marlborough was already ruined, and for him to return home would be to return to insignificance, mortification, and insult. His only safety and strength lay in the continuance of the war, on the chance of reaping new victories, and, therefore, new humiliation to his enemies. And in this de Torcy was correct. Marlborough did not appear in the matter. Lord Townshend for England and Count Zinzendorf for the Emperor were consulted by the States General on all the points of the treaty. But the pensionary Heinsius, the devoted 596 friend of Marlborough and Eugene, kept them au fait on the whole subject and influenced the States General as they dictated. The result was that, after the negotiations had continued from the 19th of March to the 21st of July, during which there was a rapid and frequent interchange of messages with Versailles, the conference broke up. The campaign had not paused for the issue of the conference. Eugene and Marlborough left The Hague on the 15th of March and assembled their troops, which quartered on the Meuse at Tournai. The Confederate army amounted to 60,000 men, with which they invested Douai, and Eugene remaining to carry on the siege, Marlborough advanced to Vitry, where he encamped. Marshal Villars, at the head of an army numerous and well appointed, considering the distresses of France, and all the more numerous because men, destitute of the means of livelihood, flocked to the royal banners, passed the Scheldt and encamped at Bauchin, declaring that he would engage the Allies, but he thought better of it. His aim was to embarrass the siege of Douai, in which there was a strong French garrison, commanded by General Albergati. The defense was vigorous, Albergati making frequent sallies, and altogether the Allies suffered severely before the town. It was compelled, however, to capitulate on the 26th of June. Eugene and Marlborough, being again united, contemplated forcing the lines of the enemy between Arras and Muramont, but finding them too strong, they resolved to besiege Bethune, which, in spite of the menacing attitude of Marshal Villars, who marched out of his entrenchments as if going to attack them, surrendered on the 29th of August. They afterwards took also the inconsiderable towns of Aire and Varent, and there the campaign ended. The armies broke up and retired to winter quarters. This was a poor result after the grand schemes of storming Boulogne and marching upon Paris. The fact was that the anxious condition of affairs at home completely paralyzed Marlborough. He was no longer the man he had been. His mind was dragged different ways and was harassed with anxieties. He could no longer concentrate his attention on one great plan of warfare, and the consequence was that his action was spiritless and indecisive. He seemed to have lost the secret of success, and met with annoyances which his vigilance and promptitude had hitherto prevented. On one occasion, a great supply of powder and other stores was intercepted by the enemy, though under the guard of 1,200 foot and 480 horse. In a word, he was discouraged, divided in his own mind, and the spell of victory, or rather of high enterprise, was broken. In other quarters the scene was not more encouraging. Nothing of consequence was effected on the Rhine, and in Piedmont the Duke of Savoy, still out of humor with the emperor, did nothing. The imperial forces were commanded by Count Daun, who endeavored to cross the Alps and penetrate into Dauphine, but was effectually kept back by the Duke of Berwick, who held the mountain passes. In Spain, after a brilliant commencement of the campaign, everything went to ruin. General Stanhope, having passed in his parliamentary character through the Sacheverell campaign, joined the imperial general, Count Staremberg, in Catalonia in May. On the 10th of July, they encountered the army of King Philip at Almenara. Stanhope had the charge of the cavalry, killed with his own hand the commander of Philip's guards, General Amesaga, and routed the whole body of horse, upon which the infantry retired precipitately on Lerida. General Staremberg pursued the flying army to Saragossa, where King Philip made a stand, but was again defeated with a loss of 5,000 men, 7,000 taken prisoners, with all his artillery, and a great number of colors and standards. Charles and his confederates entered Saragossa in triumph, and Philip continued his flight to Madrid. Whilst victory was with them, General Stanhope urged King Charles to push on to Madrid, drive Philip into the Pyrenees, and secure the pass of Pampeluna, the only one by which Louis could send reinforcements. But the inert Austrian loitered away a whole month at Saragossa, and it was not till the middle of September that Stanhope could induce him to advance. On the 21st of that month, Stanhope, still leading the way, entered Madrid without opposition, Philip and all the grandees having retreated to Valladolid. On the 28th, Charles himself made his entry into Madrid, but General Stanhope soon perceived that he had no welcome. The Castilians to a man were for Philip, and did the army of Charles all the mischief they could, cutting off his supplies, attacking his outposts, and destroying all the stragglers and foragers that they could meet with. Stanhope still urged Charles to send on a detachment to secure Toledo, and to keep open the passage of the Tagus to facilitate an expected advance of Portuguese troops in his favor. The Portuguese, however, did not make their appearance. Provisions failed in Madrid, for the peasantry held back the supply, and the whole army marched to Toledo, where at 597 found itself still worse off. Philip, meanwhile, had sent in haste to request reinforcements from Louis under the command of the Duc de Vendôme, and these approaching, the timid Charles hastened back into Catalonia as the only place of security. The Duke of Marlborough's interview with Anne, CP 599. See larger version. Such was continually the fluctuating condition of the war in Spain. The Spaniards had no inclination to support Charles, and the Allies only sent troops sufficient to win victories, but not to maintain them, still less to secure the passes in the Pyrenees and keep back fresh French armies. It was another of our futile attempts to support a man who, unless he could support himself, had no business there. At this juncture, the Tories, having risen into power, withheld fresh reinforcements. They were not hardy in the war, and our small army there was left to contend with impossibilities. The English and imperialists, unwillingly following in the track of the king towards Catalonia, for the sake of better procuring provisions on the route, had separated and marched at some distance from each other, though in parallel lines. In this condition, they were suddenly overtaken by Vendôme on the 8th of December, and Stanhope, with his 5,000 men, found himself surrounded by the main army of the French. This was an instance of want of circumspection, which was not anticipated in General Stanhope after his vigorous and able operations hitherto, and procured him severe blame. He managed to dispatch a messenger to Staremberg for help, but his powder was nearly exhausted, and after courageously defending himself till the next day, he was compelled to surrender himself in the little town of Brihuega. Staremberg was accused of tardy movement for the relief of Stanhope, but he was probably prevented from coming up by the forces of Vendôme, who attacked him also on the 10th at Villaviciosa. Vendôme's troops are said to have doubled in number those of Staremberg. Staremberg's left wing was routed, and great slaughter made of them, but Staremberg himself maintained the fight with his right wing till night, when the French retreated, having suffered equally severely with the troops of Staremberg. The imperial general, however, found himself unable to pursue the advantage. He ordered all the guns to be spiked and retreated as fast as possible into Catalonia. Vendôme pursued him, took Balaguer on the way, in which he left a garrison, and followed Staremberg to the very walls of Barcelona. About the same time, the Duc de Noailles invested Giron and took it in the severity of the winter weather. And thus was Charles, after a few months' campaign, which began so splendidly, stripped of the whole Spanish monarchy, with the exception of Catalonia, which was itself greatly exposed and very inefficiently defended. At home, the new parliament met on the 25th of November. There was a strong infusion of Tories sent up, but there was still also a strong party of Whigs. The Tories, however, carried the speakership in the person of Mr. Bromley, in the place of the late Whig speaker, Onslow, but the chief managers of the Sacheverell trial had managed to secure their own return. The Queen, on the other hand, showed her prejudice by knighting Mr. Constantine Phipps, Sacheverell's counsel, and making him Lord Chancellor of Ireland, and giving other promotions to marked Tories. In her speech, Anne declared that she would support the Church of England, maintain the Constitution, and grant the indulgence allowed by law to scrupulous consciences. The word was no longer toleration, but indulgence, the very phrase used by Sacheverell, another proof of the Queen's leaning towards the doctor. And this phrase now became general in the High Church, the doctrine being that whatever liberty the dissenters enjoyed was of indulgence, and not of right. In the House of Lords, the Earl of Scarborough moved the usual vote of thanks to the Duke of Marlborough, but the Duke of Argyll opposed it, and the Duke's friends let the matter drop, hoping to carry it when the Duke returned. Other signs of the great change which had taken place in the domestic policy of the nation quickly followed. The Earl of Peterborough, who had so long suffered from the overwhelming shade of Marlborough, was appointed ambassador extraordinary to the imperial court. The Earl of Rivers was appointed ambassador to Hanover, and Richard Hill, a kinsman of Mrs. Masham, ambassador extraordinary to the States General, and also to the Council of State, appointed for the government of the Spanish Netherlands, in the place of Lieutenant General Cadogan. Colonels Meredith, Macartney, and Honeywood were deprived of their regiments for drinking confusion to the enemies of the Duke of Marlborough. The Marlborough reign was at an end. The Tories being now in power, there was an entire revolution of opinion and of measures. Everything which had been applauded and encouraged under the Whigs was now to be decried. Everything which had been kept down was to be set on high. When Marlborough, therefore 599, arrived during the Christmas holidays, it was to a most cold reception. There were no longer popular acclamations, nor lords and commons hurrying to offer him thanks and eulogies for his eminent services. The public mind had been carefully indoctrinated on this point, and the great commander landed in a most expressive silence. He waited, as was his duty, on the Queen, was admitted to about half an hour's audience, and the next morning attended a meeting of the Privy Council. But both in the presence and the council chamber the same ominous and freezing silence reigned. The Queen plainly told him that he was now no longer to expect the thanks of Parliament as formerly, and she added that, notwithstanding, she trusted he would act in harmony with her ministers. Marlborough showed no outward signs of resentment. He was anxious still to continue the command of the army, and to put the finish to his successes by compelling a satisfactory peace from Louis, now reduced to the most terrible straits. The Duke saw that it was time for the Duchess to resign her offices. The Queen had repeatedly insisted to Marlborough that the Duchess should deliver up the gold keys, the token of her offices of groom of the stole and mistress of the robes, but that resolute woman refused to comply. Marlborough, unable to obtain the keys, endeavored to mollify the Queen's anger at the delay. His appeal, however, did not decrease the Queen's impatience, and Marlborough imperatively demanded the keys from his wife. For some time she vehemently refused to part with them, but after a violent and stormy altercation, according to Cunningham, she finished by flinging them at his head. The Duke snatched them up and hurried to the palace with them, where, says the same authority, the Queen received them with far greater pleasure than if he had brought her the spoils of the army. At which, he says, the Duchess flew about the town in a rage, and with eyes and words full of vengeance. There was no doubt that the Queen's exultation was great at being at length liberated from the heavy and imperious yoke of the Marlboroughs. People who had absented themselves from court for years now presented themselves there to pay their respects, and amongst them the Duke of Beaufort congratulated Anne that he could now salute his Queen in reality. The Duchess's places were immediately given to the Duchess of Somerset and Mrs. Masham. The Tory raid against the Whigs was pursued with unpausing ardor. An inquiry was set on foot in the Lords into the conduct of the war in Spain. The Earl of Peterborough's turn was now come. He was examined before a committee, and imputed the mismanagement of the war in Spain to Galway and General Stanhope. Galway made an able defense, but the House, notwithstanding, passed a resolution that Lord Peterborough had most honorably distinguished himself by his able counsels and active services in Spain, and that Galway, Lord Tyroley, and General Stanhope had been very culpable in advising an offensive war in Spain, which had caused all our misfortunes, and especially the Battle of Almanza. But in blaming the generals, they blamed also the ministers who sanctioned the war, and then so badly supported it. The failure of the attempt on Toulon was attributed to the same cause. Thanks were voted to Lord Peterborough, and in rendering them, it was not forgotten to make some caustic criticisms on Marlborough. To increase the power of the Tory landlords in the House of Commons, and diminish that of the Whig supporters in the boroughs, an act was introduced, and the Commons were weak enough to pass it. making it necessary that every candidate for parliament in the counties should possess 600 a year in real property, and for a borough seat 300. And this law lasted to our time, when, however, it was repealed. But in spite of the triumphant position of the Tories, Harley found his individual position far from enviable. His caution made him inimical to the more violent Tories, who were impatient to exercise their power without restraint, of which his colleague St. John, at once ambitious and unprincipled, artfully availed himself to undermine the man by whom he had risen. But an incident occurred to excite a fresh interest in Harley and give a new impetus to his power. Amongst the horde of foreigners, Germans, Italians, French, and Poles, who contrived to draw English money by acting as spies on their own governments, and very frequently on the English one too, was the so-called Marquis of Guiscard. This man had been in receipt of £500 a year. He had obtained the salary, it is said, through St. John, being a devoted companion of that accomplished scoundrel in his dissipations. Harley doubted the value of his services and reduced the pension to £400 a year. And St. John is also said to have suffered him to endure the curtailment without much remonstrance. And 600 then, to avoid Guiscard's importunities, refused to see him. Guiscard immediately offered his services to the French government as a spy on the English court through a letter to one Moreau, a banker of Paris. The letter was intercepted, and Guiscard arrested. On being brought before the Privy Council, he desired to speak in private to St. John, whom, it is suspected, he intended to assassinate, but St. John refused his demand. He then exclaimed, "That is hard, not one word." And suddenly stepping up to Harley, he cried, "Have it thee then," and stabbed him with his penknife. The knife, striking against the breastbone, broke near the handle, but the excited foreigner struck him again with such force that Harley fell to the ground covered with blood. St. John, seeing Harley fall, exclaimed, "The villain has killed Mr. Harley," drew his sword and ran him through. The whole council was up and in confusion. All drew their swords and surrounded the murderous prisoner. He was wounded in various places and knocked down by blows from the hands of others. The doorkeepers and messengers rushed in at the noise, and Guiscard was dragged to prison. He died in Newgate of his wounds, and such was the curiosity of the populace to see his body that the turnkey kept it in pickle, and made a good sum by showing him for several days. Harley's wound was not serious, but it served to make a political hero and martyr of him, Guiscard being represented as a papist, and instigated from France to destroy this champion of England and the Church. On Harley's appearance in the House of Commons, he was congratulated on his happy escape in a most eulogistic speech by the Speaker, and an act was passed, making it felony without benefit of clergy to attempt the life of a privy councillor. The Earl of Rochester dying at this juncture, left Harley entirely at the head of the cabinet, and he was immediately raised to the peerage, first as Baron Wigmore, and then as Earl of Oxford and Mortimer. He was, moreover, appointed Lord Treasurer, much to his own gratification and glory, but little to the furtherance of the national business, for he was naturally inert and indecisive, whilst all around him was a scandalous scene of corruption, intrigue, and neglect. Marlborough had set out for Holland in the month of February. He assembled his army at Orchies, between Lisle and Douai, about the middle of April, and Marshal Villars encamped between Cambrai and Arras. The Duke soon after passed the Scarpe, and took post between Douai and Bouchain, where he was joined by his faithful comrade-in-arms Prince Eugene. But that great general was soon compelled to leave him to repel the French forces, which were directed against Germany on the Upper Rhine. The army of Marshal Villars was a very numerous one, and he had defended his lines with redoubts and other works so formidably that he thought he would at last checkmate Marlborough. These lines extended from Bouchain, on the Scheldt, along the Sanset and the Scarpe to Arras, and thence along the Upper Scarpe to Cambrai. But Marlborough did not despair of entering them by stratagem, if not by force. He ordered a great quantity of fascines to be prepared, and made a pretense of a direct attack on the lines where he was. But he at the same time secretly dispatched Generals Cadogan and Hompesch to surprise the passage of the Sanset at Arleux. Brigadier Sutton was also dispatched with the artillery and pontoons to lay bridges over the canals near Goulezin and over the Scarpe at Vitry. By the time that these operations could be effected, Marlborough suddenly quitted his position at 9 in the evening, marched the whole of his army through the night, and by 5 in the morning had crossed the Scarpe at Vitry. There, receiving the information that Hompesch had secured the passes of the Sanset and the Scheldt, Marlborough continued his march on Arleux, and, after a march of 10 leagues without halting, was encamped on the Scheldt between Estrun and Oise. Thus, by this unexampled dexterity and exertion, he was completely within the boasted impregnable lines of Villars. This general, on becoming aware of his opponent's motions, pursued him with headlong haste, but he arrived too late to prevent his design. And whilst the Duke of Marlborough was extolled as a general of consummate ability, Villars was ridiculed even by his own officers for suffering himself to be outwitted. The Dutch deputies this time, so far from retarding the Duke's enterprise, were desirous that he should at once attack Villars, but he would not hazard a battle whilst his men were fatigued by their enormous march. He determined, on the contrary, to commence the siege of Bouchain. The place was remarkably strong and difficult of access from its situation in a marsh. Yet, by the 10th of August, 1711, he had compelled it to surrender, the garrison of 6,000 becoming prisoners of war. With this exploit, Marlborough closed his brilliant career. His enemies at home, Oxford, St. John, Dartmouth, and the Tories in 601 general, had fondly hoped that this campaign he was going to certain defeat and disgrace. But in spite of all his disadvantages, he had placed the Allied armies, by this conquest of Bouchain, on the highway to Paris. The Allies were in possession of the Meuse, almost as far as the Sambre, of the Scheldt from Tournai, and of the Lys as far as it was navigable. They had reduced Spanish Gelderland, Limburg, Brabant, and Flanders, with the greatest part of Hainault, and were in a position, by one more vigorous campaign, to carry the war to the very gates of Louis's capital. Such a triumph, however, the malice of the Tories had determined that Britain and the world should not witness. After the capture of Bouchain, the Allied armies went into quarters in the frontier towns, ready for the campaign of the spring. And in the middle of November, Marlborough returned to England. The fracas in the Privy Council, CP 600. See larger version. In Spain, whither the Duke of Argyll had been sent to command the English forces, nothing had been done, from the want of everything to carry on the war, and the expedition of Mrs. Masham's brother Jack Hill to Quebec had met with the fate which might have been expected. This expedition had been planned by Colonel Nicholson, who had taken possession of Nova Scotia and garrisoned Port Royal. He had brought to England 4 American Indians to excite attention, and represented the great advantages which would accrue from the conquest of Canada and the expulsion of the French from that part of the world. The idea was excellent, and, had it been carried out with ability, might have anticipated the policy of Lord Chatham and the victory of Wolfe, but the ministers were not hearty in the cause. Harley is said to have been averse from it, and St. John to have advocated it because he saw that it would gratify Mrs. Masham. In an ill-advised hour, therefore, the command of this important expedition was confided to a man against whose total unfitness for command of every sort Marlborough had earnestly warned them. At Boston in New England, the expedition was joined by 2 regiments of colonists and about 4,000 men, consisting of American planters, Palatines, and Indians, encamped at Albany, in order to march by land into Canada, while 602 the fleet advanced up the St. Lawrence. The squadron had already entered the river when, on the 21st of August, it was assailed by a violent tempest. 8 transports were driven aground and wrecked, and 800 men perished, some by drowning, others by the tomahawks of the Indians and the muskets of the French colonists. The damage, however, was of no important extent to a really able commander, but the poor witless Hill, thrust into responsibility by favoritism, was utterly confounded. The fleet put back to Spanish River Bay, where a council was held, and, as the forces were only victualled for 6 weeks, it was determined to return home. But whilst Marlborough had been ably preparing the way in Flanders for finishing the war in triumph, and compelling the King of France to make such a peace as should secure the peace of Europe and indemnify England for all that she had suffered and expended for that object, the Tory ministers and the Queen had been as busy, undermining and rendering abortive his plans and exertions. They were determined to make peace at any cost, so that the Whigs should receive nothing but reproaches from the nation for having led it into so long and bloody a war without any real results. The Tories were to render the war useless, and the Whigs to bear the blame of it. St. John was clearly ready to admit the Pretender instead of the House of Hanover, and had been in close correspondence with the court of St. Germain's. And there is every reason to believe that it was with the cognizance and approval of the Queen, who hated the House of Hanover. But Harley was bent on maintaining the Protestant succession, whilst he was equally determined on the achievement of a peace damaging to the Whigs. He knew too well that, however the Queen might lean towards the restoration of her brother, the Pretender, the nation would never submit to it. He therefore entered into a secret negotiation with France on another basis to that of St. John. Nothing is more certain than that the Queen was strongly inclined to admit the claims of her brother, James Stuart, the old Pretender, if he could be brought to renounce the Catholic religion, and that she entered into a correspondence on this head. It is true that she continued to express doubts of his being really her brother, Yet she every now and then let observations escape her, which showed that she really believed him to be so. It was on the ground of this conviction that she corresponded with him regarding his succession to the crown, and was only compelled to give up his claim because she could not bring him to abandon his attachment to his religion. Amongst those who supported the claims of the pretender were her uncle Rochester and Marshal Tallard, still prisoner of war at Nottingham, and kept there by Louis on the understanding that he was more useful there as a secret negotiator than he would be anywhere else at the head of an army. After the disgrace of Guiscard, the Abbé Gualtier became the agent of Harley for carrying on the proposals for peace with France. Gualtier was a man of very infamous life, but he was a more cautious and diplomatic man than Guiscard. He and Tallard urged on the pretender's claims to the last moment. So late as May of the year 1711, the pretender addressed a long letter to Queen Anne, which is to be seen in the Macpherson State Papers, in which, addressing her as his sister, he appeals to her by the natural affection which he bears her, and which he protests that their common father bore her till his death, to see him righted. He reminds her of her promises which she had made to her father on this head, and argues that, as he never would relinquish his just claims, the only way to prevent the continual excitement, disquietude, and wars injurious to the realm is to admit his claim. And he concludes thus: "And now, madam, as you tender your own honor and happiness, and the preservation and re-establishment of an ancient royal family, the safety and welfare of a brave people, who are almost sinking under present weights, and have reason to fear far greater, who have no reason to complain of me, and whom I must still and do love as my own, I conjure you to meet me in this friendly way of composing our differences, by which only we can hope for those good effects which will make us both happy, yourself more glorious than in all the other parts of your life, and your memory dear to all posterity." The pretender offered to give all liberty to the church and to the dissenters, but he would not abandon his own religion. On reading this letter, the disappointed queen said to the Duke of Buckingham, who had married her half-sister, James Roman II's natural daughter Catherine, by Catherine Sedley, and who was in her confidence, "How can I serve him, my lord? You well know that a papist cannot enjoy this crown in peace. Why has the example of the father no weight with the son?" Here she acknowledged that the pretender was the son of James, but she added, "He prefers his religious errors to the throne of a great kingdom. He must thank himself, therefore, for 6-3 his exclusion." Still she begged Buckingham to try further to persuade him. It was in vain, and Anne gave up the hope of his restoration, and turned her whole mind to the conclusion of a peace including the Protestant succession. Gualtier was dispatched to Versailles secretly, and, to avoid detection, without any papers, but with full instructions relating to the proposals for peace. He introduced himself to de Torcy, the prime minister of Louis, and assured him that the English government was prepared to enter into negotiations for peace independently of the Dutch, whom de Torcy had found so immovable. This was delightful news to the French minister, who was overwhelmed with the necessities of France, which were come to that pass that peace on any terms, or invasion, appeared inevitable. In his own memoirs, de Torcy says that, to ask a French minister then whether he wished for peace, was like asking a man suffering under a long and dangerous malady whether he wished to be better. On being convinced that Gualtier was a bona fide agent of the English court, the French court was thrown into the most delightful astonishment. Gualtier told de Torcy that it was not necessary to commit himself by written documents on the matter. He had only to write a simple note to Lord Jersey, saying that he was glad to have heard of his lordship's health through the Abbé, and had charged him with his thanks. That this would give the English ministers to understand that their proposition had been favorably entertained, and that the negotiation would be gone into in earnest. So far as the English ministers were concerned, they now rushed on with that reckless impetuosity of which wily politicians like Louis and de Torcy were sure to take advantage. Gualtier was authorized to write to de Torcy in the name of the English ministry, requesting His Most Christian Majesty to communicate to them the terms on which he would feel disposed to make a general peace, just as if England and not France were at an extremity, and in a condition not to dictate, but only to accept of terms. Louis was so general in his answer that it was necessary for Gualtier to make another journey to Versailles, thus giving the idea that it was England rather than France which was all anxiety for a peace. Gualtier returned with certain propositions, but Marlborough was now driving Villars before him, and was in possession of Bouchain, and prepared to make himself master of Paris in another campaign. We were entitled to make the amplest demands, and our allies were entitled to know what they were, and to enjoy the benefit of circumstances. Our ministers continued to negotiate without the Dutch and Germans, because they meant to accept terms which they knew their allies would not condescend to. But the intelligence of our proceedings soon reached The Hague, and the States General quickly demanded an explanation, and at the same time announced again to de Torcy that they were prepared to treat in cooperation with England. The English ministers were thereupon compelled to communicate the French memorial to the States General. Lord Raby, the British ambassador at The Hague, wrote urging the necessity of keeping faith with the Dutch, who were greatly incensed at our taking measures for a peace without them, and apprising them that every letter received from France conveyed the delight of the French in the prospect of being able to sow discord amongst the allies. The States soon informed the ministers of England that they were quite prepared to go along with them in the treaty for peace, but they would insist on the conditions being ample and satisfactory. In order to convert Lord Raby into a devoted advocate of a disgraceful and undignified policy, St. John wrote to inform him that it was Her Majesty's pleasure that he should come over to England, in order to make himself perfect master of the important subjects about to be discussed. Lord Raby was a Wentworth, nearly allied in descent to the Earl of Strafford, who was beheaded in the time of Charles I, and he had long been soliciting for himself the renewal of that title. St. John therefore adroitly announced to him that, on his reaching London, it was Her Majesty's gracious intention to confer that honor upon him. This intimation at once threw Raby into a fever of gratitude, and he made the most ardent professions of doing all in his power to serve Her Majesty. Marlborough House in the time of Anne. See larger version. These obstacles to their entering into a dishonorable peace being removed, Gualtier was once more dispatched to Versailles, and this time accompanied by Matthew Prior, a poet of some pretension and much popularity, but much more distinguished as a diplomatist. He had lived in France, knew the French and French court well, having been secretary to the embassies of the Earls of Portland and Jersey. Prior was a man of courtly and insinuating manners, and devoted to Harley and the Tory interest. The propositions which he brought from the Queen as for the basis of the peace were, that the Dutch should have a barrier in the Netherlands, that the German Empire should have another on the Rhine, that the Duke of Savoy should receive back all towns or territories taken during the war, that proper protection should be obtained for the trade of England and Holland, that France should acknowledge the title of Anne and the Protestant succession, that the fortifications of Dunkirk should be destroyed, that Gibraltar and Port Mahon should continue in British possession, that Newfoundland and Hudson's Bay should also be acknowledged as British, but that the French should be allowed to trade to Hudson's Bay, that in other respects France and England should retain their possessions in America as they did before the war, that the asiento, or contract for supplying the Spanish colonies of South America with slaves, which had formerly been held by the Portuguese, but since 1702 by the French, should be made over to England, with 4 towns on the Spanish Main, anywhere between the Straits of Magellan and California, as depots for the slaves when first brought over. The terms might have been better, but they were substantial. As Prior and Gualtier had no powers to accept terms from France, M. Messenger, an expert diplomatist, deputy from Rouen to the Board of Trade in Paris, was dispatched to London with the English envoys. They were to return in all secrecy, and Messenger was furnished with certain instructions wholly unknown to Prior and Gualtier. These were that an equivalent for the destruction of the fortifications of Dunkirk was to be demanded, and that some towns in Flanders which the French had lost, particularly Lille and Tournai, should be restored. These demands he was to keep very close, and only cautiously but firmly open to the principal negotiators. But the secret was out that a treaty was on foot with France, and the general opinion was that the ministers were bent on making peace on any terms. The government, nevertheless, kept the matter as much out of sight as possible. The Queen sent Prior to apologize to Messenger for his being received in so secret a manner, and Oxford, St. John, Jersey, and Shrewsbury were appointed to confer with him privately. On the 8th of 605, October, the English commissioners and Messenger had agreed upon the preliminaries and signed them. Messenger was then privately introduced to the Queen at Windsor, who made no secret of her anxiety for peace, telling him she would do all in her power to complete the treaty and live in good fellowship with the King of France, to whom she was so closely allied in blood. At supper, she said publicly that she had agreed to treat with France. The ministers were just as incautious, for Swift was invited by St. John the same evening to sup with him and a small party in his apartments in Windsor Castle. This party consisted of no other persons than Messenger himself, Gualtier, and the infamous Abbe Dubois, tutor to the young Duke of Orleans, this profligate having also been engaged in assisting Messenger in the treaty. With them was Prior. All these particulars Swift wrote, as he wrote everything, to Stella in Ireland. Yet when the preliminaries were handed to Count Gallas, the imperial ambassador, who, in his indignation, immediately had them translated and inserted in one of the daily papers. The queen was so angry that she forbade his reappearing at court and informed him that he could quit the kingdom as soon as he thought proper. He departed immediately, and the queen, to prevent an explosion on the part of the allies, wrote to the emperor to say that she should be happy to receive any other person that he might send. Raby, now Earl of Strafford, was hurried to The Hague to announce to the states the fact of her having signed these preliminaries, and to desire them to appoint a spot where the plenipotentiaries of the Allies and France should meet to discuss them. 606, both the Dutch and the emperor were startled and greatly confounded at the discovery of the nature of the terms accepted. They used every means to persuade the queen to draw back and accept no terms, except those which had been offered to France after the Battle of Malplaquet, but rather to push on the war vigorously, certain that they must very soon obtain all they demanded. Henry St. John, afterwards Viscount Bolingbroke. See larger version. Nor was the excitement less at home. The news was out. The preliminaries were before the public by the act of the imperial ambassador, and the Whigs were in a fury of indignation. They accused the ministers of being about to sacrifice the country, its power, and interests to a shameful cowardice at the very moment that the labors and sufferings of years had brought it to the verge of triumph, and when Louis Roman XIV was old and tottering into the grave, leaving his kingdom exhausted and powerless. But notwithstanding the violent opposition both at home and abroad, the ministers persisted in their course. The queen wrote to the Electress Sophia of Hanover, entreating her and her son to use their exertions with the allies for the peace of Europe. She sent over the Earl of Rivers to further her appeal. But the electoral prince, so far from dreading to endanger his succession, sent back a letter by Earl Rivers to the queen, strongly condemning the terms on which the peace was proposed, and he ordered his ambassador, the Baron von Bothmer, to present a memorial to the queen showing the pernicious consequences to Europe of allowing Philip to retain Spain and the Indies. This bold and independent act greatly exasperated the queen and her ministers, and was extolled by the Whigs. There had been attempts to influence the elector by offering him the command of the army in Flanders in case of the removal of Marlborough, but that also he declined. Many of the Tories were as much opposed to the terms of the treaty as the Whigs, and it was proposed to unite in a strong remonstrance against the conduct of the ministers in being willing to accept them. But the intention getting wind, the Queen suddenly prorogued Parliament to the 7th of December, with the expectation of the arrival of absent Scottish peers, who were all Tories, and a determination, if necessary, to create a batch of English Tory peers. Notwithstanding all resistance, it was finally settled with the Allies that their representatives should meet those of England and France, to treat for a general peace at Utrecht on the 1st of January, 1712. The ministers, in the meantime, went on strengthening their position. Sir Simon Harcourt was created Baron Harcourt, and was raised from Lord Keeper of the Seal to Lord Chancellor. The Duke of Buckingham was appointed President of the Council, in place of Lord Rochester, deceased, and was succeeded in his office of Steward of the Household by Earl Paulet, who had quitted the Treasury to make way for Harley's elevation to the treasurership. The Duke of Newcastle dying, Robinson, Bishop of Bristol, was made Lord Privy Seal, a new thing since the days of Wolsey and Laud for a churchman. In Scotland, the Jacobites were so much elated by the proceedings of the Tories, and by whispers of what really took place, while Messenger was in secret conference with the Queen, namely, a zealous advocacy on his part of the setting aside the Protestant succession, and the readmission of the Pretender's claims, that they proceeded to great lengths. They were in the end so daring as to induce the Faculty of Advocates of Edinburgh to receive a medal of the Pretender from the same ardent Duchess of Gordon who had sent him word to come when he pleased, and to what port he pleased, and that he would be well received. This medal had on the obverse side a head of the Pretender, with the words, Cujus est, and on the reverse the island of Britain and the word Redite. This they not only received, but sent hearty thanks to the Duchess for it. The Hanoverian ambassador was made aware of this incident, and presented a memorial on the subject, which, however, only served to bring Sir David Dalrymple, a zealous Whig and advocate for the Protestant succession, into trouble, on the plea that he ought to have prosecuted Mr. Dundas of Arniston for returning public thanks for the medal, whilst Arniston himself, who boldly published a vindication of his conduct, was suffered to escape. On the opening of Parliament on the 7th of December, the Queen announced that, notwithstanding the arts of those who delighted in war, both time and place were appointed for opening the treaty for a general peace. This was carrying into the royal speech the animus which the Tories had shown against the Whigs in all their speeches and pamphlets lately. They had endeavored to make the Whigs odious to the nation, as a faction bent on war solely for its own selfish interests, and regardless of the interests of the nation or the sufferings of mankind. Though the speech contained other 607 matters, everything else passed without criticism or notice. This declaration produced a vehement sensation and roused all the party fire on both sides. The ministers were astonished to see the Earl of Nottingham, who had hitherto gone with them, now adopt the Whig side in a very vigorous and telling speech. He denounced the preliminaries as basely surrendering the great objects of the war, and moved that a clause should be inserted in the address to the effect that no peace could be safe or honorable to Great Britain or to Europe, if Spain and the Indies should be allotted to any branch of the House of Bourbon. In the discussion, it was shown that the statement in the Queen's speech, that the Allies were all prepared to adopt the preliminaries, was utterly untrue. The Earl of Anglesey contended, on the other side, that it was high time to ease the nation of the monstrous burthens of the war, and he aimed some heavy blows at the Duke of Marlborough, affirming that a good peace might have been effected after the Battle of Ramillies, but for the private interests of certain persons. This called up Marlborough in his own defense. He bowed towards the place where the Queen was listening to the debate incognita, and appealed to her, much to her embarrassment, whether, when he had the honor to serve Her Majesty as plenipotentiary as well as general, he had not always faithfully informed her and her council of all the proposals of peace which had been made, and had desired instructions for his guidance in such affairs. He appealed also to heaven, whether he was not always anxious for a safe, honorable, and lasting peace, and whether he was not always very far from entertaining any design of prolonging the war for his own private advantage, as his enemies had most falsely insinuated. When the question was put, the amendment of the Earl of Nottingham was carried by a majority of 62 to 54, that is, of only 8, notwithstanding all the exertions of the court party, and much to its astonishment. In the Commons, however, the ministry had a stronger party, and there they assured the Queen in their address that they would do all in their power to disappoint as well the acts and designs of those who for private views might delight in war, as the hopes of the enemy conceived from the divisions amongst themselves. Walpole moved an amendment similar to that of the Lords, and it was lost by a majority of 232 to 106. The ministers were determined, now, to be rid of Marlborough. He not only stood at the head of the Whigs at home, and threw his great military reputation into the scale against the Tories in this question of peace or war, but whilst he retained his command of the army, he immensely strengthened the opposition of the Allies to the present terms of pacification. It was resolved that he should be dismissed, a measure which they felt would destroy much of his influence. The Whigs, moreover, at this crisis fell into a snare laid for them by the Earl of Nottingham, which extremely damaged them, and in the same proportion benefited the Tories. He persuaded them that if they would only consent to the passing of the occasional conformity bill, there were numerous persons of influence, ready to quit the ranks of Oxford and St. John, and though the Whigs were entirely opposed in principle to this illiberal and unjust measure, they were weak enough, in the hope of strengthening their party, to permit it to pass. The dissenters, greatly exasperated at this treachery, abandoned the Whig cause. The promised proselytes did not come over, and Lord Dartmouth adds that Lord Nottingham himself had the mortification afterwards to see his bill repulsed with some scorn, and himself not much better treated. In this state of affairs closed the year 1711. During the Christmas holiday, the ministry matured several measures for the advancement of their party. They were still in a minority in the Lords, and they sought to remedy this by inducing the Queen to create 12 new peers. Lord Dartmouth, in his notes to Burnet, expresses his astonishment on seeing the Queen suddenly take from her pocket a list of 12 new lords, and ordering him to bring warrants for them. Dartmouth, unprepared for so sweeping a measure, asked whether Her Majesty intended to have them all made at once. And Anne replied, certainly, that the Whigs and Lord Marlborough did all they could to distress her, that she had made fewer lords than any of her predecessors, and that she must help herself as well as she could. Among these new peers were again 2 Scotsmen, but not peers, only the sons of peers, and the husband of her favourite, Mrs. Masham. The witty Lord Wharton did not spare a joke upon them at the time, by asking one of them, when the question was put, whether they voted by their foreman, as though they had been a jury. The disgrace of Marlborough was now completed. On the 21st of December, he had been 608 charged in the House of Commons with having made use of his command of the army to make enormous sums of money at the expense of the men, that he had appropriated £177,000, by taking 2.5% on all subsidies for foreign troops maintained by England, and £63,000 from Sir Solomon de Medina and Antonio Alvarez Machado, the Jew contractors for bread for the army, that his secretary, Cardinal, had exacted 500 gold ducats from the contractors each time a new contract was signed, all which had to be taken out of the quality of the food or clothing of the soldiers. The Queen therefore wrote to him, informing him that as there was a serious charge made against him by the Commissioners of Accounts, she thought it best to dismiss him from all his employments in order that the matter might be impartially investigated. Nor did she neglect to add that the conduct of his wife towards herself had made her more willing to adopt this measure. Marlborough, in defense, pleaded to the Queen, as he had to the Commissioners of Inquiry, that he had appropriated nothing which had not been the established perquisites of the Commander-in-Chief of the army in the Low Countries, both before the Revolution and since, and that whatever sums he had received from those sources, he had employed in the service of the public in keeping secret correspondence, and in getting intelligence of the enemy's motions and designs, and that, and he could certainly say it with justice, he had employed this money so successfully that he had on no occasion suffered himself to be surprised, but had often been able to surprise and defeat the enemy. To this cause, next to the blessing of God and the bravery of the troops, he attributed most of the advantages of the war. There can be little doubt that Marlborough made the best of the power granted him for appropriating these sums. That was his weak point. But he does not appear to have exceeded the letter of his warrant, and the truth is that the system itself was more in fault than the general. But notwithstanding Marlborough's proofs that his appropriations were according to long-established custom, the Commons admitted no such plea. They voted that the 2.5%, deducted by him from the pay of the foreign troops, was public money, and that he ought to account for it. They threatened to institute proceedings for its recovery through the law officers of the Crown, and they expelled Cardinal, the Duke's secretary, from the House for his receipt of the fees mentioned in the contracts. They had the satisfaction, also, of punishing Robert Walpole, one of Marlborough's most staunch defenders, for taking, when Secretary of War, 500 guineas and a note for 500 more, on the signing of a contract for forage for Her Majesty's troops quartered in Scotland. The deed deserved punishment, but it was one which all secretaries perpetrated equally with Walpole, as he showed, and which would never have been noticed had Walpole yielded to the Tory entreaties and carried his great abilities to their side. They, however, voted the fact a high breach of trust and of notorious corruption, and ordered his expulsion from the House and his committal to the Tower. The borough of Lynn, which Walpole represented, immediately re-elected him, but the Commons pronounced him incapable of sitting in that Parliament and declared the election void.